The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 401. For the Grax, as Max had anticipated, the battles began the very next day, with the most zealous of the human forces working out plans to leave their defenses, which had lost all of their spiritual guidance, and head for some other location that they suspected might be in better shape, with a stronger leadership group. Terminus had all communications locked down on the planet, with only their own secure communications allowed to broadcast. Still, the propaganda feed on the civilian networks was in full swing, playing an assortment of peace messages, as well as fake news updates from around the planet, showing the Grax abandoning the humans the moment that someone showed up to challenge them. Nico had been careful to make a point of showing that all of the mecha pilots in their fleet were human, just like the civilians, and that they were here to liberate them from false prophets, using the disappearance of the Grax overlords who had ruled these people's lives for centuries as evidence that they were no more than cowardly aliens. Max was actually quite impressed by the quality of the propaganda, and the subtlety of the subliminal programming that was contained within it, which the local population wouldn't have the technology to uncover and counter without their leaders and military computers. That only increased the violence of the rejection by the zealots, though. Their every belief had been challenged, and in the morning, when the entire population typically tuned in for their morning sermon and daily news but only found the new news broadcasts, the zealots decided that this was their moment to act, to prove to the people with their own eyes that the Grax administration was still in power and could not be overturned by some puny human ship. "Commander, we have super heavy mecha incoming from Zone G6. Colonel Klinger happily informed Max, knowing that the commander had been spoiling for a fight after the hunters insisted that their champion was a female. "On my way, Colonel. How is the state of your men?" Max responded as he launched cleansing light into the air to meet the enemy threat. "Holding strong. The company's technicians managed to repair most of our damages overnight, and we are over 90% combat effective," Colonel Klinger informed him as Max began to see the first signs of renewed battle at the city that they were camped outside. Colonel Klinger had opted to spread his forces around the city, with his command mecha taking the north wall, while the company command mecha took the south, and the 1st Company of the 5th Battalion split in half, taking the east and west walls. The enemy had decided to concentrate their attacks and were all headed for Colonel Klinger's thunder-patterned super heavy mecha, Claret River. The artillery was roaring at maximum output, the thunder that gave the mecha its name, while the ion bombard arrays tore apart heavy mecha, and the defensive lasers obliterated the light mecha that was either brave or foolhardy enough to show their faces. The super heavy mecha was still hanging back a few kilometers, letting the main force weaken the enemy like most Kepler commanders would expend lives to save expensive mecha. That wouldn't save him today. Max was headed straight for the Grax super heavy, the massive form of cleansing light dwarfing the enemy mecha. Anyone watching from the walls of the city could clearly see the difference between the two commanders, with the clean lines of Max's samurai-themed mecha contrasted against the arches and spires of the cathedral atop the super heavy of the Grax military. Max saved multiple images and started a video feed to send to Uncle Lou, who had initially wanted his mecha to look like that. The old man would appreciate the sense of aesthetics if nothing else. He wouldn't simply obliterate it. That wouldn't give the effect he needed today, so Max raised his physical shield and drew his sword, pointing it at the enemy mecha. "Your false gods have abandoned you. Stand down and rejoin humanity in self-governance. You are no longer a slave," Max declared over the loudspeaker of cleansing light. "You know nothing of faith. By faith, we are born, and by faith, we will prevail," the enemy commander declared, then blasted Max with a thermal lance. The beam crashed against his shield and dispersed without any harm done to the Titan-class mecha. It hadn't even depleted the secondary barrier on his physical shield, much less forced cleansing light to put power toward the main defenses. "Then suffer the fate that traitors to their own planet deserve," Max announced and stepped forward, striking downward with his sword and cleaving a large portion of the cathedral and one of the main weapons off of the enemy mecha in a tremendous explosion of shattering energy shields and power couplings. Before it could retaliate, Max brought the blade back on an upward trajectory that would take it through the center of the mecha, gouging a large hole out of the structure but failing to find the power core hidden among all of the architecture. The super heavy mecha staggered back, flames licking from all over the unit where the chemical feed for the thermal lance had ignited on the surface of the mecha when the weapon was destroyed, and Max aimed his fist down at the fallen mecha, targeting with his disruptors. The blast vaporized half the mecha, leaving a crater in the ground where it once stood, and Max turned to face the enemy lines. The blade that Uncle Lou had designed could send out a disruptor wave for mowing down infantry and light mecha, an invisible strike that should be suitably impressive to these superstitious folk. Max swung his sword, sending the wave of disruptor energy into the back lines of the Grax army, dropping hundreds of light mecha as if the mere wind from his blade was more than they could withstand. Surrender and exit your mecha, or we will be forced to take drastic measures to ensure the safety of the human civilians on this planet from your zealotry. Max ordered. That brought a renewed barrage of attacks against Cleansing Light, to which Colonel Klinger and Max responded with a full-force barrage of weapon fire, wiping out the remainder of the force in a single second. Max looked up and saw a swarm of drone fighters in the air, spreading apart seconds after the battle was decided. They didn't intercede, so they must be the ones Nico was using to film propaganda to broadcast to the populace. Your Divine Holiness, Cleansing Light, we apologize for our mistaken attack upon your forces. Please, can you release the daily rations? The city broadcast to them. Nico, what are they talking about? Max asked. Give me 5 seconds. Oh, there it is. The grocery stores and food warehouses are all keyed to the Grax genome. The humans couldn't get in to get their daily rations, and the Grax didn't allow them to have more than a day's worth of food, as they called it, hoarding. I will have them unlocked in 30 seconds. You can announce it whenever you like. Make it sound good, Nico replied. Chapter 402. Not convinced. I am not divine, I am human, like every one of you. My forces will have the food supply released to you within 1 minute. Please have the regular workers distribute food as normal. There is no need for panic or hoarding, the battle for the city is over, and you are in charge of your own fates. Once the zealots who would see you remain as slaves are eliminated, an additional force will arrive to assist you with governance during the transition to full self-rule. Again, they will be humans sent to assist you, not some divine beings who would see you as beneath them. Max announced from Cleansing Light, relayed through the city thanks to Nico's control over their public broadcasting system. The cameras of the drones overhead showed the orderly procession of humans heading to various stores and warehouses while workers in uniforms hesitantly opened the doors, then looked around inside, not finding any of the Grax. Normally, they would be given permission to proceed, but the automated systems had stocked the shelves, so they began their work with minimal fuss, handing out plain cardboard boxes, which Max could see everyone leaving with. That was a good start. At least the city wasn't in civil war. Yet, the same could not be said for many of the other cities, which had to physically break into their warehouses to distribute the day's supplies. It didn't escape the notice of the civilians that the military had to break into their own facilities, as the Grax weren't there to let them in anymore. The scenes in those cities were much more chaotic, even without accounting for the artillery bombardment that was keeping their mecha forces pinned down and shaking the air of the city. All day Max waited for something to happen, but the live stream of him in one single super heavy mecha stopping the attacking force trying to leave the city was enough to dissuade the others from making a move during the daylight hours. Sir, we have movement from the position at F4. A large mass of civilians left the city with hand tools. If they are hostile, the estimated effectiveness is 0. 2nd Battalion Command informed him. Maybe they're going to work. Hell, maybe they are running away from the city. We will have orbital data, and drones keep tabs on them in case they're going to a secret weapons warehouse, but for now, let them go wherever they please. Max ordered. There was no other news for most of an hour as darkness settled in over the side of the planet that Max was on, then 2nd Battalion reported again. They're coming back, looks like they're pulling carts loaded with supplies. Raw grains and root vegetables. They must have gathered them from a farm storage location. The logistics officer reported. That's fine, we aren't trying to starve them out. Let them go. Propaganda will incorporate it into the upcoming messages. I am sure that they will be overjoyed to find out that we aren't stopping them from getting food or living their lives. We are just after the military assets. It might just be the strangest battle that Max had ever been involved in, but over the course of the day, on the far side of the planet, teams left every location and returned with food, using all manual tools and wagons. It couldn't be enough to support the population, and Max wondered if there was some sort of replicator technology in the warehouses inside the city, like they had aboard Terminus. The video of the teams going out and back with supplies played in the broadcasts, which incited the population against the military, which had insisted in most cities that the warehouses could not be accessed without permission from the Grax, and put the food under lock and key. The teams that were sent out were zealots, gathering rations for the military, and once night fell, the civilians began to feel hungry enough that food mattered more than threats. In some cities, the guards on the warehouses were attacked, and the food supply locations were looted. In others, small teams of rebels left the city, waving at the terminus Mecha along the route as they passed through to the food warehouses, finding them broken wide open and guarded by a small team of light Mecha, who helped them load carts to bring food back to the city. It was a genius idea of Major Miller, who insisted that the key to loyalty would always be food, so if the Mecha made sure that the rebels could sneak into the warehouses to get anything that they needed and didn't attack them, it would help reinforce the subliminal messaging that the invading Mecha were their friends and liberators. Aboard Terminus, both the Illithid and the Innu were highly impressed by the show, and the Innu had equipped a number of the drone fighters with their advanced cameras so they could get a suitable set of footage to end their documentary since they would be heading back home after this engagement. They had more than enough for a full documentary on the humans of this galaxy and planned to make a sequel if this one sold well, but that would be at least 2 years from now, once approval was given and funding was secured. They had also helped Nico set up a better social media presence for the Terminus Trading Company and cruise line. That way, she could post random videos, the Innu could tag her in their posts, and they could advertise their unscripted adventure cruise service, which was a somewhat gray market in the Alliance, but not outright prohibited, except by a few members' nations which fully banned travel to high-risk locations. Mostly those were the more fragile and environmentally sensitive species, who wouldn't fare well in a standardized atmosphere designed for other species of much larger stature. For example, the Pix, who was only 6 centimeters tall and whose wings were very easily damaged by energy surges and sudden warp shifts. Their council had deemed the risk of visiting the humans too high, as an attack on Terminus, even if it was absorbed by the shields, could cause an energy surge through the ship high enough to accidentally kill their species. Another day passed in chaos as the food supply runs on both sides continued, and the situation inside the cities began to deteriorate. The attacks that Max hadn't come until the very last moment, though, and the first of them wasn't aimed at his force but at the civilians. "Sir, we have a situation. We have an official request from one of the cities to eliminate the military presence within their walls. They have begun attacking the population for failing to adhere to their orders." Major Miller informed him, "Prepare to move, I will be there in 17 minutes. Max replied, leaving his position and heading for the city that the 1st Company of the 1st Battalion was guarding. The other cities weren't likely to be far behind them, and his forces were stretched thin, so Max ordered Nico and the drone pilots to stand by for emergency deployment. If they needed to eliminate forces inside the city, the small and agile drone fighters would be better than super heavy mecha, and cause less collateral damage. Chapter 403. Compliance. Everyone was in position and ready to move as Max cleared the horizon, using his height advantage to add targeting data for his pilots on the ground. That let them accurately target the heavy mecha of the Grax military forces with artillery, breaking armor plates, and disabling weapons in preparation for their entry into the city. "Advance," Max ordered, and the fast attack crusaders activated their thrusters and leapt over the wall, bringing the fight to the enemy, while the others took down the gates and let the line mecha and corvettes flood into the city. With the heavy mecha as their backup, the super heavy stood back and continued to shell the Grax heavy mecha regiment as the Terminus forces advanced, joined by the rebels, who fell in behind the mecha, carrying mostly industrial tools, pitchforks, and shovels, the truest of all melee weapons. The moment that the protesters inside the city saw that the reinforcements were the Terminus mecha from outside the walls, the fight against the military turned suddenly brutal and bloody. The civilians charged the soldiers, while the light mecha picked off as many as they could to reduce civilian casualties. The Grax mecha responded within seconds, running to the scene just in time to be met by the fast attack crusaders and melted down to slag in the streets. The antique design that the Grax was using was particularly vulnerable to high temperatures, as the alloy of the structure softened significantly and made the armor plates buckle, letting the Terminus mecha disable them in seconds. Before Max fired a single shot, it was clear that the civilians would win this engagement. But when he unleashed the disruptors on the military bunker where the last of their reserves were being deployed, all will to fight vanished and the military vehicles and mecha began powering down. Their occupants mostly exited the vehicles to surrender to their civilian neighbors. However, some did flee into the city, hoping to hide and erase any memory that they had sided with the vanished deities. The fight raged on for a few more minutes, but there were no targets that needed his level of firepower to deal with, so Max resorted to simply corralling the remaining defenders with his light lasers, crippling their mecha and guiding them to the main forces to either fight it out or surrender. Most chose to surrender. "Sir, we have a large movement at A3. Suspected super heavy mecha and an underground military fortress," the 3rd Company of 1st Battalion reported, drawing Max's attention away from the fight at hand. "On my way." They had taken very few casualties so far, and the medics weren't reporting any dead yet, only injuries and broken mecha, a state that Max would gladly maintain if it were at all possible. Multiple uprisings reported, deploying drones to assist. Nico informed Max as a string of reports came in all at once. This must be the Grax loyalists' last stand, their organized effort to push the Terminus forces away from the cities while their force is spread thin and they haven't yet received reinforcements. The number of fighters that Terminus had wasn't high, but even a half dozen per city could do a lot of damage to forces that were unprepared for an aerial attack. Max arrived at the mining facility designated A3 in under a minute and found something that he never thought he would see in actual combat. The Grax had created a rolling fortress. Initially, it had been mostly buried, but now that it was moving, it was over a square kilometer in size, rolling on gigantic treads, with its own shielding and numerous defensive guns. "Would you look at that? It's an actual mobile city. I've seen them in video games, but I never thought that someone would be insane enough to actually try to build one. I wonder if we can get the design schematics for this thing before we leave. The Gamers Museum would love it." One of the pilots raved as he watched the city rise up from the ground. The Gamers Museum would love this fortress. It had everything a mobile city could need, and it was a shame that they would have to break it to stop the military from using it to wipe out their mecha forces. The guns on the fortress were specifically designed for this scenario, cleansing light notwithstanding, and they were more than capable of blasting a heavy mecha company out of existence. Max focused all of the disruptor beams on one arm and launched an attack against the front gates, the blow causing the city's shield to warp and flicker. "This shield is a different technology than the capital shield. I will continue to fire, so prepare to breach the city once the gates are down," Max ordered. A second blast caused a breach in the shield, and damage to the gates, while the third blew the gates wide open and cleared the mass of defenders that were lined up behind it, leaving the mangled remains of a mecha battalion scattered through the streets. "Moving in. Command requests that you keep the shield down in case we need to make an emergency evacuation," the mecha company requested. "I am on it. Nico, see what you can do to disable this city," Max replied, knowing that she listened to all broadcasts simultaneously. "Working on it. This is not a Grax-built piece of technology. I think it was left by the humans that were here before them," Nico replied. That made sense. The idea of a mobile city was archaic, outdated for millennia, even on the most hostile of worlds now that terraforming technologies had advanced so far. The Terminus mecha were fighting in the streets, but it seemed that the defensive guns could not be turned inward, and only Max was subject to their sporadic fire. After a few minutes, even that ended, and the city ground to an abrupt halt. "Commander, we found the power distribution node. The main power to the city has been cut. The facility is nearly abandoned, with only a few surviving soldiers and 4 Grax clerics remaining," the mecha company commander reported. "Excellent work. Capture the Grax for interrogation, and bring the prisoners out of the facility. We will have to sort them out later," Max ordered. Chapter 404. Not found. The days of propaganda and subliminal messaging were doing their job, and the first few attacks by the drones when they turned on the civilians were enough to convince most of the resistance forces that were still active to surrender to the mercy of their fellows. In the end, only the one group of Grax that they had found within the mobile city had survived the initial assaults, and from what Max could tell, they weren't talking, but they were trying to influence his troops. Like the vampires and the Illithid, they had some mental manipulation ability, but theirs wasn't evolutionary. The scans by his pilots indicated that it was actually an implanted device in their brains that was used specifically to target the humans and convince them to worship the Grax. After a somewhat inelegant disassembly procedure, a sample of the device was sent back up to Terminus so that Nico and the technicians could examine it and counteract the effects. The Grax seemed somewhat horrified by the raw brutality of the human forces after experiencing that particular surgical procedure, but Max made sure that only his own men would be able to see what went on in that holding cell. They were doing a decent job of impressing the Innu with their morality, and letting them film the soldiers torturing and beheading an alien for ease of study would not help their case. Once that device is analyzed, send out the message that the planet is pacified and request for payment. Cygnus should have an enforcement team prepared to take over from us. Max ordered once the sample was safe aboard Terminus and into a lab. We're on it. The device seems to be incredibly simple. It works similarly to illithid mental communication, but on a lower level that might not be perceived by the human consciousness, so it would be like a constant indoctrination message playing in their subconscious. Just removing the Grax from their presence was enough to begin undoing the damage, but a bit of a tweak to the subliminal messaging won't hurt anything and will undo the damage faster. Nico replied. No sooner than Nico had finished speaking, a message came from the Cygnus military. Lord General Kirkland had high praises for your competence, so we sent the enforcement team in anticipation of your timely victory. The estimated time of arrival is 7 hours and 9 minutes, with 60,000 peacekeepers and administrators bringing the planet back under human control. We are analyzing the data that we have been sent now and will adapt our technique to compensate for the former status of the citizens. Your payment is prepared, and you may relieve your troops as soon as we make landfall. Glory to Cygnus. You have to love that bureaucratic efficiency. It might have been a mess if we hadn't finished on time, though. Max sighed over the radio. I don't think that they expected us to take so many of them alive. 60,000 administrators is not a lot for an entire world when the administrative work wasn't done by anyone still living on the planet. They've got their work cut out for them, training a whole new planetary logistics department. Colonel Klinger laughed, realizing immediately that the Cygnus force would have a much harder time rebuilding things than they had to break them. The propaganda changed from battle reports to assurances that everything was being brought back in order and that human help would arrive to assist them in getting everything working properly again and the supplies moving to where they needed to be. That part turned out to be easier than Max had expected. Like Terminus, they had a very basic form of replicator, one that only needed raw biomass. So, once the fighting was over and they started bringing truckloads of raw grains and vegetables into the cities again, their food shortages were quickly solved by citizens carrying on their daily duties. In fact, they were so well trained to do their assigned tasks that they brought most of the factories and industrial facilities back online on their own, even without directions. The military was gone, so there was some chaos in the streets, which was being taken care of by newly minted neighborhood watches made up of former building security staff. Even with the Grax brainwashing them, the theft had still been an issue, so there was plenty of civilian security in place, and not all of them had been killed. In some cities, the damage was fairly crippling, though. Max saw complaints that over half the population in one city had died because the military moved before the Terminus Mecha had gone on a killing spree to eliminate the civilians who were rioting for food. Max remained at the mobile city, the last bastion of the Grax, while the staff on Terminus worked on a device to counter the mind control devices. They had come up with a handheld tool that would block the signals and led them directly to the source. The technicians planned to give them out to their Mecha forces in case there were still some Grax hiding and biding their time, waiting for the Mecha to leave so that they could reassert control over the population. They would also be useful against similar attacks, and Nico added a function to interpret and identify the illithid communications so that others without Max's talents could hear them from a distance and not force the creatures to come to stand next to them for verbal communication. For the moment, it was one way, translation only, but the illithid thought it was a great advancement, letting them broadcast to humans like a radio station so they could get their point across to everyone at the same time. Individual communications were mostly deemed inefficient by the species used to collaborating on everything they did. He would soon learn that not all great advancements are great ideas. Max had gotten used to the constant chatter, but the device wasn't capable of being selective, and it broadcast every thought and sentence that the illithid wished to share with everyone around them, which with 20 of them on the ship, meant that there would be about 5 thoughts broadcast at any given time. In the mental realm, the illithid were incessant chatterboxes. Chapter 405. Extinction. After a significant amount of interrogation, the Terminus Regiment found that the Grax population was the last of their kind, a species on the run after another planet's residents had overthrown them, presumably for the same sort of thing that they had done here to the humans. Their attitude made it both more difficult and more pleasurable for the interrogation specialists to work, as they actually believed that their technology had made them gods. In their minds, that was all it took. If you could force others to do your bidding, you were their god, end of the story. So, they believed that they had every right to do what they pleased and that humans should remain below them. That explained a lot about their attitude at the negotiations for territory. Max hadn't been able to pinpoint their attitudes among the crowd and had thought that they were merely arrogant. Seeing them here made him realize just how delusional the Grax really were. Ground forces, prepare for incoming shuttles and landers. The Cygnus fleet also requests Commander Karras's presence in orbit for the final payment transfer and formal transfer of responsibility. Admiral Drake informed them as Max finished the paperwork confirming that all of the settlements had returned to normal food distribution. The rest of the issues were no longer his problem, but he had to at least make sure that the people wouldn't starve if the Cygnus administration had issues getting used to their jobs here. I am on my way up. Hopefully, cleansing light doesn't scare them too much. Max replied with a chuckle. Nobody had warned the Cygnus forces that they had a Titan-class mecha with them, so the appearance of one in the hands of the Reavers was going to cause some serious ripples through Cygnus politics. We have a cutter ready if you wish to use it to return to orbit. Nico offered. That might actually be the best idea for today. The rumors that the locals spread would be wild anyhow since his forces had eliminated their former deities, so talk of one giant mecha who had intervened in a few cities would be passed off as superstition. Do it, I will ride the cutter back up, and then you can send it back to the surface for the battalion. Please have a shuttle ready when I arrive unless we are holding the meetings on Terminus. Max decided. 2nd Battalion's cutter is closest. Inbound now. Your departure will have to wait until the landers have cleared the airspace above you. We don't have access to Cygnus flight paths. Nico was clearly annoyed by that fact, but after the recent news of military facilities being hacked by both Kepler and the Narsians, they had put some effort into upgrading their security measures. While Max loaded cleansing light into the cutter in a kneeling position, being too tall to walk into the bay, the locals waved a happy goodbye to him, well conditioned to believe their news media, and now well indoctrinated to see the Reavers and Cygnus as their rescuers, but Nico had been careful to make sure that they would see the Cygnus administration as fellow humans helping them get their planet up and running for the common good of their new allies. The landers were reaching the ground now, far too widely spaced to be in an invasion fleet, but Max knew that they were bringing thousands of light mecha with them for security purposes since the ones belonging to the military were mostly destroyed and weren't compatible with Cygnus repair facilities anyhow. The cutter took him back to the bay, where Nico and his security escort were waiting for him to arrive. We have the paperwork all ready, confirmed, and double-checked by both myself and the Admiral. Cygnus wants to pay with a mix of materials and goods, to be picked up from their sources. We have the copies of the requisition orders ready to be signed. Nico informed him. It feels like we actually did something worthwhile today, Max replied with a smile, making the security forces chuckle. Is that our next goal? Turning the humans into less of a galactic embarrassment? One of them asked, the helmet keeping Max from immediately telling who. It's not a bad goal. Even if we can get to a status like the Hunters, it would be a good start. Once we finish here, I plan to take us back to the western edge of civilization. The Clem has been a problem for too long, and we are in a good position to clear a few high-threat planets while the rest of the region plays politics. Max replied, so, we let them do what they do, then we show up afterward with technology and start reshaping the human species. Nico asked, is it such a bad plan? Someone needs to kick them in the ass to get them in shape, and we need to start somewhere. Max asked before he noticed the dubious thoughts of the guards and Nico's misconception about annihilating anyone who disagreed with their plan. I say we start in the outer arms. If we start by organizing the mercenaries and building their technology to match the Reavers, we can have all the unaligned humans on the same page. With all of the merchant and mercenary forces on another level, it will force everyone else to comply or be left out of the new trade routes that we can manage in days instead of months. Max clarified, that's not bad. We could talk to the council and get permission to start bringing the mercenaries into the Reaver Nation. Most of them have already made trade agreements with Ray 5, so it would just be an expansion of what we are already doing and some serious shipments of new technologies. I think even the Alliance would approve of your methodology, though a colony ship full of Titan-class mecha sounds like a much more fun way to bring planets into compliance. Just imagine it, 1,000 orbital strikes at once, broadcast all over the galaxy, to remind humans that it is time to give up on the notion of large-scale wars or be deleted from the future. Nico sighed, peace through genocide, it's a catchy motto, but I don't think that he's going to go for it, Nico. One of the guards reminded her. Just wait, he will eventually get frustrated with the stupid people, and my way will start sounding better and better. Nico disagreed. Max could already see how that was a possibility. That was the danger of Nico's ideas. They would work so much better than doing things the right way. Who would dare to start a war if Terminus would just show up with enough firepower to annihilate your entire culture in a single strike? It was fairly similar to how the Valkia had done things, but he was hoping that such drastic measures weren't going to be necessary. Even the hunters wouldn't appreciate that tactic since it wasn't sporting of them to win by pure overkill. Don't hold your breath for that. We will do it with technology and culture, not orbital strikes. Max replied. Nico gave a pointed look down at the planet below them. All right, limited orbital strikes to make a point when necessary. Chapter 406. Payment plan. Max changed from his pilot suit into more flamboyant garb that Nico had prepared for him and led the way into the shuttle. Most of the time, this was the most nerve-wracking part of the deal, where the leaders of your team were exposed, in a light vehicle, on their way to talk to a business partner that you could never fully trust. They had a lot of faith in the goodwill of the Cygnus forces, at least at this point when the Reavers were helping them take a large number of other planets as well, but that wouldn't last forever. Once they were no longer vital to the plan, there was always the chance that they would be double-crossed or the terms of the payments would suddenly change. That was the primary reason that the second-in-command was usually the one sent to these meetings. They were trusted to do the job, but the company wouldn't crumble without them, and they were rewarded accordingly. But Cygnus was one of the great powers among the human species. It would be an insult to them not to show up himself to hand over control of a planet that they had pacified. The shuttle landed in the Cygnus cruiser's bay and waited for the hull temperature to adjust while Nico stared at her watch and sighed. We really do need to start teaching them how to do essential things. I don't know how we ever survived without the bay door barriers fully functional, and it's only been a month since they were fixed. Maybe we should mass produce a simple replicator and sell it to them like a microwave oven, where they can put ingredients in and get real food back. Bribe the soldiers through their stomachs. Nico suggested. At least teach them to fix the door. That is such an amazing bit of tech that everyone should have it. I was talking to some friends back on Ray 5, and they are already retrofitting all Reaver vessels with it, and it has been incorporated into the new vessels they are making. One of the guards added, I will send it to Lord General Kirkland, and he can distribute it. If I deal directly with him, they will take it as an agreement between nobles, and appropriate payment for the use of the royalties won't become an international incident like it would if we tried to move the technology through the military procurement channels. Max replied. Once it was safe to exit the vessel, Max led the team out of the shuttle, feeling a bit like a peacock in the black leather pants and flashy gold silk shirt with a long red coat that Nico had put him in. She was, of course, dressed to match and looked amazing, but it was a bit much for Max, even without the hat that she had tried to add. Commander Karras, Imperial Lady Tereth, it is a pleasure to meet you both. I am Archduke Von, cousin to the Imperial Princes. The leader of the deployment greeted them. A man of your stature leading the compliance effort on such a backwater planet. I am surprised that you agreed to be so far from the influence of the court. Nico responded after a polite curtsy. Trust me, it is far less stressful to be away from court, even on a calm day. My older brothers all run the planets of our home system, and I was a bit slighted on the inheritance, but Governor of Grax doesn't sound too bad on the resume, and it looks like I will have carte blanche to establish things in a way that I would never get to on a more civilized planet. I have grand plans for this small system. The asteroid belt alone is a treasure trove, and a small allocation of mining rights would lift the quality of life on the surface to new heights. It is already sparsely populated and mostly wild, so it is the perfect platform for a retirement system. The Archduke informed them. A retirement planet? Max asked, unfamiliar with the concept and not understanding what the man was thinking. When they grow older, it is customary to turn their positions over to their children. The aging nobles of Cygnus are often targets for positions as advisors, business leaders, and other such annoying nonsense. So, I plan to keep the system on a restricted access basis so that they can come here to retire and relax. It will take some serious upgrading of the city's amenities, but we are prepared for that, and everyone will benefit from it. The domestic staff of a Cygnus noble lives better than 90% of the human race, and I plan to make a whole planet full of them. Don't try to set yourself up as separate and above the locals. It will clash with the propaganda that we have been feeding them, that humans are equal and worthy, Max replied. As long as I can still set up a hierarchy of employers based on wealth, it should be fine. I take it there was no local hereditary leadership other than the aliens? Vaughn asked. Only the military positions which were put in charge of overseeing the others. There is a whole report ready for your reading. Max told him. Ah, marvelous. I will take some time going over everything. For now, the forces on the ground are not nobles, so they will serve as work supervisors and middle management, which every society needed to begin with. They know that they are not the boss, so they should be relatable to the locals, I hope. Cygnus used the biometric data we could obtain to send workers who looked somewhat like the locals. The facial features will be different, but we didn't want to separate the new arrivals by having them all look wildly different than the ones they were supervising. Max nodded in agreement. Good call. They are good about following orders, and they took the initiative in most cities to get things working normally even before we started our efforts to prepare for your arrival, so their job should be an easy one. Now, should we get to this formal paperwork? Of course, we have already verified it, and it is ready for signature. The Reaver command on Ray 5 has already begun arranging pickup times for the payments to the companies that are doing the leg work to help Cygnus expand its territory. The amounts were simply too large for most of the vessels to be able to carry, though I suppose your colony ship could have managed it. Archduke Von agreed. The 2 copies of the agreement were compared and read over one last time, then signed by all parties present before the formal handshake and shot of rum to seal the deal. On the way back to Terminus, Max calculated the actual payment for their work, and it was more than enough to build another terminus and rebuild every mecha in their fleet. They had lost nearly 50 units but no pilots, thanks to the new shield technologies that helped defend the cockpit from attacks, even after main power was down. If Ray 5 was using the payments for this scheme to build the new mecha they were planning to sell, they had just won the proverbial lottery. Every hard-to-manufacture part and rare resource they would have trouble mining for themselves was included on the list for just this single planet. From what Max knew, there were dozens of others that companies were working together to prepare for a transition to Cygnus rule as well. Ray 5 would be busy just trying to unload this all to the dozens of stations in the system, much less process it all into new vehicles and mecha. Chapter 407. Head west for adventure. I need all command staff in the meeting room in 1 hour for a briefing. Max ordered as he made plans for their next destination. There was a human world isolated in the depths of Clem territory that he wanted to intervene with. They had sent out a request for assistance or evacuation, but nobody had been willing to take it on so far. Over the course of the past decade, the Clem had taken every system around them, leaving them an isolated pod of humanity in the middle of Clem territory. It was strongly suspected that they were being used as bait so that the Clem could attack the ships that came to rescue them or trace them back to their home worlds in search of more biomass. So, he would take Terminus toward the empty space of the galactic core, and they would travel in from that direction, leaving no definite evidence of which inhabited area that they had come from. The location might not be a trap, but it wouldn't be the first time that the Clem had done something surprisingly sneaky when it was near their core worlds and they had communication with their central network of queens. They might only work together when none of them stood to benefit personally. Still, when they did, they could be incredibly cunning, far beyond what they were normally considered capable of. Max waited for the others to arrive at the meeting while he prepared coffee and notes for them all to go over, showing the intended route, the inhabitants of the planet, and the exact content of the evacuation or aid request. Max was certain that none of them would have an issue with it, though there was a significant risk of injury or death, but perhaps one of them could see something that he had missed or a flaw in his plan. One by one, they filed in, taking seats around the table with the holographic map in the middle where everyone could see what the presenter was talking about. Last up was Nico, who arrived with snacks to go with the coffee, as well as one of the Illithid. The Innu are leaving tomorrow, but the Illithid wish to leave an advisor with us when they go. They're not hiding that they intend to report back to the Alliance about our activities, and they can read minds, so I don't see a good reason not to include them in the planning meeting at this point. Nico informed the group, you might as well take a seat. It's less creepy than having people think you're spying on them from another room. Colonel Klinger agreed, making the Illithid laugh. It is common practice for all ships in the Alliance to have an Illithid aboard for prevention of deception and mutiny. Now, your ship has Commander Karras for that purpose since it is very hard to lie to him, but I hope that my insight can prove my worth as an advisor. The Illithid introduced himself. They didn't give themselves individual names, so Max really couldn't call him anything else, except maybe Advisor Illithid, which was both amusing and ironic at the same time. Let's get this started. We have received a request for aid. This planet is surrounded by Clem-held worlds and is requesting preventative evacuation. I think it will be the perfect place to pass some time doing good work while things settle down. The plan for the attack we can discuss in a moment, but the real reason that I have called you here is that I have a plan for the future of Terminus, both as a ship and as a trading company. I want to push humanity toward the standard for galactic acceptance. Now, the standards of the Alliance might be a bit high for an immediate goal, but at the very least, a unified human alliance, with sufficient technology tying it together not to be considered archaic by intergalactic standards, would be my preference. I also have the plan to do it. What I want to do is wait for the chaos of the fall of the Kepler Empire to subside and for the new nations to establish basic peace treaties among their planets. While they work that out, we will work with the other Reavers to spread technology to the mercenaries that they have been cut off from for centuries. They have already completed all of the negotiations to ally with the Reavers, and trade between the groups has been authorized, with the exception of a few blacklisted groups. Between the two groups, we have the manpower to completely dominate. International trade. The Reavers can take over every single major trade route once they have the new ship technology to break Warp 10. With that, they can spread the basic design of the replicators and the new materials printers to every planet that is interested, with the caveat that they will be wiped out of existence if they use them for war against other nations that share the technology. It feeds into their feelings of importance, and with so many nations set to fall and others to greatly expand, the timing is perfect to renegotiate treaties. At the very least, Cygnus, the Reavers, the Death Wind territory, and the Kepler Free region, who has already begun working with the Reavers, are in. I don't know how many small nations will survive this next year or two, so we can't calculate that yet, but that covers over half the inhabited planets in this region of the galaxy. Max stopped for a moment to show the regions that were likely to say yes immediately, as well as list out the basic technologies that would be distributed as bribes to sign onto the agreement and improve human living standards even more than they already were. Nico perked up as she looked over the map. Hey, that gives me a really good idea. The replicator technology can use pretty much any form of biomass to create food you see. We have a clem infestation on the border and a freshly developed technology that can turn them into delicious, nutritious ration packs for our forces and workers. Everyone stared at her for a moment before the Illithid began to laugh. I suspect that convincing the population to eat food made of recombined giant insects might meet with more resistance than you have suspected, Miss Nico. Even if it is a perfectly normal ration pack, the innate mental resistance to eating bugs is strong among almost every species, including everyone else in the room, myself included. Nico frowned but nodded. Noted. No telling the forces on the ground that we plan to feed them recombined clem to save on resources, and no giving them out as humanitarian aid packages. The Illithid looked to Max for assistance. Her mind doesn't work the same as humans. Is she always this stubbornly inventive? That got everyone in the room in on the laughter. You have no idea. But the short answer is yes. If there is a creative answer needed, we make sure to ask her. Though the answer often involves a genocide of convenience, her plan always includes elements that will work to solve the problem. Chapter 408. Agreed. But how did you know to call her Nico? Major Miller asked before holding up a hand to forestall the answer. Sorry, I forgot that you can read minds, so nicknames and code names mean nothing to the Illithid. Are we in agreement then? Max asked. I don't see any problems with the plan. Even a standard lawn or a city park could feed a large portion of a neighborhood if everything can be made edible. That would make things much easier for the planetary administration and turn naturally grown food into a boutique specialty. That's good for farmers who are growing for more than bulk production. The addition of new design materials printers to small nations will be a huge change. Most of them don't have the technology at all yet, and they are still building conventionally. The limited recombining abilities of the new printer will revolutionize construction for them and allow the construction of ambitious new designs by their local architects. I think it will work, at least to some degree. There are bound to be holdouts, at least for the first few decades, until we can prove that we have the right plan and that it's working. Then the civilians will vote with their feet. Those who can leave for greener pastures on other planets, the ones that are allied to the Reavers, will leave the reluctant nations, and the pressure should force them to accept or become virtual pariahs. Colonel Klinger agreed. Max looked to the Illithid, but all he sensed was agreement, and a sense of appreciation for the devious nature of humans, who would shame and leverage their own people into doing what was in their own best interest. Excellent. I had expected a bit more resistance to such an ambitious plan, but this makes things easy. Nico, please get in touch with the Reavers, and make sure they know what we have planned. I have messaged the basics to your mother already, but she hasn't responded yet. I suspect that she's too busy with all of the big picture negotiations to deal with me right now. Max explained. She only messages back when she wants to complain. That's just how she is. If you haven't heard from her yet, she thinks the idea is worth considering. I will make sure that it is all organized, though, and that every Reaver company is being given access to the appropriate plans so that they all have the replicators and new design materials printers. Nico replied with a smirk. Where did we get the new materials printers from anyhow? I saw them going up in the repair bays after the last battle, and they're pretty cool, but I've never seen them before. Colonel Lucas of the 3rd Battalion asked. I wasn't planning to say anything until they left, but we might have reverse engineered them from the technology aboard the Inu vessels that are docked here aboard Terminus. I am not sure how the Illithid or even the Alliance as a whole feels about that, so I was keeping it quiet. Nico told the thickly bearded pilot. You managed to reverse engineer technology, just by looking at it, without disassembling it, and managed to make a working but lesser version using a basis of your own technology. That is simply incredible. I don't even think it violates the Alliance copyright laws since your thoughts say your design is significantly different from the original. Innovation is encouraged by the Alliance, and I am sure they would be impressed by your resourcefulness in using as much as you could to advance your own species without asking for handouts from other species to move humanity forward. The Illithid replied after a moment's reference with its compatriots. In that case, I will keep using as much as I can to send my results to our greatest scientists. Some of the things that they come up with are truly unexpected, and they are already allied with the Reavers. Nico told him with a smile. All of the words are true, but I get an ominous feeling from them. How unusual, the Illithid told Max through mental communication. Yes, that is a defining trait of interacting with her. There is something subtly off about her logic, and it is hard to pinpoint what it is until she does something completely outrageous. Max agreed. Now, to the essentials of the plan. How is the modification of the portal projector coming along? Max asked. We have the projector on Terminus modified to create a portal large enough for itself to fit through, thanks to the elongated and rounded shape. If you want to use it to approach the suspicious planet, I can say that the technology is ready, but a secondary stop in between so that the Clem don't trace it back, assuming that they even have the capability, would be a good idea. Nico replied. Colonel Klinger was the next to speak up. The whole message seems suspicious to me. Since when does Clem leave an entire planet surrounded and unmolested? They have never shown such patience. They use planets near their borders as bait, not ones within it. Max nodded. That is a very valid point. You think the planet might be under Clem's occupation and is only generating fake signals from the remaining human infrastructure. The other battalion commanders all took a moment to think about that while Nico brought up an expansion report detailing the pattern that the Clem had spread by to get to their current borders. Stop there. Back up one standard monthly unit. That swarm is not traveling by predicted gravitational adjustments. The Illithid are very good at that sort of math, and that pod swarm didn't originate where the calculation says it did. The Illithid interrupted. Nico rewound the report, and the advisor added 3 edits to the projected route of the pods, one of which should have intersected the location of the planet that they were headed to. Interesting. The timeline matches, so either it was deflected and passed on very near to its original route, or it landed and was replaced. It is a standard occurrence on planets where the pods aren't bringing invasion but much needed resources. I can't see a scenario where humans would be in a position to trade raw materials with Clem, though, so I do suspect that something about that planet is off if the calculations are correct. Nico muttered as she adjusted the projections for the new math. Could they be hybridizing? They have done it in the past with other species that they found useful. Perhaps the Clem have found a use for something about the humans and are using that planet as a test site for a new hybrid organism that has a capability that they lacked. Colonel Lucci suggested. What would they even be missing, though? Major Miller asked. Nico flipped him off, then wiggled her fingers at him. Prehensile hands. None of the Clem variants have thumbs or similar opposable digits, so they find it nearly impossible to use humanoid technology. It is one of the greatest advantages we have while fighting them, as all of our most deadly devices are completely useless to them, deliberately designed to need human hands to operate, which they lack. I have seen them try with tentacles, but the results have been incredibly poor, as their eye-tentacle coordination didn't evolve for the task. So, it is a possibility that they are creating something new and cool out of the formerly human residents of the planet. Max sighed. Nico, please do not call new superhuman killing machines a cool development. Chapter 409. Hop, skip and a jump. Then it is decided we need to do something about the suspicious planet that may or not be full of hybridized Clem. First, we will make a jump to head into the galactic core, far from any inhabited planet, and then we will jump into the solar system where the suspicious planet is. Needless to say, if it really is full of Clem, there is a good chance that we will come under attack the instant that we arrive, so we will need to be ready to defend the portal so that they don't realize that we have tricked them. Unlike the newly colonized planets, the core worlds will have queens on them, meaning that there will be more intelligence as well as new types of life forms. They are capable of attacking into space, using energy bursts directly or dislodging asteroids from their orbits. The shielding on Terminus should hold up against either one, but if they start firing pods at us, we could start having issues. The pods can be designed to absorb most types of energy to develop, which includes the ship's shields, so we will need to deal with them, and Terminus is not a weaponized vessel. So, everyone will be on standby to deploy, but first, we need to see everyone off now that their vacations and the filming are finished. Everyone in the room rose as Max finished his speech, getting ready to make the preparations for their next move and to see off the new friends that they had made among the Inu and Iliathid. Max headed to the hangar bays, where the Inu ships were stored so that he could see everyone off and make sure that they enjoyed their stay on Terminus, while Nico went to the cruise ship section to say a personal goodbye to some of the technicians among the Inu before they left. She had bonded with them particularly well, thanks to their similar skill sets and love for new technologies, and Max suspected that a lot of Nico's new ideas were actually gained by brainstorming with the Inu and reading their data tablets as they worked. The Inu could do the same thing, of course, so it was similar in a way to how Max communicated with the Illithid, both reading each other's minds, though Max couldn't broadcast his thoughts the way that they could. It was only an hour before all of the Inu were ready, and the row of handshakes as they made their way back to their ships to head home began. Terminus was providing a portal to them, saving energy from their ship's systems since such a long jump was beyond their capabilities, and multiple shorter jumps would take a significant amount of time or require them to use a commercial portal at their own expense to make the longer portion of the jump. It wasn't far from where Terminus was sitting. The nearest one was at the borders of the Alliance, which began quite close to this galaxy, but the fees for the energy consumption were high, so the guests highly appreciated the service. It still amazes me that humans managed to come up with a drive that has such tremendous energy output in a usable package. I am sure that design elements of it will start making their way into Inu luxury ships within a decade at the most. The Alliance is so used to highly efficient transport that they haven't included the power to make a portal jump of multiple standard units for centuries. Why would they, when you can use a dedicated portal station and less than 1% of traffic moves that far? The Illithid who was staying behind told Max with an odd sense of nostalgia in his mind. The Valkia mentioned that brute force to reach higher speeds wasn't the customary way that things were done, so I guess we really are following our own technology path. It does come in handy in this situation, though. Being able to send Inu back and forth to their home system will help us attract guests. Losing hours or days of vacation time to extra travel steps isn't the best marketing strategy. Max agreed. The Inu and Illithid ships all left through the portal without incident, and Max was about to order it closed when he received a signal from the other side. One Inu ship requesting urgent permission to transit to their location. Permission granted. Welcome to Terminus, Inu vessel. Please proceed to docking bay 17 and wait for the gravity beam to escort you through the barrier. Max informed them. The vessel that arrived looked a lot like the yacht that had just left but in much worse shape, repeatedly patched with the repaired hull sections left mostly unpainted and laundry hanging from lines along the mezzanine. What am I looking at? Max asked the Illithid advisor, who mentally laughed at the question. That, my young friend, is an Inu tech nomad. Your world had the digital nomads, who wandered the planet, making videos of scenic locations and their adventures with very little financial backing, as I recall. This is the Inu equivalent. They live off the royalties from new technologies that they send home and the videos they make about them on social media, using open portals as a way of hitchhiking between locations. It is a good thing that you provide free travel portals because they could never afford the standard rate to send that relic of a yacht back home otherwise. They might only stay a while, then explore humanity, but given the mission that Terminus is on, you might have just obtained long-term new guests. Never fear, though. The royalties that they make from videos about the ship should be more than enough to pay for their room and board. In fact, they were likely only one of the dozens of similar vessels waiting at likely transit points for you to send the last group back home so they could come through. Max sighed and looked at his advisor. I heard that we were popular on social media in the Alliance, but I didn't expect to become so popular that we brought ships full of influencers here so fast. I hope they're not as obnoxious as the ones on my homeworld." The Illithid shook his head. "No, they are nerdy and tech-obsessed, not outgoing and social. If your second-in-command plays it right, she might even manage to hire them for a while. They are always short on credits, and you can offer free accommodations as part of their pay package, which is their primary goal in life, to exist for free and see new technology." Chapter 410, Into the Unknown, Welcome to Terminus. "I am Commander Karras, in charge of this vessel and its crew." Max greeted their new arrivals, who were wearing clean but well-worn coveralls tied at the waist with tank tops sporting assorted stains, but smelling of laundry soap. "Thank you for accommodating us. We are Expedition Wrenched, a nomadic vessel in search of new technologies to share with the Innu people. It is an incredible pleasure to be here aboard Terminus, home to so many new and incredible sights." The lead Innu woman greeted him, clearly filming her arrival for a later social media post. "Well, you can start right where you are. I don't think that any of the other guests took the time to record the sights of the landing bays. They are an archaic design by Alliance standards, as Terminus is believed to be a relic of the early expansions of the Giants, during the fracture of their culture at the point when they joined the Alliance." Max informed the group, who all appeared to be female. "Is it normal that they are all women?" Max asked the Illithid. "Totally. Innu women outnumber men by a large margin. They deemed it more efficient to have the majority of the species be capable of carrying children since they have the technology to gene splice between chosen partners and reproduce asexually if they desire." The advisor explained. That actually made sense, in a Nico sort of way. There was no common sense to it, but Max could see that the combination of technology and biology made it the most efficient method for perpetuating the species. They don't pick partners to reproduce with for romantic reasons but for developmental purposes. Their romantic partner and their reproductive choice are often very different, based on the way that they want to introduce new genes into their children in an effort to optimize them toward the parents' goals. The Illithid elaborated. "Yep, they were definitely on Nico's wavelength. That is truly incredible. Look at the alloy composition. It's every bit as strong as the hull of Expedition Vessel Wrenched, despite being millennia old. Truly a marvel of engineering for its time. Even without using a portal, it must still be capable of at least Warp 3, right? Or have the warp drives been totally replaced?" one of the nomads asked. "They have been overhauled but are similar to the original design. The ship was originally abandoned because both sets of crystals had been overloaded and destroyed, and they lacked the resources to repair them. The substance isn't common in this galaxy, assuming it can be found at all." Max explained. "So you know some of the history. Does that mean that some of the computer files remained intact?" They asked together before making a strange pose of shock and excitement for the camera. "Some. Once you are settled in, I will introduce you to our second-in-command and lead development technician. You will get along very well, I think, as she shares a similar skill set to your own." Max informed them. "Oh, we saw that online. Nanotechnology, artificial intelligence embedded within an entire region worth of humans, helping their culture advance. Incredible. If it's at all possible, we would like to experiment with that." The leader of their group, a woman with bright green eyes that Max could tell were artificial, asked hopefully. "The system's intelligence is all linked and very selective about who it chooses to operate for. But if you can obtain a willing sample, you might be able to interact with the nanotechnology." Max agreed. "We will work on that later." "Will there be swimming?" Human males in swimming shorts are one of the top trending topics after you made that stop and went cliff diving. That made the Illithid advisor chuckle. "There are many pools at the end of the gravity slides. They are a common leisure spot for the crew, especially the ones maintained above body temperature. It seems that the heat helps relax human muscles." His response brought the chatter to a frenzied squeal of excited Innu planning their adventure, so Max decided to intercede and save his eardrums. "Why don't we get you all settled into rooms first? My second-in-command will come to visit you later, but for now, we are about to embark on an exploration mission to a human planet we suspect has been compromised by the Clem, a race of vicious and invasive insects that you might have heard of from our previous guests." He suggested. "Oh, battle against destructive invasive species. The flora demographic will love that. Invading species eating their kin and stripping planets dry is the basics of the horror genre in their galaxies." The Innu informed Max. "Then let's get moving. If the planet is still holding out against the Clem, additional delays will cost lives, and I've got our entire security force on standby at the moment. Oh, yes, don't let us get in the way. They agreed, following Max to the cruise ship area, where they all stopped in awe to take in the majesty of Terminus in all her glory. This is amazing. We might have misjudged our budget, though. It looks really expensive, one whispered, but the gravity slides are unique in the whole alliance. How could we miss that? We can just ask them for work. There's always some sort of work for an Inu. Another countered. They're not alliance members, though. We don't know any of their tech, and we're not allowed to trade alliance tech to them unless we want to end up in jail at our next port. Seeing that they were beginning to panic, Max joined the conversation. You should know that both myself and the Illithid can hear thoughts. But I do have a proposal for you. We aren't allowed to trade for alliance tech, but there is no rule saying that we can't hire Inu. If you would like to join our crew for the duration of your stay, you can help our technicians and engineers make entirely new technologies and work alongside our development team. Videos of new human technology in development would be good for your streaming videos as well, and we can arrange for all your living expenses to be covered as part of your wage, including clothes, food, and ship parts. Their leader asked. Ship parts might have to come out of your wage, but we can include all meals, rooms, and a clothing allowance. The other Inu seemed fond of human swimsuits for the gravity slides. Max offered. The Inu nomads conferred for a while, then made their decision. No contract term and no markup on ship parts. Our expedition vessel is in dire need of a cosmetic refit. You have a deal. We can make most of them on board Terminus, so the cost will be very low if we have the raw materials. Max agreed, shaking their hands one after another. Now go play. You've got a few days to settle in and explore the public areas of the ship before the design team will need you to do anything. My second in command will get you crew security passes when she has time. Chapter 411. The math doesn't math. While the newly arrived Inu nomads got changed to test out the gravity slides, Max headed back to his office to get everyone ready to work. Prepare to open a portal to the galactic core area. All hands to ready stations. We will be transferring again immediately after our arrival. Max ordered, and the crew of Terminus began to double-check their equipment in case of attack. The portal slowly opened in front of Terminus as Max watched the power draw on their systems increase to 80%. It seemed that the technicians were correct, and they had modified the portal enough that they could make jumps within the galaxy with a large enough portal to move Terminus through without any issues. The enormous colony ship glided through the open portal to the vast void of the galactic core, where the presence of an incredibly powerful black hole at the center had prevented any stars from forming. This was the perfect place to be if you wanted to avoid being tracked back to your source planet. Even the signature of the previous portal was being dispersed by the faint draw of the black hole, rendering the signature incomprehensible. Max made a note of this for the future, as eventually, someone else would learn to follow their portals to their source, and this would make an excellent staging point to avoid detection or pursuit. He was under no illusions that the unity of humanity would be easy to achieve, and there were certain to be some factions that wanted to control everything by force, which would lead to violence on a rather large scale before everything was settled. Open the next portal. Let's see what we are going to be facing. Max ordered, setting up all of the scans that he intended to run the moment that they arrived. The nose of Terminus passed through the new portal, and Max began the scans. There were no Clem pods or other foreign objects in orbit, nor were there any space stations or human vessels. That was concerning, as even the least inhabited of independent planets should have at least a small station or a transfer ship in orbit to meet trading vessels. But this planet had nothing at all. Scanning the surface returned similarly strange results. The scanners detected intense concentrations of Clem biomass, as well as humans, but the planet itself didn't appear to have been raised for biomass the way that the Clem did to every other planet that they landed on. The oceans showed heavy signs of non-Clem life forms, the forests were lush and green, and the humans were still wandering outside the cities. It didn't make any sense at all. Then the scans reached the far side of the planet, and things only got more confusing. What was formerly a highly populated continent was now stripped bare, the cities ruined, and the scans showed super heavy mecha-sized Clem every few dozen kilometers, but there were still signs of human life. There didn't appear to be any resistance effort remaining, and the signs were too much for a few survivors inside the cities, so Max changed the scans to see if the human population had moved underground. The signs all seemed to be near the surface when viewed using triangulated coordinates, so Max just made a note and moved on to scan the rest of the planet. It was the same thing, a lot of open violence but no large Clem presence and no stripped planet. It was as if the Clem had only invaded one continent and then decided not to move on. Max began to scan for something that might be stopping the Clem from moving, but he wasn't finding anything at all. They had stopped of their own volition. That meant he had to search for a queen. Normally they wouldn't be spawned until a planet was completely in control of the Clem and linked to its neighbors, but he suspected that there was one here somewhere. He just needed to find it. Repeated scans came up with nothing, but the levels of Clem biomass on the other continents were concerning due to the lack of actual Clem that he was seeing. Terminus moved into orbit around the planet, expecting some reaction. If the message was bait to draw them here, there should be some hostile response. If it wasn't, then the human cities that were still mostly functional should send them some message, either to trade, ask for help, or tell them to go away. But there was nothing at all. It was as if they no longer had the capacity to detect the colony ship in the sky, despite it being on the dark side of the planet and large enough that it would be visible to the naked eye, thanks to the light it reflected. What in the world is going on, Commander? I think we're all seeing the same scans, but it makes no sense at all. Colonel Klinger asked over the intercom. Your guess is as good as mine. I am going to send a message to the surface and see what we get in response. Max replied, wondering what they should send. Planetary Defense, this is the colony ship Terminus, home to the Terminus Trading Company of the Reaver Alliance. We have arrived in response to the request you sent. Please respond. Max tried. The radio was quiet for a few minutes until a faint signal reached their antenna. Terminus, flee. It is a trap. The Clem are hiding in the humans, stealing their minds and mutating their bodies. Save yourselves. It is too late for us. Max switched back to internal communications. Did you hear that, ladies and gentlemen? Not only do we have humans to save, but we have also found the Clem doing something new and strange. Prepare to launch. We will start with the ruined continent, as I suspect that it is where this all started and the most likely location to find answers to the question we all have about possessed humans. Chapter 412. Wild Ride. Nico, I have good news and bad news. Max informed his best friend and second in command. If you say we're going for a peaceful resolution, I am going to hijack cleansing light and orbital strike something. Nico replied, that's the good news. There is going to be a battle. And even more good news, the Innu nomads need jobs to pay for their stay, so they will be joining you in a few days. But the bad news is that you will be remaining on the ship again. We need the drones and their data too much for you to join the battle on the surface. Max informed her. See, I was afraid you would say that, so I have already prepared for such an eventuality. I have upgraded my drone control pod to a full virtual reality simulation. That way, it at least feels like I am in combat. Nico replied with a sigh. I am glad you understand. At least you get new friends to play with while we are all down here risking our lives to find out what the Clem is up to. Max quipped back to lighten her spirits. There is always total destruction. If we drop a firestorm barrage on the planet, we can sort through the ashes to find answers. Nico suggested, referencing a chemical weapon of mass destruction that bonded with nitrogen to make the planet's entire atmosphere flammable, burning a whole world to ash in a single day. Tempting, but save that idea for after we fail to find answers on our own. It destroys too much evidence. Max replied, knowing that she wasn't as upset as she sounded. Max input his battle plan into the computer, letting everyone know what they were doing and setting the drop paths for the cutters. First up would be the wave of drone fighters to assess the anti-orbital resistance that the planet would offer, as that was never clear with a Clem infestation until they started firing for the first time. Every infestation developed differently as they adapted to the resistance that they faced. That meant it was possible that this isolated planet might not have much at all for defense against them, but it might also be possible that they were relying on Clem-infested planets near them to send assistance if this was, in fact, a developmental planet that humans had never seen before. Not much was known about the core of the Clem infestation, so this sort of thing might be normal for them, and the humans hadn't seen it before. They had clearly evolved from something, and they had data to help them adapt to new foes, so there might very well be many more planets like this one, only they were too far from the human-held territory for their presence to have been detected. The drone fighters were launched, and Max noticed that there were new designs among the fleet of remote-controlled ships, more heavily armed than the usual fleet of fighters and slightly larger than even the ones that they had modified for shuttle duty. Testing a new toy, are you Miss Nico? Max asked sarcastically. If I said no, would you believe me? The Clem presence tends to be higher density than Mecha-based targets, so we prepared an experimental new anti-infantry drone in the labs over the last few days. Nico replied. That would help make up for some of what they lacked since Max had no intentions of sending the remaining infantry to the surface. They were doing well in the drone control rooms and logistics roles that they had taken up while waiting to return home. Though, now that everything had gone insane in the Kepler Empire, he would have to talk to them again and reassess their intentions. He could certainly drop them off at home if they wanted, but that might not be what they intended anymore. By the time they finished here, they should have had enough time to make a decision one way or another. The drones had entered the lower atmosphere and were attracting attention from the seemingly human areas that they passed over. Still, there was no resistance at all, not even from the orbital defense weapons that appeared to be intact in the cities. The drones reached the ruined continent and found the Clem and their first line of resistance, a scattered wall of needle-firing giants stationed around the shores of the continent and attacking the moment that the drones came into range. We have our data, gentlemen. Launch the cutters and prepare for increased resistance when the Clem force notices the size of your vessels. Short approach, come in over the ocean and straight to the destination city. I don't want the cutters to pass over the other continents this time. Max ordered. The cutters launched, and Max walked cleansing light out of the secure hangar to join the battle. The Titan-class mecha was capable of dropping straight in like a supply pod and using its thrusters to avoid crashing into the planet at Mach 200, and that was exactly what Max was planning. It would give him 3 minutes to deal with the heaviest of the resistance around what he had identified as a possible Clem development lab before the cutters arrived. There were numerous Behemoth-class Clem in the area, larger by far than a super-heavy mecha but similarly dangerous. That wasn't the sort of risk that he wanted his regiment walking straight into, and it would make a good test of Cleansing Light's combat prowess in a setting where simply annihilating the entire area wasn't an option. On the surface, the placid mass of Clem going about daily business changed attitudes in a second once it spotted the flaming ball racing toward their location. Hundreds of long-range adapted Clem that used chemical projectiles or energy bursts to attack bombarded the incoming fireball, while the ones adapted to fire rapidly growing spikes off of their bodies waited, recognizing that the fires of rapid entry from orbit would disintegrate their attacks and waste energy. None of that made a difference to Cleansing Light. The force of the atmosphere, compressed to the point of ignition that was being forced along in front of the Titan-class mecha, was enough to stop most of the attacks before they even reached the mecha's shielding. Max was under 3,000 meters from the ground when he fired the retro thrusters, decreasing his speed as rapidly as his system-augmented body could withstand. The force was enough to turn his vision momentarily red as the capillaries in his eyes burst and then were healed by the nanobots in his body, but his control of Cleansing Light never faltered. The 40-meter-tall samurai-themed mecha touched down with an explosion of dust and viscera on top of a Clem behemoth with enough force to create a crater around his location. That's one down. 3 minutes remaining to clear the area for the others, Max muttered with a smile, enjoying the chaos that his arrival had caused among the Clem. Chapter 413. Titans and Behemoths. The immense force of Cleansing Light's arrival caused chaos among the weaker Clem, but it immediately drew the strongest defenders' attention. The Clem shared a mental bond, and the death of the behemoth that Max had landed on would not go unnoticed for even a second. Max could see that dozens of Clem shredders and a handful more behemoths were headed his way already. However, they were being careful to remain as much behind cover as they could, so he couldn't get a clear shot at them without blasting through the hills and buildings, which risked destroying valuable evidence. Max wasn't sure if that was deliberate or simply a coincidence based on the locations that they were coming from. Still, it was annoying, so he decided to draw them out by setting the disruptors to a wide dispersed beam and eliminating every Clem warrior and swarm insect within half a kilometer of his location, giving himself lots of room to work. That was the key. The shredders rushed him the moment that he began the mass clearing of the smallest of the Clem, screeching and racing across the sand with incredible speed. They weren't alone either. Swarms of Clem gargoyles had taken to the sky, darkening the air around Max with their wings and beginning to fire spikes at him from their elevated positions. They didn't do anything against the mighty shields of the Titan-class mecha, and Max turned his defensive lasers against them, downing dozens of them a second while he targeted the shredders with his disruptors. The Clem might not be considered conventionally intelligent, but they did understand some basic tactics, and after the first wave of shredders went down, they began to adapt their tactics. The thick-top chitin of their comrades survived the beams, mostly dispersing the energy, so the second wave picked them up to use as shields, forcing Max to return to a concentrated beam to blast the incoming insects. These ones had adapted perfectly to the desert, nearly white on the leathery portions, with a dull and slightly orange chitin armor on their 15-meter-tall bodies sporting 6 cruelly spiked forelimbs, and running on their hind 2 legs, or on all 8 legs, depending on the surface. If it weren't for their immense size and the heat signatures that cleansing light was using to pick out the best targets, the Clem would be nearly invisible from even a low-altitude flight. That was the Clem's strongest evolutionary advantage, their adaptive camouflage coupled with their ability to spawn exactly the type of creatures that they needed for an invasion. Max continued shooting, tearing through the shredders as fast as they could approach for most of a minute before the weight of the swarm got them into melee range. Max took a moment to annihilate a behemoth with a concentrated blast of all 3 disruptors on his right arm, then brought his sword down, splitting apart a pair of shredders and then another 3 on the backswing. Max switched to a flowing combat style that would keep his blade in constant motion, piling Clem bodies as fast as he could while the defensive lasers fired at their maximum rate, working to keep the Titan-class mecha from being overrun. They had underestimated the Clem presence in this area. The scans hadn't detected all of the ones that were hiding underground, and the flow never seemed to slow, despite the hundreds of heavy mecha-sized Clem shredders that cleansing light had downed. 45 seconds to cutter approach, Max's timer reminded him. No more time to take half measures, even if they were doing their best to save the human ruins. He had to eliminate the behemoths in the area so that the new arrivals had time to get settled in before they were facing a living wall of chitin rage. Max took cleansing light up into the air, using a dispersed burst of the disruptors to clear the skies of gargoyles and then targeting the last 2 behemoths that he could see at the moment. The enormous Clem were both barrel-shaped, 6-legged types with pressurized chemical storage in the majority of their torso, corrosive enough to eat through mecha armor in seconds and forceful enough that they could fire over impassive distances. Max's blasts tore holes in their torsos, splattering the area in corrosive liquid that ate through their surroundings and their allies alike. Those were always the highest priority targets since they could cause wide-area damage to a mecha company, but they were so heavily armored that a single hit from a heavy mecha wasn't always enough to take them out. For the moment, the Clem had been reduced to shredders and some warriors, and the mass had swarmed close to Max's location, leaving the landing zones of the cutters reasonably clear of hazards. The battalions were already exiting their cutters, which would return to high-altitude flight and offer air support for their charges, anything that they could to clear the area of Clem so that they could search for the suspected labs in the ruins. I think they like you, Commander. I don't think I have ever seen so many Clem on a single planet, much less all in one location. Colonel Klinger laughed as his super-heavy mecha, Claret River, began raining artillery shells down on the Clem forces while his arm-mounted ion destroyers flashed constantly, wiping out the shredders that were headed for his landing zone. I am a likable person. Why wouldn't they like me? Max returned, pulsing his disruptors at a half-dozen targets at once, vaporizing the shredders in an instant. Drone support incoming. Thanks for clearing the airspace so we can work. Nico's voice informed everyone as black specks appeared on the horizon as the drone fighters approached the battlefield at supersonic speeds. Max would have loved to have many more of the drone fighters, but they lacked the pilots to send as many as he would hope to use into battle. A few hundred was a good start, and could control the airspace over a grid sector without much trouble, but with 10,000 of them, he could enforce a no-fly zone over an entire continent, making it much easier for his mecha to deal with enemies, and eliminating all possibility of the enemy openly maintaining supply lines. Chapter 414. Siege Tactics. The 5 battalions encircled the ruined city, setting up within direct line of sight to 2 other battalions so that the overlapping fields of fire could prevent mass Clem movement out of the region, at least above ground. If the Clem wanted to move below ground, it would alert the seismic sensors, and the regiment would have to decide what to do about them, but for the moment, the voracious insects were trapped within the ruins, pinned down by artillery fire from the super-heavy mecha, and hunted by cleansing light maintaining a flying vigil overhead. Max couldn't keep that up forever, though. He was alone in the cockpit, so he would have to land and sleep eventually, the one great disadvantage of a single pilot setup. The battalions had already set up a 3-shift rotation on the front lines, with 1 group on duty, 1 on standby, and 1 resting at all times, so they could instantly mobilize 2/3 of their forces if a large attack began. The shifts had just changed when Max decided to land cleansing light behind the 1st Battalion and see what the Clem would do when the Titan-class mecha was no longer clearly visible overhead. He had considered setting an autopilot, with a damage warning to let him know if something attacked him while he hovered overhead, but drawing the defenders out directly seemed like a more efficient use of their resources. He could still stay awake for hours, and he was hoping that they would take the bait and attack soon after he landed, attempting to overrun the regiment when they were apparently at their weakest. The Clem were reliant on their leadership castes, so the disappearance of the command mecha should signal to them that it was an opportune moment to attack. Max flew out of sight of the city, then returned low along the horizon and crouched behind a hill, 15 kilometers behind the 1st Battalion, to wait. 20 minutes passed, then 30, before the first reports of the Clem gathering in large numbers, despite the continued artillery shelling, started to come in from every battalion at once. Prepare for a mass charge. Target the behemoths first. At the first sign of trouble, hit the emergency signal, and cleansing light will take to the air to reinforce you. I don't want any casualties during this early part of the investigation if we can avoid them. Max ordered. The danger was that he would reveal himself too early and the Clem wouldn't send out their strongest forces, dragging out the siege for longer than it had to be. They weren't here to cleanse the region. At least that wasn't their primary goal. They just wanted to know what the Clem host was up to so that they could begin the plans for the next phase. Without any detectable signal, the entire mass of the Clem force rose up and charged the 5 mecha battalions at the same time, preventing them from reinforcing each other. As far as tactics, it was simple but brutally effective. Send the first line of warriors with shields to block some of the attacks as the lines rushed forward, and then get the shredders into close combat. If any of the 5-meter-tall warriors survived, they could deal with the light mecha, but the Clem didn't count on it, preferring to let the much more lethal shredders do the dirty work of clearing large groups of enemies with their rapid attacks in multiple limbs. That wasn't all that the Clem had prepared today, though. The shredders also included similarly sized tyrants, which were grown with ranged energy burst weapons instead of the extra central limbs, firing balls of flaming or corrosive liquids at the mecha lines, exponentially increasing the threat that the swarm presented to the mecha of the Terminus regiment. The heavy mecha responded the moment that the Clem ranged troops revealed themselves, trading ion fire for chemical bursts and rapidly thinning the ranks of the giant beings among the Clem. The true horrors for the Clem attackers began when they got close to the makeshift bulwarks, and the fusion flamers lit up their front ranks, turning them to ash and setting off any of the Clem that were equipped with ranged weapons and too close to the mecha lines. Status report, Max ordered. It only took a few seconds for the mecha company commanders to update their status on the computer, showing the lines holding strong and no Clem making it to their mecha now that they were facing the full fury of a heavy mecha regiment. Then the drone fighters began their work, hitting the Clem with strafing runs and dropping bombs into their ranks, creating far larger explosions than the artillery of the thunder guns. The Clem tried to send up a wave of gargoyles to counter the drone fighters, but the agile planes were ready for them, meeting the small winged Clem with a scorching wave of laser blasts, clearing their airspace again, and letting the strafing runs continue. Being attacked from multiple directions at the same time was confusing the Clem, and they didn't seem to understand what they were supposed to be defending against, which brought the attack to a halt. It was a fatal mistake for their commander, or whatever hive mind was in control of the Clem attacks of this nature. Too much wasn't known about the way that the Clem communicated and interacted with each other to be certain which was correct, but Max was leaning toward a simple form of shared consciousness, with smarter and more developed Clem serving as commanders. It made the most sense from what he had seen of their tactics. Removing a few commanders or separating a small group from the main force didn't affect their planning or ability to coordinate, but killing all of the largest Clem threw them into disarray. With a little luck, the facility that they had built under these ruins would shed some light on how the species operated on a daily basis. It wasn't really essential knowledge. Knowing how they fought was enough for most commanders, but Max thought that if he knew more about them, he might be able to use the knowledge for other purposes. Terminus always had some sort of experiment going on, and if he could find a way to link functions the way that the Clem appeared to link minds, he could make his unified force system function even more deadly. Chapter 415. Suburbs. The combination of drone fighters and mecha fire was driving back the Clem lines, with the insects fleeing back to the relative safety of the ruins to get away from the drones. All units spread out and advance. Maintain your spacing and close in on the city. If the Clem force continues to fall back, we will take and hold the outer city area. Max ordered, then changed all his screens to show a composite aerial view compiled by the drones. That would let everyone in the regiment use his firing solutions, thanks to unified force, while Max himself took a much-needed breather. Fighting in the air was much more taxing than fighting from a stationary position on the ground, after all. He just needed to remain awake so that the regiment could continue to gain the advantage of his targeting functions, which were making quick work of the Clem shredders and tyrants, which further demoralized the remaining warriors, who relied on the heavier carapace chitin of their large kin to get close to the Mecha. 3rd Battalion, watch your left flank, I have tagged a large group of warriors trying to sneak up on you. 4th Battalion, hold fast, you have a wave of warriors coming straight for you, and your lines are getting spread out. The warriors were counter-attacking in full force, tens of thousands of bodies rushing through the cities, so densely packed that they appeared to be charging over top of their own kin to try to be first to the enemy. Max could see that the fusion flamers weren't going to be enough to fend off this wave, which wasn't just following the streets but charging over and through the ruins of the buildings that used to make up the city, so he took to the air again, intending to thin the charges with a wide disruptor beam. The Clem army was ready for that and began firing at him with tyrants and a new group of behemoths the moment that he came into sight above the horizon. It did reduce the attacks on the regiment a little, but their primary concern wasn't the heaviest of Clem attackers, but the fact that the warriors outnumbered them 100 to 1 and had the advantage of cover. Max dodged the incoming attacks and began sweeping the area with his disruptors set on maximum dispersion while circling the city to relieve every battalion in turn. The effect was good but not as complete as he had expected. The Clem warriors didn't just look like they were climbing over their comrades, they really were, and the bodies of the upper level shielded the lower level from his disruptors, letting the Clem warriors surge toward the Mecha lines while Max was forced to move along and render aid to the rest of his forces evenly so that none of them was overwhelmed. Fusion fires lit up the suburbs, turning the weaker building materials of residential areas to ash and stopping the Clem attack in its tracks for a moment until it could build up enough of a pile of intact bodies to force its way into melee. 5th Battalion, as we discussed, 10 meters back and continue firing. Colonel Klinger ordered a moment before the other battalions did the same. He was the last that Max had to relieve, so the swarm was heaviest at his position, piled up thickly and already defended by an impressive pile of corpses. If it weren't for the fact that the Clem would cannibalize their dead to provide biomass for the next wave, Max would be stunned at their ability even to maintain their force with this sort of tactic. Still, he had to admit that against the overwhelming firepower of the Mecha, it was incredibly effective. His disruptors made a double pass over the line in front of the 5th Battalion, thinning the Clem ranks and vaporizing a large portion of the corpses that they had piled up for their attack. Shields to the front, they are getting ready to push. The battalion commanders ordered, and the line Mecha made a wall of interlocking shields nearly as tall as their Mecha while the fast attack Mecha backed them up to make a wall of fire that should vaporize the wall that the Clem tide was going to shove along in front of them before it could reach the lines. Max spun on the spot, using more concentrated disruptor beams and his defensive lasers to tear gaps in the Clem barriers all through the city, unfortunately destroying even more buildings. There likely wasn't much evidence to be found here, but they had advanced past a large portion of the suburbs with minimal resistance, so he would have scouts search those buildings that hadn't taken much damage for evidence of what happened when the Clem first arrived here. That left him stationary in the air, and he took a furious wave of attacks from the Clem heavy attackers, but his shields were holding up well enough for the moment. It was beginning to look like a wholesale victory for the regiment when a thunderous noise filled the air. A 10-meter wide swath of the city collapsed, making a ring of lowered ground 100 meters in front of the Mecha lines, from which a furious wave of attackers poured forth. These were undeniable Clem, with 4 arms and chitinous spikes on the lower arms, but they also had hands on the upper arms in a bipedal stance, which let them utilize the remnants of what appeared to be the human defenders' equipment. They were all wearing pants, and some had either a shirt or body armor on, while others had a chitinous shell on their torso, but the most important part was that they were all carrying infantry weapons. Nico's voice filled the airwaves a half-second later. I have good news and bad news, Commander. The good news is that those things are full-blooded Clem and not made from humans, just in their image. And the bad news, they know how to use the plasma rifles. Chapter 416, Data Gathering. Forget saving the city. Eliminate all threats with extreme prejudice. Max ordered, bringing cheering from the Mecha lines. No longer did they wait until they had a target in sight. They annihilated the buildings where the enemy might hide or take shelter. They began a carpet bombing pattern with the thunder guns that would quickly level everything from them to the trenches, which the Clem had collapsed out of the city's former ring road. The new Clem infantry, as the pilots had dubbed them, were undeterred, hiding in the smallest piles of rubble to avoid taking direct fire and spreading out so that they weren't losing too many forces to any single strike. Their presence confirmed to Max that something unusual had happened beneath the city, but he couldn't say what it was yet, only that it was an entirely new behavior for the species, who seemed to disdain all things human in the past. It was possible that it was only because they couldn't understand or use them, but if that was the limitation, then a force of humanoid Clem who could use rifles marked a dramatic change in their strategy towards increased intelligence and strategy over mass consumption and overwhelming force. Every nation in the galaxy would be concerned if the Clem began to strategize on a higher level to go with their invasion forces, which were already an existential crisis to many planets near their borders. There wasn't any word of strange happenings elsewhere yet, so Max suspected that this world was the testbed for the new strategy. If he could put it down at the source, the Clem could possibly be convinced that the technique was a failure and return to their traditional methods of assimilating planets into their borders. The Clem infantry began to shoot up at the drone fighters, the only threat that they could see from their hiding spots, and Max began to wonder if he had overestimated their intelligence. They could clearly understand basic targeting, as they were hitting the drone fighters' shields with acceptable accuracy for a drafted planetary defense force. Still, they seemed completely unaware that the Mecha could see their weapons sticking up out of the rubble in the flash of the muzzles and energy blasts, which let the Mecha track their hiding spots. Of course, that happened with planetary defense forces who were given nothing more than a uniform and a firearm when their homeworld came under attack, so it was possible that the Clem lacked battle tactics at the moment, as the humans here hadn't known them. Given time, they would learn it from battles on other planets, and even against the Terminus Regiment, and then spread the knowledge to the next planet that they invaded, building it further with every successful invasion. Unlike humans, whose internal organs would take catastrophic damage from being near the explosions of the Thunder Gun's shells, the Clem infantry had no such issues, only slowing their rate of fire. If they were directly hit, their numbers were dropping fast, thanks to Max's enhancements and the combination of line mecha and corvette-class units using their light weapons at a high rate of fire and clearing them from their hiding spots. They seemed to have done their job, though, and by the time all of the structures that could provide cover between the trench and the mecha lines were obliterated, the main Clem force had regrouped in the trench that encircled the city. Do you think that they might have assimilated a Kepler general? I haven't seen such a marvelous waste of infantry lives to let the heavy units regroup since we boarded Terminus. Colonel Klinger joked as the guns fell silent, saving ammunition while the Clem army was hidden from easy targeting. That's not funny. It's accurate but not funny. Major Miller complained. Can I start bombing things properly now? Nico asked as the swarm of drones circled the outskirts of the city. The trench was 10 meters across and deep enough to hide a Clem shredder in it, but it seemed to lack any variance or offsets to stop a blast within the trench from spreading all down its length. A series of attacks from cleansing light would be devastating to the assembled forces if they were all still in the open. If the drones currently have a payload of bombs, drop them in the trench and clear it out. Let's see what the Clem do when they realize that the trench isn't invulnerable. Their new behaviors could be very important to us during the rest of this mission. Max ordered. The drone team didn't bother to answer. Instead, they sent a wave of drones toward the center of the city, dropping cluster bombs toward the trench. They were about to detonate when the most curious thing happened. A line of chitin plates raised up from the trench, blocking the majority of the blasts and keeping the occupants of the fortification mostly intact. Bombing run failed. Effectiveness under 15%. We are analyzing the data now, but it appears that they have created a new form of winged creature. Not one that can fly, but one that can spread armored wings to defend those below it. Nico reported from her position aboard Terminus. They really are learning. Trench warfare is a big advancement for the Clem, and it looks like they understand both the essential purpose and the largest vulnerabilities of the tactic. Thunder guns, once you are resupplied from the cutters, begin a low rate of fire bombardment of the trenches. Keep the Clem pinned down for now while the main force rests. The Clem have always preferred to attack at night, so I want as many units as possible prepared for a twilight charge. That was the best that he could do for now. They had advanced their lines halfway through the city, taking up most of the suburbs, while the Clem now held the central city with a trench line. The fact that they hadn't tried to escape was intriguing. Normally they would at least attempt to send a large force out of the city to encircle the Mecha, but it looked like they were defending something here. They certainly had at least some underground tunnels dug since the infantry was waiting underground, and they collapsed a whole ring of the city, which wasn't a tactic that a human city would have prepared. They were the same species that he had fought before, but this was a totally different battle, and Max was eager to find out just how much the Clem had advanced and how they managed it. Chapter 417. Revelations. With the artillery holding the enemy in the trenches, Max implemented a new plan. Nico, send some data probe drones into the ruins to find the underground level entrance. I need to know what is down there and if it has any relation to the Clem integrating human technology. Max ordered. On it, boss. No signs of a functional power grid are detected at the surface level, but the reading from the Clem won't let us detect one that is still active underground. Knowing if the Clem had human technology still active would tell him a lot, from their capability to produce new infantry, to their ability to recharge the energy weapons that they were using. If they were working with a limited ammunition storage ability, that was the best outcome for the regiment. They wouldn't be able to fight for long with only what a city garrison kept charged. However, if they still had power available somewhere, or they had improvised a way to recharge plasma weapons, the threat that the defenders posed would increase by an incredible amount, given the Clem's ability to rapidly reproduce smaller creatures. He hadn't seen any of the swarm-type Clem, who usually blanketed the ground during an invasion, recovering resources for the main force, but that could just be because this whole area had been cleared of all living things already, and they were no longer needed here. The smaller scouting drones were carried within the drone fighters, and Nico deployed a half-dozen of them in an instant, sending them to scout the central city while Max waited well back of his forces and out of sight. There hadn't been any sign of reinforcements yet, but with the majority of this continent under their control, it was only a matter of time before the Clem determined that the local force couldn't deal with the regiment and started to surround them with overwhelming numbers. That was why Max had kept the cutters on the ground, on standby in case they needed to evacuate to a new location to continue scouting for answers about this strange planet. They still hadn't sent any more messages to Terminus, as far as he could tell, and that didn't bode well for the human resistance. The drones only scouted for a few minutes before Max's display showed that all 6 had found a way into the underground levels of the ruins. All of them were carved by Clem, from what he could tell by the camera feed, but before long, they were into a human-built underground complex with its hallmark concrete walls and drab green paint. The Clem had breached it, so Max didn't have high hopes for survivors. However, what the drones found was anything but normal. There was no blood on the walls and floors, no bits of bodies that hadn't been recycled into useful biomass by the insects, nothing. Other than the fact that the power was out, it appeared to be just an ordinary abandoned government facility, no different than any average development lab or security holdout. I am sending one to the control room to see if I can recover anything. The drones can remotely read a solid-state drive even with the power off, so we might learn something. At the very least, their security logs should give us a timeline. Nico informed Max over the command channel. You have a layout already? Max asked, confused. The evacuation plans on the walls by the elevators are in perfect condition. This seems to have been a civilian research facility called the Wolf Mountain Development Facility. What they were developing is unclear. Nico replied, if the answer is Clem-specific bioweapons, I am climbing out of this mecha to kick someone's ass. Colonel Klinger muttered over the radio. It was a sentiment that Max and every other commander could understand. Many worlds tried to reverse engineer the Clem to make more effective weapons against them, but if those samples somehow ended up in the Clem's hands, it could help them develop a resistance to all of the new weapons being designed to fight against them. Unless their research wasn't related to any other development streams, it could be a huge setback for every other border nation that was relying on previous generations of weapons that they had based their research upon. Max watched as the drones raced through the facility at a breakneck speed, finding it completely abandoned and strangely clean, with no sign of damage from armored spikes and pincers, which he would have expected after the Clem breached the facility, just from walking through an empty building. I have a power signature. Subassemblement 37 has an active generator. Control room computers show that the facility is intact but powered down. Working on the security logs now. Nico reported. So, the Clem didn't kill the power. It was off when they arrived. Perhaps they didn't even explore and only passed through as they were digging the tunnel. It wasn't unknown for them to have shown little or no interest in ruined buildings. One drone went further down, while the others spread out, searching for signs on this level, where the tunnel passed through the facility and then working their way to the surface, where there were most likely to be signs of battle. I have logs. There is no report of the Clem arrival when the facility went offline 6 months ago. What I can say for sure is that they weren't expecting it. Everything seems normal in the logs, including the last half-finished hourly report, then suddenly nothing. Just logs of the main power supply going offline and a lot of door openings as the battery backups kept things running for the last few days. It's strange. There is no panic, no sign of damage, or reason for the sudden shutdown. It just happened with no explanation. They even still have the next month's shift rotation running when the power goes offline. It's all marked absent. They didn't even try to cancel shifts or indicate that they didn't need to be here. Not even the most abrupt bankruptcy should be like this. At the very least, the security guards should have left a message or kicked a wall or something. Keep searching. It might have been a government raid, which would have grabbed the security forces right away and stopped them from doing anything on their way out. Max suggested, wondering if they had uncovered nothing more than a bankrupt and corrupt tech company that the government had recently shut down. A few minutes passed, and the sporadic artillery fire gave a thumping rhythm to the battlefield, a tense heartbeat as both sides prepared their next moves. I have found something, and you're not going to like it. This is a system replication lab. They were trying to produce rapidly adaptable super soldiers to emulate the effects of the Kepler system has on our pilots. Nico reported, sending the data she found in a lab through to Max and the teams aboard Terminus. Genetically engineered soldiers are nothing new. Why is that such bad news? Max asked. Because the researchers never left. There is a command post for them in Subassignment 37, and I just intercepted a signal from them to somewhere else on the planet, detailing the battle with the infantry on the surface. They might not have made them, but the survivors are definitely trying to adapt Clem biology to help them adapt and overcome the invasion. Nico reported. Chapter 418. Morons. The drones had reached the surface and were returning to the lower levels, which were turning more and more gruesome as they progressed. The hallways were immaculate as if nobody had ever set foot on them, but the labs were all full of failed human experiments. Some were inert, some had survived the power outage but couldn't escape their confinement and had starved to death, but all were heavily mutated humans. Commander, you don't think that they sent the test subjects to the surface to fight the Clem and ended up giving them material that helped build a new design? Of Clem, do you? Major Miller asked. I don't know. It is possible that the super soldier project that the base was working on was among the defenders, but the lab shut down months before the distress signal marked the invasion of the planet. For now, we need to rely on Nico and keep those drones scanning. We need more information. Max replied. We have movement. It looks like the Clem forces are coming up and over. The 2nd Battalion reported, and Max's sensors showed that the entire defensive force in the trenches had started moving all at once, using the adapted defensive Clem to block for the forces behind them. Immediately, the Thunder guns went to full output, lobbing the shells on a higher trajectory to make it over the front line of shields while the ion bombard arrays of the super heavy mecha began to blast holes in the shields that the lighter mecha could fire through. The infantry began to rush underneath the shields, moving forward at an impressive rate of speed that no ordinary human could maintain, much less through the loose rubble of the ruined city. They fired as they went, heedless of the fact that they weren't having any real impact on the mecha that they were charging toward. For the most part, they were ignored, and they chose to dig in at a new location, under 100 meters from the mecha lines, presumably to become advanced scouts for the next wave of attacks. With the heavily armored wings of the defensive Clem in front, the attack wave was barely beginning to falter at the 100-meter mark, while every mecha was unleashing their firepower at the maximum output, except for the fusion flamers of the fast attack mecha, which weren't quite in range yet. This time, the Clem didn't try anything fancy. They just kept charging forward, getting shredded, and then lit on fire while their comrades charged over their bodies. Prepare for close combat, Max ordered, launching cleansing light into the air to join the battle. There was something strange about the humanoid Clem. It was like the others didn't even see them, running past and over their position heedless of the damage that they were doing to the scouts that had just picked their hiding holes. Max had every intention of capturing one alive so that he could read its mind, but first, they had to deal with the main force before the regiment started losing pilots. The drone fighters were doing their best to eliminate the attackers, but there weren't enough of them to do the job. It was enough that the front line of the mecha was holding though, blocking the Clem advance while the ranged units behind them blasted away. This time, the Clem didn't stop at the mecha. They kept going, using the gaps between battalions to spread outward in an attempt to surround the battalions, the more standard strategy that the regiment was used to. Being surrounded actually made it easier for them, as it led more mecha fire without the interference of large metal bodies in front of them, unleashing their fury in a full circle around their positions instead of just inward toward the city. For over an hour, the Clem kept coming from the ground until the numbers started to dwindle, with the last few specialized Clem coming out last, throwing their lives away when they realized that all was lost. Even the humanoid Clem had joined the attack near the end, along with the few swarm bugs and non-combat specialized insects, marking their position at the bottom of the hierarchy. No signs of live Clem on the surface. Minimal signatures underground, which might be eggs that haven't hatched. The observation team aboard Terminus reported as the battle came to a conclusion. Drone team, what is the situation underground? Max asked. Level 37 has been entered. No more life signs are found. Beginning the search now, Nico reported. The drone feeds showed that this level had signs of inhabitants, though, as the floors were dirty, there were empty food wrappers everywhere, and the air quality sensors showed that it would most likely smell foul but was still breathable down there. As the drones passed the labs, they found most of the doors had been ripped off the hinges, and whatever was inside had long since escaped. There were dozens of bodies of humans in lab coats, mostly freshly deceased, within the last 24 hours at least, but no signs of life or movement. I have data from their computers. This lab was shut down for illegal human experimentation, and the team returned here after the invasion halted the investigation of the lab by the authorities. Their plan was to weaponize the human genome to make the Clem capable of empathy, compassion, and human reasoning. According to the data, they had some success using the Clem swarm, which they returned to the surface to infect the rest of the swarm 2 weeks ago. It looks like this is, or was, a branch of the human resistance trying to degrade the Clem into something that they could reason and bargain with. Nico informed the command channel. So, what you're saying is that instead of empathy and reason, the Clem latched onto the portions of the virus that represented humanoid forms and attempted to recreate the soldiers that they had faced instead? Max asked. It's circumstantial right now, but yes, that appears to be what happened. Nico replied while continuing to scan computers to send more and more data back up to Terminus to be analyzed later. Just what we needed, idiotic peaceniks, giving the Clem a head start on the evolutionary process. One of the battalion commanders sighed while Max searched the battlefield for a surviving humanoid Clem whose mind he could scan. It didn't look like he would find one, they weren't heavily armored, and they had joined the full frontal assault once the main force began to run out of bodies. Even a grazing hit didn't leave much of them for him to interrogate. Troops, spread out, search the area for survivors. If you find a surviving humanoid, bring it to me, kill everything else, then find and destroy the eggs that Terminus suspects are still underground. The data is in your maps. Max ordered, getting the battalions up from their defensive positions while the techs from the cutters made their way forward to recover and repair any damaged or disabled units. They now had an idea of where the strange humanoid Clem came from, but they didn't know how they had spread across the planet or why the main Clem force hadn't advanced. Chapter 419. Rolling on, we have our data and the origin of the new Clem. I love it when a plan comes together. We didn't even have to search half the planet to get the information. Max told the command channel, eliciting a round of laughter from the battalion commanders. So, what is the plan, Commander? It looks like there is no remaining human resistance on this continent. Will we try to rescue who we can, or will we go search for more of the modified Clem to gather more data? Colonel Klinger asked. That was a tough decision for Max to make, but in the end, he decided that it was simply too dangerous to leave these modified Clem alone to spread through the system. If the insects started routinely using captured human technology, they could be in real trouble, especially if the Clem learned to pilot Mecha. Armored killer insects inside giant war machines were a terrifying idea that he really didn't want to have to contemplate. The best option was to eliminate the population here as efficiently as possible, eliminating any chance of survival for the Clem that had taken over. The tricky part was that their sensors couldn't tell what was going on with the other continents. They still seemed to be operating as usual, at least from orbit, so there might be quite a few humans left there for whatever reasons. We will send the cutters to eliminate the major Clem populations on this continent and then clean up the stragglers we encounter as we move north toward the coast. The gap between continents at the point I have marked is less than 40 kilometers, an easy transit for the Mecha. Once we reach the coast, we will send probes and drones to determine what is going on with the rest of this planet. Max ordered. Already on it, Commander. There is no air traffic anywhere on the planet, so I have deployed a pair of drone fighters toward the nearest continent to see what the response is. The cities look intact, but the sensors aboard Terminus are detecting huge amounts of Clem biomass. Nico reported, as efficient as usual and anticipating his orders. Max made up an attack pattern for the cutters to deploy to high altitudes and use a limited orbital strike to wipe out the more massive clusters that weren't along their route. The cutters took off on their mission, and the regiment formed up into a wide arc to move out toward their next destination, a former mining settlement that might have survivors underground and which should have a limited population of Clem, according to their scans. If they didn't find any human survivors underground, they would collapse the mines to prevent them from being used to incubate Clem, but mostly it was just a short stop on their route north. Walking would give the cutters and the drones time to work so that by the time they arrived at the coast, they should have a good grasp of the situation. They only had 50 kilometers to their next stop, barely an hour at a fast march for the Mecha, so Max made sure that they stopped for a quick break and a meal before they moved on. Their logistics staff was incredibly efficient, having already packed up the supply vehicles while the battle was still ongoing, but most of their supplies and repair facilities were on the cutters, to begin with. What was on the ground were mostly munitions and food supplies, with some repair materials and technicians wearing the tech-adept harnesses to make field repairs without a full repair gantry. "Ready to move, Commander," Major Miller reported, taking up the role of adjutant to keep an eye on everything while Nico was up on Terminus. "Good, let's go. If you see anything vaguely Clem, kill it. If it was actually human, we will apologize afterward," Max ordered, leading the convoy across the sun-baked dirt of a continent stripped entirely bare by the Clem occupants. 45 minutes later, they were nearing the mine site, and the first ranks of Clem scouts came into sight, a handful of warriors watching the horizon, who had surely spotted them already. A regiment of heavy Mecha wasn't exactly subtle. "Maintain your pace and position. We will sweep across the site at a walk and then analyze the mine to make a determination," Max ordered. "The mine is full of Clem eggs. Just finished scouting it. I recommend a firestorm bomb," Nico reported. A firestorm bomb only had one setting: planetary destruction. "Nico, we are still on the planet, in case you forgot," Max replied. "But you don't have to be. Just saying." Max could see from the data feed that he was receiving that the mine was practically packed full of Clem eggs, most of them in the Shredder and Tyrant size, giving them a reserve of tens of thousands of heavy Mecha-equivalent Clem just waiting to be hatched and deployed. Seeing that, the firestorm suddenly didn't seem like such a bad idea anymore. "Fast attack units, fusion flamers to maximum range. I want that mine full of eggs hard-boiled before we blow it up. Shredders are known to dig themselves out of the rubble when they hatch," Max ordered. The ruins of a building were one thing, but collapsing 100 meters of rock on top of them should crush anything that survived the flames due to distance. The Clem that were on the surface formed up a defensive line, preparing to meet the incoming Mecha when Max ordered the bombardment to begin from 10 kilometers out. It was much too far for them to close the distance in any reasonable time, and the thunder guns were making short work of the sparse defense force. "Fast attack, flame every entrance to those mines, overlapping fire until the shafts fill with magma," Max ordered, deciding that there was no kill like overkill. Molten rock did a wonderful job of killing Clem eggs, after all. Chapter 420. Nice. The fast attack Mecha activated their jump packs and flew over the defenders, landing with the 1st Battalion's force facing the former town while the other 4 battalions Mecha began to flood the mine entrances with fusion flames. The effect was immediately effective and incredibly brutal. Even from his current distance of 8 kilometers away, Max could hear the Clem shrieking from underground as they struggled to stay alive and find a way out of the tomb that they found themselves inside. Thermal scans detect another exit point at 2 kilometers east. The shaft stops just short of the surface, most likely a Clem-created emergency exit. 5th Battalion is heading there now, Colonel Klinger reported, a hint of joy in his voice, that he was the first to find it and claim the new target for themselves. The thunder guns blasted the cap off of the nearly finished tunnel as the fast attack units arrived, wiping out the Clem who tried to escape to the surface with their disintegrators before filling the shaft with fusion flames. This time their attack didn't go unanswered, and Max saw that they had pulled a number of wandering Clem to their position with the thunder guns, which could be heard for dozens of kilometers around them. "We have incoming from every direction. Outer flanks, take defense. Core positions continue on target. We will keep moving through the target, and then I will use cleansing light to collapse the mine after the flamers have finished with it. Just in case there were some safe zones," Max ordered. Realistically, he could take care of this minor target entirely on his own, but keeping the entire regiment together was the best call in case of a counterattack. If that mine had been full of fully grown shredders, they would have needed cleansing light to deal with the influx of giant Clem, despite the low population of detected defenders. Time for the fun stuff, Commander. Terminus detects a group of 10 behemoths heading for your position from the next location along your route. It looks like they couldn't wait to play, Nico reported, highlighting them on the map. Melting a mine full of eggs was a pretty sure way to draw every Clem in the area to their position, so Max wasn't surprised to see the incoming behemoths before they had even fully reached the target. I will move forward to deal with the behemoths before they get the regiment in range. Continue with the plan, Max decided. The behemoths were very obviously freshly hatched, still showing the glistening shell remains on their bodies that they hadn't had the chance to absorb yet. The Clem had picked them, or modified them, specifically to deal with the regiment, and each of them had both a tail that fired chitin spikes and 2 giant arms with crushing pincers. If they got close to the regiment, they could cause dozens of casualties in only a few seconds. Max began to close with them, unafraid of the spikes and wanting to get a good shot with the disruptors without going too far in the air and attracting even more attention to their location. The spikes weren't their only defense, though, and the 10 behemoths all unleashed energy blasts on par with an ion bombard cannon at the same time, forcing Max to dodge to avoid taking heavy damage. That was another new attack for them. Energy attacks weren't unheard of for the Clem, but they usually took a form more like lightning and not this controlled burst. The Clem of this world were definitely learning new things that he really didn't want them to know. Max retaliated with his disruptors, taking out 2 of the behemoths in an instant before being forced to dodge again as a wave of spikes and energy balls was sent his way in return. If it wasn't for his increased cognitive speed, there was no way that he would be able to dodge that, and cleansing light would have just taken 2 direct hits from a group with the firepower of a half-dozen phalanx-class mecha. It didn't make any sense. They weren't near the border. This wasn't a strategic target or rich in biomass for them to reproduce. There was no reason for so many behemoths to be staged in the middle of nowhere. Not knowing was really getting on Max's nerves, and he could feel the frustration beginning to affect his movements, making his controls a bit more harsh and jerky than intended. Realizing that he was making a mistake by overthinking with his increased mental capacity, Max instead focused on tactics to deal with just the Clem in front of him. There was no terrain to hide behind. Both cleansing light and the Clem were far too large for the small hills in the area, so it was going to come down to a slugfest. He was more agile, so he should be able to dodge most of the incoming fire, while the behemoths were heavily armored, forcing him to concentrate all 3 disruptors from one arm to ensure their destruction. Every shot left an enormous crater at their location, as the ground they stood on had no such resistance, but there was nothing else he could do. A single beam wasn't enough to guarantee a kill, and his sensors couldn't tell him if 2 would do the job, so Max was staying with what he knew worked. 2 more beams flashed out from his arms, disintegrating 2 more behemoths, and another wave of fire came in. This time it wasn't directed just at cleansing light but at his likely escape routes as well. Max dodged and moved into the air, avoiding the majority of the attacks, taking only a few spikes and 1 energy blast on his shields. The barrier held, but the blast was enough to visibly drop the effectiveness of the outer layer. A full barrage of all 12 remaining energy blasts might actually be enough to drop his shield to critical levels, leaving him vulnerable to another spread shot, so Max knew he still had to keep dodging instead of standing and firing. The next volley from cleansing light dropped 2 more behemoths, and Max breathed a sigh of relief. The odds were back in his favor. Even if he made a gross miscalculation, he should be fine taking what they could put out for the few minutes they would survive. Chapter 421. Subject acquired. With Max holding the behemoths in place, the reinforcements for this location were proving to be no issue for the regiment to deal with. The 1st Battalion had adjusted their position to cover the flanks and rear of the force while the other 4 battalions led the charge through the mining town, eliminating the last of the resistance as they reached the far side. Commander, we have cleared the village. No signs of life on the surface, but it's impossible to tell underground due to the magma from the fusion flamers. Major Miller reported. Got it, the behemoths will be down in under a minute. Max replied, charging the last 2 of the enormous Clem, killing one with a point blank with the disruptors and splitting the other in half with his sword, the first time that it had actually been used in combat, thanks to the ranged capability of the Titan-class mecha. With the behemoths dead, Max took to the air, gaining altitude so that he could drop an orbital strike on the mine shafts. Everyone, keep moving toward the coast. I will finish up here once you are out of range. Max ordered. The regiment was only a few kilometers from the location at the moment, not nearly far enough to be safe with even a limited ground-penetrating strike that would collapse the mines. Max had to admit, the disruptors were incredible pieces of technology, with multiple modes for dispersion and penetration as well as output, unlike most weapons in this class, which were only capable of a single mode, mass destruction. When the regiment made it to the 10-kilometer mark, Max initiated the strike, letting the disruptors penetrate the ground to a depth of 500 meters, destabilizing the mine shaft, and collapsing it into a pile of rubble that let the compressed magma that had run to the bottom of the shaft flow to the surface, forming a superheated plug over the former Clem breeding colony. Well, that should do it. I have word from the nearby continent. It doesn't make any sense, though. Nico reported as Max watched the rock slowly cool, watching for survivors. Alien visitors, please note that you have entered from an indigenous protection quarantine area. Please exit the continent to orbit with all reasonable haste. They're saying that the Clem destroyed continent is an indigenous protection quarantine area. I have read the data on the planet, and the Clem are definitely not indigenous. Max asked. That's why it makes no sense, but it is possible that it is what they have been telling the locals to hide the Clem presence. The strange thing is that all of the life signs show signs of Clem DNA, though they appear mostly human. I am working on a definitive scan, but I didn't want to abduct anyone before consulting you. Nico informed him. Sorry to interrupt, Commander, but what are the chances that the modifications that we saw in that lab were turned into a bioweapon that backfired and infected the planet with a portion of the Clem genome, which stopped the invasion, thinking that the planet had been conquered? Admiral Drake asked. You're thinking that it is human intervention that has made this planet so strange? Why wouldn't they have dealt with the Clem if they had pacified them this way? A hostile response to attacks by what the Clem thought was their own forces. The idea had merit, given what they had seen so far. A famous scientist had once said that only two things were limitless, the universe and human stupidity, but he might be wrong about the universe. It was clear from their data that the supersoldier experiments were against this planet's ethics laws, so it wouldn't be likely that the whole planet had received similar modifications, but some forms of Clem poisons were viral in nature, so it might have been a vaccine experiment gone horribly wrong. Nico, how subtle can you be about abducting someone? I need you to analyze one of the random civilians so that we can see what is going on. If they're cognizant and reasonable, interrogate them. If not, dissect them and tell me what happened. Max ordered. I knew you couldn't bear to bully me forever. I will have your answers soon. Nico's answer made Max consider rephrasing his request to have someone else do the work, but Nico would probably be the most efficient one at the job, so he would only be making his own life harder if he ruined her fun. Within minutes, Max's sensors detected a drone returning to Terminus, even before he had time to rejoin the regiment. They marched until dark, when Max ordered a halt in a small valley, keeping the light from their mecha and equipment out of sight. It was more difficult to move by night, as the number of sensors they could navigate by was limited, and the support vehicles had very limited sensor capabilities, navigating mostly by sight unless there was a need for other sensors. Set a perimeter. Let the light mecha out to stretch their legs and get a hot meal. I'm sure they're sick of compressed ration bars in a cramped cockpit by now. Max ordered. Terminus was directly overhead and didn't show any signs of Clem in the immediate vicinity, so they had a few hours to relax in relative safety. Just before dawn, Nico had the report from her captured civilian. Sir, Subject 4 has been interrogated. She has no memories that are more than 3 months old. All the surviving subjects honestly seem to believe that they are fully human and that their appearance is normal for humans. They realize that they have chitin armor and thermal vision, but they don't know that's not normal for humans. They know nothing of technology and call all the technological devices on the planet ancient relics. Even though they're mostly still operational, the residents don't use them or understand how to use them. Examinations suggest an intelligence level of around 50 standard points, on par with a small child. The analysis of Subject 3 determined that they were originally human, and this change is due to a mutagenic virus that was released on the planet roughly 4 months ago. More samples will be needed to determine the spread pattern and origin location, but the number of random variances between subjects has determined that it was not near the quarantine zone. Chapter 422. Self-inflicted. I thought I instructed you to interrogate them if they were sane and capable of reason. Max asked. Subject 3 was unreasonable, but the others became much more reasonable after the dissection. Subject 1 and 2 are currently in holding since Subject 4 provided all information that we required. Acquire samples from a few more subjects around the planet and determine the origin of the mutation. I want to know if the humans or the Clem made it since your subjects don't know anything. Max ordered. On it, Commander. Now that I know what to look for, I can analyze them with drones from a distance. Dispatching now. Give me 1 hour to get answers. Nico responded. Everyone, get ready to move out. There is some Clem activity on the scanners, but they either don't know we are here or don't care. Their behavior in this world is very unusual, and standard procedures aren't going to be helpful in preparing for them. Max reminded the troops. The regiment started packing up and getting ready to move, cleaning up all traces of their presence here, except for the inevitable tire tracks and footprints that they had generated by congregating in one spot for the night. They were going to have to detour off their direct route today. The valley that they had been following led to the ruins of a mega city, formerly home to at least 10 million humans but currently in a state of total destruction. Given their encounters so far, that meant that the Clem had a full invasion army there but had stopped both their advance and their continued growth for some unknown reason. That was way more trouble than they wanted to take on, so Max was going to keep a 100-kilometer distance from it, so he wouldn't attract undue attention. There were a number of smaller, outlying ruins, but if they struck fast and kept moving, it shouldn't be an issue. Today they weren't moving as fast, more interested in finding signs that might inform them of what happened here than hurrying toward any destination. The first such sign came an hour into their march when the tail of a ruined airplane was found on the horizon. Not a shuttle, hovercar, military transport, or anything so fancy, it appeared to be an actual propeller-driven aircraft with a wingspan of around 60 meters. Scouts, tell me what you can about that location. Do not exit your mecha. We haven't scanned it for possible pathogens yet. Max ordered. A single Corvette-class mecha headed out for the downed aircraft, locking its handheld rifle behind its back, so it had both hands free to move rubble and explore. Sir, it is a bomber. 4-engined, propeller-driven. It looks to have been hastily retrofitted with fuel-burning engines, and the cockpit shows signs of advanced avionics having been removed and replaced with analog. I suspect that the region was hit with an EMP during or just after the invasion, but this plane went down afterward, as the corpses have not been cannibalized by the Clem. No signs of mutation on the remains of the occupants. The pilot reported. Nico, send a drone for recovery of the remains and begin full bioweapon containment procedures. Once we know when they died, we can start building a timeline. Check for a paper log or diary as well. If they survived an EMP and were still fighting, they should have paperwork in hard copy. Max ordered. The regiment continued along their path, and the signs of a primitive battle against the Clem became more and more frequent. Bodies of soldiers with projectile weapons, domesticated mounts instead of mechanized vehicles, and finally, a fully equipped bunker with its power cut. Max personally deployed a small camera drone to explore, finding that the door was a magnetic lock, now demagnetized and easily pushed open by the drone. The inside was still fully stocked, with food, water, and beds for 20 people. It sat in the ruins of what Max assumed was a farmstead by the remains of metallic implements that the Clem hadn't eaten, though all signs of crops or even the farmhouse were long gone. The beds had been used, though. The drone detected signs of human DNA on the sheets, so someone slept in them, then made the beds. There was no visible damage to the bunker itself, so Max assumed it was possible that the occupants waited until they thought it was safe and then left, never to return. Of course, they could still be on their way back, but they hadn't detected any signs of living humans on the continent, so they might have also been infected and forgot that they had somewhere to go back to. Sir, I have a time lapse from one of the major cities on another continent that will interest you. Admiral Drake reported, and Max's mecha dinged at him to report an incoming data file. Max opened it and put it on a side screen, so he could keep his eyes open for threats. At first, everything looked normal, but then Max realized that the residents were all doing random tasks over and over. They only did the things that they remembered how to do, either their job or some random hobby that was stuck in their memory when everything else disappeared. The part that really showed how wrong the residents of the city were was highlighted about 2 minutes in when the time lapse showed people randomly pulling and eating grass or jumping into the river to grab fish, eating them raw while they went about their daily tasks. Nico, ask your subject what she had for her last meal, what she does for work, and where she got the clothes she was wearing. Max ordered. A new voice came over the speaker, that of a young woman, possibly a teenage girl. What do you mean? I made steamed vegetables and rice, the same as every other meal. I stay at home taking care of the kids, and the clothes are in the closet. The voice switched to Nico's. You have that for every meal. Do the kids go to school? When did you last change clothes with other ones from the closet? Nico asked her questions one after another, and Max could hear the subject stammer, looking for an answer. There used to be more dishes, but the spot where they come from is empty now. I don't really know what a school is, but the kids go to a place from 9 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon. Then they come back, and I make them a meal. The subject reported. What did I ask you about yesterday? Nico asked. You asked me things yesterday. No, that can't be right. I wake up, get dressed, see the kids off, then wait for them to come back so I can make them a meal. I have never seen you before. The subject responded. Thank you. There was a pause as Nico presumably left the room before reporting. Our sensors and the Illithid report that they can only retain new information for a few hours, so if they don't continue a task regularly, they will forget how to do it and act on instinct when faced with new situations. From what I can tell, they live their lives on repeat, doing the exact same thing over and over. Send another drone to the border and see what the response is. Max ordered. Alien visitors, please note that you have entered from an indigenous protection quarantine area. Please exit the continent to orbit with all reasonable haste. Chapter 423. I understand now. That reminds me of the Clem warriors and the smaller bugs. They do the same things over and over. No matter how often you kill them, they will keep doing what they were directed to, and only the larger ones will adapt or try to force you to stop messing with their system. Like, if you keep burning away swarm who are trying to gather biomass, they will keep trying to get into their designated area to collect it and won't stop their mission to do anything but defend themselves. Colonel Klinger pointed out on the command channel. You think that their minds have become more like the drone class of Clem, completely task-oriented but lacking the individual directions to make the sort of varied decisions that humans are best known for. Like a simple computer program where then NPCs can only react within predictable parameters. Nico asked, relating the behavior of the infected humans to technological problems that she understood very well. Yeah, that sounds about right. They can do what they were doing, and a few other things, and react to your presence, but only in the ways that they already know. They're just lacking the extra bit of creativity and initiative that makes humans human. All of the Clem are like that, except the behemoths. Colonel Klinger agreed. And the queens, Max added, thinking that he had found the root of the issue here. The humans of the planet had been modified to act more like Clem, but they had lost too much of their individuality to continue working together as a society. They lacked the leadership to direct them, and the virus that changed them hadn't created a leadership caste as Clem had. At least, not yet. Perhaps that was what the Clem horde was waiting for, a queen to be born so that they would have guidance and contact with the outside world. That simply could not be allowed to happen, though. Max would destroy the planet before he allowed word of this disaster to spread through the Clem territory. If they realized that they could simply convert humans to their cause, they would begin targeting highly populated worlds to convert instead of lightly populated or uninhabited ones to colonize. Humanity had enough issues right now. They didn't need to add to them. The question was, what should they do next? Grab a sample, to analyze and leave, or should they continue onward on the planet and try to isolate the origin of the problem in case the Clem already knew how to replicate it? How are we doing with the samples? Do we have a spread pattern yet? Max asked an hour later when he finally decided that he couldn't make a proper decision without that last bit of information. Initial mapping indicates 64 points of upper atmospheric distribution. We have obtained samples from water features and unmutated animal life that should give us a good handle on what the original strain looked like. It was very much intentional. I have recovered data from the government buildings that indicates that they deployed it as a Clem countermeasure, billed as a vaccine that would camouflage them from the Clem, and prevent the spread of the alien invaders. There is no indication of what went wrong, but we have the human trials data, and it is nothing like what we see here. The samples say that it is the same virus, though, Nico reported. Again, Max wondered how so many smart people could be so stupid. Of course, viruses mutate to increase their spread and develop unexpected side effects. But that is all in the past now, and this planet is beyond saving. Cutters, to our position, we are withdrawing from the planet. Max ordered, readying the regiment to leave this Clem-infested rock. There wasn't much more that they could learn here except for the finer details of the timeline that led to the mistake that doomed their civilization, so it was time for his men to leave. But not without undergoing exceptionally thorough decontamination. He really did not need his pilots devolving into mindless drones on him. The Clem began to swarm when the cutters came into range, instinctively knowing that the presence of human ships on the surface meant biomass for them to consume and encouraged by the behemoths in the nearby city. Defensive positions, this will be a combat extraction. Prepare for the arrival of the first wave of Clem attackers in 90 seconds. Max ordered his pilots. Combat extractions were never fun. Too much could go wrong, and it was a risk to the ships, but there weren't many places that they could go on this continent and not attract a large number of Clem when they tried to leave, so now was as good of a time as any. Each battalion was clustered into a defensive arc, facing the city where the first wave of attacks would come from, allowing their rear lines to fall into the cargo hold first and then cover the front lines as they collapsed inward and followed them into the cutters. It was a well-practiced routine, and they had practiced a dozen variations for different scenarios, so every pilot was confident that they knew what they were doing, even in the heat of battle. The only issue would be keeping the Clem off of them long enough to actually get in the ship without it being swarmed. The cutters came in fast, opening the bay doors before they were even on the ground and welcoming their first occupants before their gravity control systems had even stabilized them on the surface. The high-speed maneuver had bought them some time, and the closest shredders were still 500 meters out, but it would take at least 1 minute to get an entire battalion into the ship. The doors were wide, and they could enter from both sides if they wanted, but the space in the bay was tight, so the mecha that weren't on defense needed to get to their storage racks immediately to make room for the next arrival. Chapter 424. Forget this place. Max charged forward to meet the Clem, intending to keep them away from the cutters as well as he could. The 6 disruptors on cleansing light flashed a wave of energy at maximum dispersion, directly vaporizing the closest shredders, as well as the ground that they were standing on, creating a sloped ditch between the Titan-class mecha and the approaching aliens. The tide only hesitated for a second before spreading out, hoping that he couldn't get to them all at once, but Max was already firing again, wiping out the flanks and letting the portion of the assault force that was closest to him advance. If there wasn't a behemoth guiding them, that was the best way to trick shredders into going where you wanted. They could think for themselves a little bit, but when guided toward a threat, they would lock onto it. They were strangely conniving when they were on defense, though, setting many traps and proving to be uncanny with their ability to pick positions to ambush from. It was a strange adaptation for such a powerful attacker, but given their lack of ranged attacking power, it did make more sense for them to wait for enemies to approach and then ambush them than to launch suicidal runs across the sand toward a mecha regiment. The only reason that they were doing it at all was that the behemoths had spotted the cutters and ordered them to find the invaders and eat them. The thunder guns began to rumble as Max demonstrated his plan for the Clem, forcing them toward the Titan-class mecha and buying their battalions more time. They weren't directly targeting the Clem with every shot. Instead, 1 in 3 went into the sand outside of their flanks, causing them to dodge toward the center, which would create a new gap for the next shell to fall in. They didn't pack them too tightly, as even the instinct-driven Clem would realize that they were being hurted if they did, but it was enough that most of them were focused on cleansing light as the primary threat. It was going amazingly well, and the corpses were turning the sand into ichor-soaked mud until the behemoths reached a hill in the distance and gained a line of sight to the battle. That was enough for them to realize what had happened, and the shredders began to spread out again, leaving only a small group to target cleansing light while the others intended to rush past to target the regiment. The ranged units weren't in range yet, having a larger distance to cover, but the sensors detected an incoming mass containing thousands of the 2-meter-long flying species known as gargoyles due to their vague resemblance to the carvings that adorned the top of many buildings. They weren't coming from the main city but an outpost somewhere around 40 kilometers away, and it had taken them a little while to get into the air, likely due to confusion about the situation. They wouldn't immediately assume that the planet was being invaded unless they could see and identify the threat, so they hesitated until something had determined that the objects were human vessels. This planet might be a nightmare to fight on, but it was a treasure trove of battle tactics, so Max was recording all that he could, intending to add it to the simulators as a practice scenario that the pilots could take on to test their skills and command decisions. With a fully inhabited planet like this, every action was interlinked, and a wrong decision could bring hundreds of Clem down on a scouting party before they could even regroup for defense. "Sir, we are 80% loaded. The pilot of the 1st Battalion's cutter reported. Max's screen showed the last defense was a group of fast-attack mecha, which could rejoin their comrades in the air, thanks to the jump packs, which gave them limited flight capabilities, but the regiments all still had their super heavy mecha on the ground. Their position was next to the door, so they needed to load last unless they didn't care about delaying the other mecha, but it was giving the regiment a rather formidable last stand. The artillery was throwing up clouds of dust, blown by the wind generated by repeated bombardment and the thermal disturbance of fusion flamers, which were finally in range of their targets as the Clem charge reached its last stages. From underground, a rumbling indicated something was wrong, and the seismic sensors on cleansing light indicated that something huge was moving underneath his feet. Max jumped straight into the air and engaged his thrusters, intending to hover and finish off the center line of shredders, but a huge mouth followed him up. The Clem appeared to be an armored worm with thousands of rows of teeth in a mouth as large as its body. The Kepler Empire called them constructor worms, which dug the underground complexes where the Clem preferred to lay eggs after the initial assault was successful, and they could devour and pulverize anything from bedrock to a heavy mecha with equal efficiency. The enormous worm followed him 50 meters into the air before crashing to the ground, snapping the opening of its round maw open and closed in frustration at being unable to eat the biggest potential meal in the area. Get the cutters off the ground ASAP. Constructors are never alone, and if they start eating away at your hull, we are going to have much more severe problems than a planet full of mutant Clem. Max barked, and the super heavy mecha hopped onto the loading ramps at either side of the cutters, leaving a gap at their back for the last few fast attack mecha to make their retreat as the ships took off. The extra training and time to practice paid off, and not a single mecha other than the fast attack crusaders was left on the ground, and they were rapidly leaving as well. One unfortunate soul was grabbed by the constructor worm before Max's disruptors blasted the behemoth-class worm in half, letting the mangled unit climb free. Its fusion flamer was still working, and the pilot was doing their best to deal with the Clem around them, but the jump pack was completely mangled. Max took cleansing light to ground level and grabbed the final straggler, carrying them to a waiting cutter and preparing to launch an orbital bombardment to finish off the remaining forces, as well as the ruined city that they had come from. All units accounted for. Terminus Regiment returning to the mothership. Chapter 425. Back in orbit, the bay doors on the cutters closed and sealed as Max powered up Terminus to follow them back off the planet, stopping only long enough to eliminate the last few behemoths, which might stand a chance of damaging their vessels on the way home. Admiral Drake's voice welcomed him back into orbit as Max updated his notes to encompass the last battle and the strange behaviors they had experienced on the planet. Commander, we have a full data set for the general population, including the spread, the markers which identify the lab where it was produced, which is here on this world, as well as some data from the government buildings about the operation to inoculate the population against the so-called alien diseases, which they claimed the Clem could spread through humanity. The general population wouldn't have known what happened and assumed that the vaccine didn't work on their loved ones for some reason until it started to affect everyone, and by then, it was too late to do anything about it or the ones who had created it. The mutations seemed to have been partially intentional, but they evolved in unexpected ways when the virus mutated within hours of the initial distribution. Miss Tereth has come up with a viral containment plan for you to peruse at your pleasure, and the Illithid doctor has verified that the viral containment procedures for the regiment will be sufficient to have eliminated the threat. It seems that after the initial mutation, it began to spread by direct contact and was no longer an airborne pathogen. We will go over the plan as soon as I arrive. Prepare a meeting room and inform all of the battalion commanders to meet there in 15 minutes. Max replied, that would be just long enough to land, get a quick shower, and change to meet the regiment, though it would leave some of the commanders tight on time after getting their units disembarked. The mecha could stay in the cutters, as they would need to be fully sanitized, along with the bay that they arrived in before they could be repaired and moved to storage, so that wasn't the pilot's problem today. They only needed to go to the scanning and decontamination room. The sensors on the cutters didn't detect any signs of diseases, viruses, or other hostile life forms that might have been picked up on the planet, so it would likely be a short process, but they would be held for a few hours until the more thorough deep tissue scans were completed. The commanders could all be quarantined together during their meetings, a standard practice for many regiments that allowed them to save hours of hassle and get all their paperwork done during the scanning process. They had all been on the same battlefield, and none of them had left their mecha during the deployment, so with a quick sanitization of their mecha, before they exited, there was little chance that any of them were going to be infected anyhow. With the apartment-level luxury inside the cockpit of the thunder-patterned super heavy mecha, there weren't a lot of good reasons for the commanders to disembark during battle unless they were holding negotiations with another human force, something that would likely never happen with the Clem. Welcome everyone to today's debriefing and command staff decontamination. I have a mission report in front of you. Check it for accuracy, and write your battalion's version. I know we aren't a military force anymore, but comprehensive records are essential when we need to look back for missing clues during later battles. Max reminded his officers, some things never end, paperwork is eternal, but you have a point, Commander. Especially for this mission, where we encountered so many new actions and patterns of Clem, it is imperative that we keep good notes. If we come across them somewhere else in the galaxy, we will need to know how they got there and as much about them as possible. Colonel Klinger agreed. I have the plan to finish the decontamination of the planet ready if you would like to go over it while you enjoy your decontamination. Nico suggested over the intercom. Does it involve firestorm bombing or orbital strikes? Max asked. That's the best part. I managed to find a way for both of them to work together for an extra fresh, minty clean feeling. The command staff chuckled at Nico's enthusiastic response before looking over the plan. She wasn't joking. Her plan was to have the cutters fly a grid pattern in orbit, carpet bombing the planet with firestorm bombs, then combining their firepower with that of cleansing light, all on the same spot. According to the seismic scans, that was a weak spot in the tectonic plates, and the combined orbital lance assault should send a ripple through the entire planet's crust that would shatter the continents and turn many of the pieces over, leaving them face down on the molten mantle of the planet. Combined with the firestorm, the chances of microbial life surviving were less than 1 in a billion, with a chance of the Clem infestation surviving calculated as less than 1 in a trillion, with a secondary plan to use chemical weapons to eliminate the last microbial life that might have survived. Should any be detected, we could have worked out a retroviral concoction that would decontaminate the planet's humans. Max pointed out after reading the pure overkill double extermination plan for the infested world. I already did that. After the virus is eliminated, they no longer stand any chance of contaminating others, but the majority of their genome is still Clem, and they are essentially brain dead. Given time, they might recover some brain function, but the instinct-driven portion of their existence is all that is keeping them functioning. Disabling the virus makes the Clem portion of their bodies dormant, and it could safely be surgically removed, in most cases, but it leaves them with the brain functions of a newborn. Nico informed them. So, the test subjects are dead? Colonel DeFranco, of the 4th Battalion, asked. No, just infantile. They are very much breathing. Nico explained. What do we do with that? Do we even have a use for a bunch of comatose Clem hybrids? The colonel asked. Of course, we do. I'm not sure what it is, but I am going to put them in cryogenic stasis anyhow. Maybe it will matter later. Chapter 426. Better to be safe. Max spent a few moments trying to think of ways that they could solve this issue, but in the end, it always came back to destroying the planet. If the Clem landed here and made contact with their surviving kin, then it wouldn't matter if the retrovirus worked, the Queens would know what the humans had done here, and there was a chance that they would do it again. That was a risk that Max was not willing to take, especially so near the border to one of their important allies. This side of the Clem territory was near many small nations that Max didn't care much about, but it was also near the territory that Cygnus was taking over in the innermost boundaries of the Deathwind territory, where the mercenary locals had long been allied with the Reavers. Prepare to firestorm bomb the planet. We will assess the need to continue once the extermination is complete. Max ordered, bringing a round of rueful sighs to the room. They had all hoped that someone would be able to come up with a way to save the humans there, but there really didn't seem to be any way. Curing them turned them into infants, and the majority of the population would starve to death in that state, while Clem would likely eat the rest once the aliens realized that they were not part of their species. Ignoring it was clearly not an option, and simply killing the Clem and leaving would still leave the hapless mutant humans for the rest of the Clem to find. Look at it this way. At least it's a humane death. The fires will spread so fast most won't even know that they're coming, and the heat burns away the nerves faster than they can register the pain, so the infected will not have to suffer. Major Miller pointed out. That brought some relief to the others in the room, and they all got busy writing up their mission reports. A few hours passed before Max realized that the quarantine buzzer should have gone off already, clearing them to leave or informing them that they had brought a communicable disease aboard and were in for extended isolation and medical treatment. Hey Nico, I know you're still listening. What is wrong with our quarantine timer? Max asked. The artificial voice of the Illithid advisor answered on her behalf. That is my doing, Commander. Our studies on psychological stress indicate that it is better for subjects to believe that they finished their work before the timer than to rush to finish it after the timer. Major Miller is just finishing his report now, so I have delayed the timer with the intention of having it ring 3 minutes after he completed his task. That is the optimal length of time to achieve the feeling of accomplishment without inducing new stress related to finishing too close to the end of the window. So, we have all been sitting here because Major Miller makes excessively detailed reports. Colonel DeFranco of the 4th Battalion asked. Alternately, it could be that your own report was insufficiently detailed, leading you to complete it far earlier than your counterparts. I can't say for sure unless I actually read the reports in their entirety. The Illithid responded. Colonel Lucas, the unassuming leader of the 3rd Battalion, a taller-than-average pilot, nearly at the 185 centimeters height limit, with a closely cropped hairstyle that nearly mirrored the one that Max preferred, snorted in amusement. You've never even spoken to the Illithid, and he knows all about you. The rest of us are just impressed that you can actually read. We don't expect much of your report. Colonel Lucci, the lone female on the command team, if you didn't count Nico, placed her hands on DeFranco's shoulders, holding the larger man in his chair so he couldn't get into a physical altercation with Lucas, but that didn't last long, as he simply stood up and took her with him. Did you think you could stop me like that? The colonel laughed, shaking her off his back before turning to Lucas, who was openly laughing. What's so funny? You know, it's said that lower primates are much stronger than humans or at the same size. She never stood a chance. Even Max had to laugh at that one while the two men engaged in a grappling match, with Colonel Lucas, who was actually the stronger of the pair, pretending to be overwhelmed, and continuing with the jokes. You know, the more upset you get, the more fun he's having, right? Lucci asked when DeFranco backed away from the challenge. Just you wait, I still owe you for the cheese tube incident. DeFranco muttered, then moved to the mirror to straighten his uniform. Cheese tube incident? Colonel Klinger asked, having missed the story about that one. DeFranco put itching powder in Lucas's socks, so Lucas swapped the labels in his replicator and replaced all of the jalapeno cheese tubes in DeFranco's rations with strawberry jam. Colonel Lucci explained, smiling at the memory of the prank. And he survived. I know the guys love a little prank now and then, but the cheese is sacred. Max asked as he read the memory of the incident in the minds of both Lucas and DeFranco. They might not look like it, but they have been friends since the academy and fellow company commanders for over a decade before they got a battalion command commission and a promotion with their transfer here. Colonel Klinger reminded him. Nico ended the playful mood with a mission update. I know you're having fun, but it's time to work again. The cutters have been loaded and prepared for their mission, and we will need cleansing light on standby in case the firestorm doesn't get all of the Clem that are hiding underground. They have a lot more of their population inside mines and other underground structures than usual this time. Chapter 427. Cleansing Light. Max made his way to Cleansing Light, preparing to join in on the attack after the results of the firestorm bombing were compiled. The cutters had already made their way out of the hangars, the sleek curves of their outer hulls shining like platinum in the faintly blue light of the closest star. With their organic curves and polished exterior, it was a hard thing to believe that such beautiful vessels were on a mission to destroy an entire planet, but one after another, the 5 cutters adjusted their course and began dropping drones into the upper atmosphere, where they hovered in position, waiting for the signal to begin their mission. In total, 200 autonomous drones were dropped, each hovering at its pre-programmed location with a firestorm bomb attached. Fewer than 20 would be enough to burn the planet's surface bare, but if all 200 went off in order, the surface should be turned entirely molten, eliminating the need for the orbital strike to finish the job. Destroying the planet's ecosystem was one thing, but if they had to destroy the planet itself, it would upset the balance in this solar system, and that wouldn't go unnoticed for very long, with the Clem controlling every system around them. All bombs are in position. The cutter pilots informed him as the 5 vessels fell into formation around the Titan-class Mecha. Initiate, Max ordered. A wave of fire lit up the far side of the planet, rushing around the surface in a wave of superheated death as the exquisitely timed explosions pulled the front of the planetary firestorm onward, creating a 10,000-degree hurricane on a planetary scale, hot enough to melt even diamonds and tungsten in minutes. For over an hour, the inferno raged as the atmosphere of the planet was burned away, leaving a barren and uninhabitable ball of molten rock behind. Max watched in awe as the fires slowly faded, Then in horror as a circle of solid rock began to form where the planet's magnetary north pole was. The thermal sensors showed that it was dropping by hundreds of degrees a minute, solidifying the surface of the planet in a slowly growing ring. What the feth is that? Admiral Drake asked, watching the planet cool at an unnatural rate. Sensors detect strong energy under the surface, but it is fading fast. I think that whatever triggered it is burning through their reserves to cool the surface enough to escape. Nico reported. That was even worse than their planned worst-case scenario. Nobody had anticipated that something which could survive under the crust of the planet would exist, or that it would have the capability to cool the molten ball, which should burn for decades before even the smallest part would become solid again. Change of plans. Prepare the formation to attack the center of that cold spot. We must not allow anything to escape the planet's destruction. Max ordered. The shift only took a single minute before the 5 cutters and cleansing light were back in position again. The targeting systems watched as the surface rapidly dropped in temperature while they readied their orbital lances for the attack. Synchronize your targeting systems to cleansing light. I will target and trigger the attack. Max ordered, relieving some of the tension in the pilots' hearts. Nobody wanted to be the guy whose system lagged and fired a split second late, ruining the combined effect of the 6 orbital lances. Max didn't wait after the calculations were finished, giving himself no more time for doubts and second thoughts. He triggered the attack, and 6 mighty beams of energy converged on the solidified portion of the planet. But it did not vaporize as he had expected. Instead, the glow of an alien shield lit up the center of the strike, and the entire solidified plate was forced down into the mantle of the planet, sending a destructive shockwave through the molten ball. The first portion to fail was the South Pole, with the direct transfer of energy blowing a large portion of the surface out of the planet's gravitational field, followed by rippling backlash which met the shockwave from the strike near the equator, causing the planet to implode and blast outward in a flat wave of material that was quickly cooling as the small globules of liquid rock and metal met the vacuum of space. It reminded Max of the rings that some worlds collected around them, only this time, there was no planet at the center, only a small glowing object, still emitting faint shield energy. To be able to take that sort of a strike, I do not think that is a human or Clem invention. Nico, send a drone to recover that shielded object for us if you can. Max ordered over a private channel, keeping the main communication lines silent as the regiment recovered from their shock. On it, boss. I will analyze it as soon as I can. Anything that can take the full force of a combined cleansing has to be a good thing. Assuming we can determine what it is. A solitary drone fighter, one of the specialized ones that Nico had created, which was larger than the others, made its way to the object, which appeared to have been serving as the planet's core. The distance distorted Max's sense of size, but as the drone approached, Max realized that it was nearly 1,000 kilometers in diameter. Oh, it is a good thing. Can I keep it? Nico asked, moments after the drone had arrived and before she had even relayed basic information about it. Max's sensors couldn't detect anything about it at all. The shielding was blocking all attempts to scan it, and from this distance, it only appeared to be a smooth metal ball from his optical sensors. Don't keep me hanging, what did you find? Max demanded as Nico's drone circled the object, the erratic flight pattern showing the extent of Nico's curiosity. I think it is a Dyson sphere. It surrounds an energy source, and it absorbs everything that we send to it. That's why we can't scan it. It just absorbs the energy of the scanners. Chapter 428. Dyson, it's great that you know what it is, but what can we even do with it if it absorbs everything that we send its way? We can't move it. We can't really do anything with it. Max responded. The sphere was simply too large for them to do anything at all about. The Illithid advisor was the next to speak. The trick to a Dyson sphere like this one, which absorbs energy from both sides, is not in the signal but the lack of it. You need to block ambient energy around it in a pattern to influence it. I can demonstrate if you like. Terminus has the capability. Please do. Max agreed, and a strange pulse was emitted from Terminus. It seemed to be similar to a jamming wave, directly countering the energy frequencies in the area, and it continued for a few seconds, oscillating the energy that it let through in a language that Max couldn't understand. Once it finished, there was a response in the same fashion emitted from the sphere. It only lasted a split second, and then everything went back to normal again, leaving everyone in confusion. The sphere says that we are not qualified to wake it from storage mode. I don't know what species made it, but it is quite old, I would say close to 1 million years now. The Illithid informed them. 1 million years? That means that it was inserted into the planet for storage and that the planet didn't form around it. Max pondered out loud. That is correct. I am detecting foreign elements in the debris, likely carried here by the sphere when it drilled into the planet to go into stasis. But, since we can't wake it up, and it still has a program running, there isn't much we can do. The Illithid sighed. Send it a message about current events. Maybe it will leave on its own now that the planet is gone. That would save us from trying to prevent the Clem from messing with it. Max replied, hopefully. His message was unnecessary, though, as the gravity around the sphere was increasing, pulling the remains of the planet back together into a cohesive ball. It seemed that the sphere was fond of its camouflage and intended to get it back in whatever condition it could. That action gave Max an idea of why it was cooling the planet as well. It wanted the planet to be inhabited, and supporting life, to hide from whatever it didn't want to be detected by while it was in storage. They hadn't known it was there until it took action to defend against their strike, so the trick had worked perfectly, and the sphere was still in the same orbit that it had been, to begin with. Now that the hybrid threat was gone, there wasn't any reason to be concerned about this planet within the Clem borders. It could be taken over by them again or left a barren rock, and wouldn't threaten humanity at all. They might not be able to influence the sphere now, but in the future, they might find out more and learn the method to wake it from storage, bringing them an energy source that even the Alliance would be envious of. The Illithid got right to sending the message, continuing for over a minute this time, but there was no response from the Dyson sphere except a single pulse that the Illithid translated as received. Are we just leaving it here, Commander? One of the cutter pilots asked as Max ordered them to return to their hangars. Unless you know a secret way to make an object the size of a planet's core with the energy supply of a small star, come with us, Max replied with a laugh. The human race had progressed down that technological path before, though nowhere near that far, and the few surviving examples were incredible feats of engineering that had taken dozens of generations to complete. It was too much to hope that they could simply take over this one the moment that they saw it. Sir, there are Clem pods incoming. ETA 23 hours. Admiral Drake reported. By that time, the planet would have been rebuilt by the sphere, and it had already shown its ability to control the temperature, so the Clem should arrive at a lifeless rock, not the recently colonized planet they were expecting. Let's get out of here. We will head toward Deathwind territory and look for clues there about the recent political developments so that we can plan our next move. Max decided, getting Terminus ready to embark on another mission. Max took Cleansing Light back to the secure hangar, where he was sure that nobody could mess with it while he was away, and went to meet with Nico and the Illithid. Between the two of them, they would be able to help him plan the next stage in their efforts to begin unifying humanity. Deathwind territory was their target, and the Alliance papers were already drawn. They just needed to come up with a plan that would convince the notoriously free-living mercenaries to join the Alliance and agree to the terms. The fact was that nobody really knew enough to be able to generate leverage over them. They had inhabited planets that nobody outside their territory knew much about. Not many knew the living conditions after centuries of embargoes, and even fewer knew the threats that they were facing. So, their first step would be to gather as much information and build as much trust as they could, based on the data that the Reavers had collected about mercenary groups that they considered trustworthy, and then work to convince them to join in the Alliance. Just a simple and easy task, as Dave liked to joke about everything Max had struggled with as a kid. The phrase was incredibly annoying, but somehow it always managed to motivate him. Chapter 429. Onward and outward. Max sat at his desk, scanning all of the inhabited planets that they would be passing on their way to the outer arms of the galaxy and then cross-referencing them against the trade relations that each of them shared with the Reavers and with Cygnus, who was going to play a large part in the early stages of their plan to unify humanity. After all, if they were going to build a species-wide mutual defense and trade agreement, they had to have the military might to back it up. There would be no central government or anything of the sort. They had learned that lesson from human history. Trying to rule over too much territory only led to resentment and bitter civil wars, as well as an unchecked bureaucracy. Instead, they would have a court on Ray 5, where the ambassadors of the allied nations would gather, and those with grievances could come to request assistance or settle their disputes. Max suspected that it would eventually turn into its own clique and bureaucracy, filled with massive egos and entitlement, but it was the best idea that they had come up with. Or at least the best one that could get popular support. The first system that they would petition for support was the Klux Empire. A grandiose name for a three-system nation that was dangerously close to the Clem threat, but one that was well known for its open trade policies and lack of instigation of conflicts. It was an excellent choice of nations to bring in early, and it was along their route, so they wouldn't have to send another reaver vessel out of their way to negotiate. Max looked up more about the system and found that it was only an empire in name only. They had no emperor for the last few centuries and had formed a collective democracy. It wasn't working out particularly well for them, in Max's opinion, as the open trade policies were matched by nationwide poverty, so even though they could trade for nearly anything, they couldn't afford it. They could be there in 2 days, even without using a portal, so Terminus was going there at Warp 5, its current maximum cruising speed. The leader that they were trying to contact was a man who simply went by Joseph, not using any family name, and he had already sent them coordinates to dock with the large space station near the main planet, according to Admiral Drake. Nico, have we prepared enough trade goods to get them on board? Max asked his second-in-command, who was in charge of shiny toys aboard Terminus. We have 100 industrial-sized replicators created, as well as 2 of the old Kepler design materials printers, which Klux doesn't have any of right now. All their building is done traditionally to ensure complete employment of the population. There is a chance that they won't want them at all, but I have come up with an altered design that better suits their preferences. Nico replied, better suits their preferences, how so? It's still a materials printer. Max asked, I designed a console that separates every function into different screens so that you can have 20 workers cooperating on the same assembly line. If they make a load of them and fully staff them instead of automating the process, they can waste an immense amount of manpower. Nico replied with a note of amusement in her synthetic voice. She was getting better and better at complex emotions with the artificial voice box as she evolved her body. Soon, Max was certain that he wouldn't be able even to pick out the last notes of the artificial speech patterns which she had begun with. It was a nice change from her teasing everyone with that extra sultry tone that had been in the default settings. Every nation has its own priorities. Klux likes to see everyone capable of working having steady employment and equal wages. There's no harm in humoring them. Max didn't particularly care what they did with their planets, as long as it didn't violate the basic standards set by the Reavers or cause violence with others. The Alliance had agreed not to step into internal strife unless it was funded or instigated by outsiders, so even if their method caused a civil war, it wasn't their problem, assuming it didn't interfere with their Alliance obligations. Do we have anything else for them? Max asked, sure, if a single trade good would be enough to secure a deal. There are agreements to let them purchase new ships and space station technologies. They don't use a mecha army and prefer an advanced infantry force with powered armor instead, so I have also included some improved armor designs for them to purchase at a discount after joining the Alliance. A membership discount, that might actually be the best selling point for a lot of their partners. Alright, make sure it is all ready and staged when we get there. Max ordered and returned to immersing himself in the data about their destination. Near midnight, Max retired to bed, barely bothering to dry himself after his evening shower before dropping into bed. He woke up in the morning curled around a soft and cool object that smelled faintly of military-issue shampoo and that unique odor that a mechanic's bay always seemed to pick up. Good morning, Nico. Did you sleep well? He asked, trying to disentangle himself. Shut up and go back to sleep. It's still far too early to be up, and there are no new updates for you to deal with, Nico complained, refusing to open her eyes. It's time for my morning workout. Are you getting up, or will you just hang off me all morning? He joked, moving to a sitting position. Have it your way, come to the test bay after your workout. I have something cool to show you. Nico agreed, climbing out of bed and wandering next door to her own room to shower. Chapter 430. Can't trade that. Max trained for an hour, keeping up his physique, even though the games had seriously slowed down due to a lack of the extreme exertion that was needed to properly test himself at his current level of physical ability. If Nico said it was cool enough that he had to see it in person, Max would come to check it out as soon as he finished his morning routine. The development team had a lot of new material to work with, and they could have developed almost anything in the last few weeks since meeting the hunters and receiving new technology. When he reached the development lab, he was met by the sight of Nico happily petting some sort of mobile suit, only a little taller than she was. There were a number of other suits in the lab, all in different sizes, and they appeared to be designed to mimic a soldier in Special Forces battle armor. There were also tables with an assortment of items that Max wasn't able to identify, as well as racks of weapons. Why don't we start with the really cool thing first, and then we can work down to the little things? Or do we do that the other way around? Nico asked while all the lab technicians turned to look at the armor suits hanging on racks. Start with the armor, even if it's not the really cool thing. What's so special about a new form of infantry armor? Max asked. This is no ordinary armor. It has been reverse engineered from the hunter suits. It is a biomechanical suit designed to amplify the strength and agility of the wearer. It is a flexible armor and uses the wearer's body as a base structure, but does have a lot of its own structural stability once it is equipped. Climb inside and see for yourself. They are skin tight, so go ahead and strip down, then pick number 7. It's your size, Nico informed Max with a smirk. Max stripped to his skivvies and stepped into the suit, which fit like a onesie with a helmet and gloves, with the torso held together by the chest plate that swung across his body and sealed to the back plates. Putting it on felt like any other pilot suit or set of protective armored coveralls, but once he put on the helmet, the suit activated and formed perfectly to his physique, giving him a feeling of weightlessness as it augmented his every movement. The materials are incredible. It can triple the user's inputs up to 20 times the human standard. That is how the hunters control their mecha, with a suit like this, so that the larger hunter suit perfectly mimics their movements. I just integrated the two for a more powerful option on the human scale. Technicians, please put up the line mecha plating, old pattern. The workers scurried about, prepared for the order, and hung a familiar plate of composite armor on a stand, then rushed back to their waiting positions to watch the show. Activate the energy barrier and punch the armor as hard as you can, Nico instructed Max, gesturing to the stand. The stand was slotted into the floor and wouldn't collapse even if a Crusader-class mecha accidentally kicked it, so Max didn't hold back at all, testing the speed augmentation to launch himself forward and drive a punch into the armor plating. The shield over his fist glowed light blue at the impact as if absorbing a projectile shot, and a deep dent formed in the armor plating, leaving it wrinkled and with a clear fist mark in the center. That is absolutely ridiculous, Max gasped, looking at the destruction. With your strength, you are definitely close to maximum output, which will give your punch an impact force of around 80,000 newtons, so if you have a handheld weapon, like a claw, equipped, you should be able to punch holes in that armor plate. One of the technicians explained before replacing the plate in case Max wanted to try again. I will assume that you made such a weapon, he asked. What are you, silly? Of course, we did. Nico laughed, then threw Max a weapon that mounted to the armor's forearm plating and had 3 extendable claws. The lead technician spoke up as Max equipped the weapon to his armor. Those claws contain their own energy field, the same as the one on your mecha's sword, only on a much smaller scale. Our testing shows that it should hold up indefinitely under the force that the suit is capable of exerting, though. Max hit the button, and a crackling red energy field surrounded the 3 blades that extended from the weapon. He threw a simple, straight punch at the armor, and the claws sunk in until the energy field on his first stopped them and dented the plate. With a downward twist, Max wrenched the claws out through the bottom of the plate with a shriek of tortured metal. All right, I admit it. This armor is amazing. We can discuss why you thought we wanted to send infantry into a fistfight with Line Mecha and Clem later. What else do you have to show me today? Max asked. We have an assortment of firearms scaled to the suit, which I would like to mention, uses the biological energy packs, with a maximum operating duration of over a month without recharging. Plasma rifles, disruptor rifles, ion pistols, claws, a combat knife, and finally, a handheld Gatling laser. The technician explained. The Gatling laser was a 6-barreled man-portable cannon that used a backpack-sized power pack and, according to the attached data slate, could fire over 1,000 beams a minute, using the rotation of the barrels, and a liquid cooling system to keep the arrays cooled since each projector only had to fire 1/6 of the rounds. And the intended mission for this weapon is what? Max asked. Urban pacification and peacekeeping, Nico replied proudly. Sure, if your urban area was being invaded by Narcians and you didn't have mecha or tanks. Chapter 431, Can't trade that either, what else did you develop? It can't be all weapons, right? Max asked. Of course not. We didn't start with the very coolest things since you wanted to see the armor first. Meet the HoloWatch version 1. It does all of the things you would expect of a standard smartwatch, with a holographic projector for video communication and data gathering. Plus, we have managed to adapt a very basic version of the flat space technology into the device. It has a 1 cubic meter storage space for rations, spare energy cells, and explosives. Nico introduced Max to the least assuming-looking device set out on the tables. Max picked it up with the surprisingly agile fingers of the suit's gloves, which felt like he was using his own fingers, though a bit desensitized, and strapped the oversized device to his wrist over the armor. The device linked to his helmet controls, so he could control it by voice if he didn't want to or couldn't touch the screen. That was much more convenient while inside an armor suit, and Max wondered how to interact with the flat space technology that the hunters had introduced them to. Just say flat space open, Nico informed him. The command opened a shimmering space over his arm, which Max found he could reach into, though there was nothing in it at the moment. Here, we designed the entire infantry pack to fit in the space's dimensions. A technician informed him, throwing Max a rack with various drawers and pieces of equipment slotted onto it. It wasn't a bag, they were all accessible from the outside so that he could grab anything out of the flat space in an instant. Max put the crate away and then grabbed a pair of ion pistols out of the space before ordering it to close. At the moment, only the one wearing it can open and close it, but anyone can grab the items in it if it is open. We haven't managed to replicate that security feature yet, so there are some drawbacks to the first edition, but I think it will be more than sufficient to impress our soldiers. The technician informed Max with a sigh. I can't see why anyone would be depressed about this. The device is an incredible improvement. I can see that there is at least a week's worth of rations and what appears to be a water dispenser, as well as all the usual kit. Max replied, it holds 10 liters, but it has a dehumidifier function, so you can pull fresh water from atmospheric humidity on extended missions if the device is left deployed. It removes from the crate with a press of 2 buttons. The technician agreed. That wasn't a bad start, and it weighed nothing at all. The perfect accessory for daily wear. Is there a version for casual use? Max asked since this one was oversized for use over the armor. Of course, we made 5 versions, including that one. There are 2 utilitarian versions for daily use, and 2 fashionable versions for formal occasions. The cost might be a bit prohibitive at the moment on the general market, given the materials needed, but we can equip the entire regiment with them if you want. I also made a modified version for technicians. It is a full forearm plate with 9 storage spaces included to store all your spare materials for repairs and resupply. Nico informed the group, who all looked ecstatic at the news. The device was huge and bulky, but it could be worn with the Tech Adept harness to give them a supply of repair materials at all times. They could even carry reconnaissance drones and other small luxuries with them. The total volume won't change, but the shape of the space can be altered, so it is possible to keep your rucksack and hoverboard in the storage space of your casual device. Nico pointed out, showing the versatility of the technology for civilian use. This technology might be a bit much to be sent out right away. But based on materials and energy requirements to produce it, what sort of market price are we looking at to sell them when the time comes? Max asked. For the casual ones, without all the secure military communications features, and with only the basic holographic projection. Roughly 50,000 credits. Nico shrugged. That was expensive, but not prohibitively so. It could very well be mass-marketed as a luxury necessity for the wealthy. Do we have a scanner that can detect what is hidden in the space? These could be a serious security risk. Max realized. Not yet. We can detect the presence of the space but not the contents at the moment. The hunters didn't give us any clues on how to detect the space, so we have had to muddle through that on our own. Even now, if it is a foreign design, like theirs, our scanners won't find it at all. Only the rudimentary version that we have made is flawed enough to be detected with the sensors we have. The technician team explained. Well, we can work on that later. Is there anything else in this pile that is going to shock me into speechlessness, or just the watches? The technicians chuckled at the thought that they might have come up with even more than just a new armor suit and the watches in the few weeks that they had been working. It was nearly a miracle that they had even managed to get a beta version of the watches ready under an hour ago for him to inspect. They had only made the breakthrough that allowed them to stabilize the space last night. No, Commander, I think that will be enough for one day. We did consider swapping the pilot suits for the new armor since it can increase mobility and dexterity. It would make even our D-rank line mecha pilots perform more like elites. That was the project's original purpose before we realized that it could be weaponized to let monsters like yourself take out light mecha in hand-to-hand combat. The lead technician explained, embarrassment clear on his weathered face. Chapter 432. The first trade deal, why don't you go forward with the plan to replace the pilot suits, then? Using old issue Kepler suits or random bits of gear, as the Reavers do, is working fine for everyone, but I think this will be a much appreciated addition to our kit. Especially the watches. Once we have the whole regiment upgraded and we have a few rounds of combat tests completed, we can consider spreading them to a larger audience. We certainly can't do it until we are absolutely certain that there are no bugs, though. Even a minor flaw or glitch in the design would be a huge hit to our reputation. Max informed the design team. With cheers and a round of high fives for a side project going mainstream, they got back to work while Max went to change out of the armor. Leave it on, but remove the helmet and gloves. That's how most pilots spend their days, so it's a proper test. Nico suggested. Even with the helmet removed, the suit remained active and could still be adjusted and manipulated with a small touchpad on the upper right arm. Most of the pilots and soldiers were right-handed, so the touchpad would be a bit awkward to use for them, but it would also not require them to put down their rifles to adjust the suit. Max could see that he could also place his hand on the touchpad and voice control it when the helmet was off as well, so that was an option for times when you didn't want to take your eyes off the target but needed to adjust or remove a piece of your armor. It might be a very rare occurrence, but if you got hit with an incendiary round, it could save your life if you got out of the suit fast enough. That's fine. I am sure everyone will be excited to get a sneak preview of the new suits anyhow. Max agreed. The next task on his daily list was to patrol the ship and talk to whoever he came across, making sure that there were no issues being ignored and giving the regiment a chance to make suggestions. Most of them in the Kepler Empire would be about the food, but with the replicators, that wasn't an issue aboard Terminus. Even if they didn't like the food in their battalion's cafe, they could go to the cruise ship area for something different. The ship felt pretty empty right now, with only a few visitors. It was pretty much empty, to begin with, as the Inu teams weren't large, nor was the Illithid contingent, but they were loud and excited enough that the cruise ship area at least felt occupied. Hopefully, they would get more visitors soon, but that would rely on them sitting in one spot for a while so that the targeting scanners in the Alliance could lock onto them. There wasn't much to report. The ship was in pristine condition, with excellent amenities, but he did hear from multiple people that the ship felt empty with their major entertainment venue not hosting any tourists, only the small team of nomads they had hired as engineers. They were no fun at all, according to the pilots. They were only interested in technology and rarely left the workshops and labs, even when they weren't on duty. They were the last stop on his route, which would bring him back to the research base where he was doing the testing earlier, so Max took some extra time to visit. Welcome back to the stream, tech nomads and nomadettes. We are coming live to you from the human cruise ship Terminus again, and we have a wonderful new invention to show you. One of the Inu was speaking into a camera as Max entered. We have ready Generation 4 of the replicators. We call this the colony ship generation of the design, as Terminus was originally a colony ship sent by the ancient giants and abandoned here in this galaxy when it broke down. Now, I am transmitting the technical specs in a digital substream. Don't worry, Terminus has filed all the appropriate patents for a low royalty, free application patent, so you are free to build them yourselves if you like. The royalty fee for this one is quite a bit more than usual, and we apologize, but it is set at the Alliance standard rate for replicator technology at 50 credits per unit produced. I am certain that it will be worth it to all of you creative inventors, though. This design isn't based off of anything that has come before, and not even the Alliance's domestic units are this capable. I know, big words, so here goes. Input mass is the standard biomass slurry, as you can see on the feed sensors, and output is. That's right, living seedlings. How is that for development? Using human technology combined with Inu ingenuity, we have made a mass-producible live plant seeding unit for your own home. Do you want rare houseplants? You've got them, the freshest of produce, with that homegrown flavor you can't get from a generic replicator product. Just plant them in advance and let them finish in your garden. For those of you on low-density planets, you can make the perfect garden with only the biomass from your food waste. The Inu stopped when she noticed Max standing by the door and waved him over. Welcome Commander Karis, the leader of the Terminus Trading Company, who owns the patent for this amazing product. As you can see, he is wearing the hostile environment version of the newly developed Explorer suits, available for your own production in our recent uploads, with a very reasonable royalty fee. Commander, this is the first time you have seen the colony ship generation replicators. What do you think? Max chuckled at her enthusiasm and gave her a very serious-looking warning look. I think you will be fending off marriage proposals from the hydroponics bay team when they find out. That made the rest of the tech nomads burst into laughter, and they led Max off camera while the broadcaster finished her explanation of the new design. I am glad you like it. Since we're employed by Terminus Trading Company, these design patents belong to the company, but the stream has been doing unexpectedly well, which makes up for the revenue splitting. What we wanted to talk to you about was the chances of a performance bonus to get some extra allocations of resources so we can speed up the renovation of our ship. We have seen your new warp drive designs, and they make ours look like relics, not to mention that they have almost 1,000,000 hours on them already. The leader of the tech nomads suggested. The crystals to rebuild a warp drive were a restricted item in the Alliance due to their propensity to explode if misaligned, so they were prohibitively expensive for vagrant inventors like the tech nomads, which led to things like millions of hours of travel without a rebuild. Are you planning to leave us so soon, or are you doing a renovation video series? Max asked. Renovation series. They get so many views from our fellow nomads. The Innu replied in unison. Besides, our contract says that on top of materials at cost, we get 10% of the revenue from patents we assist with while employed here, paid quarterly, and the colony ship replicators have gotten 5 million paid downloads already, despite the high cost. It might cost $500 million to rebuild a warp drive at a shop, but I think we can do it much cheaper using human methods and some tweaking. The leader whispered to Max to keep sensitive ears on the stream from possibly picking up even a trace of her voice through the door to the lab. Chapter 433. Arrival. After Max finished his talk with the Innu nomads, he returned to his office to get ready for the meetings. This time he wouldn't switch into the flamboyant Reaver garb or the usual mobile suit. Instead, he would remain in the new augmentic bodysuit, which appeared slightly less armored, but was, in fact, much more powerful and durable than the old armors were. Commander, we have a message from Klux. They welcome us to their star system and repeat their request for us to dock at the end of the station, stating it is the only location large enough for a vessel our size. Admiral Drake informed him, excellent timing. Alert the security team that is on duty to meet Nico and me in the cargo bay. Max informed him and turned to leave his office. The suit really did look a bit plain, Max thought, so he had the ensuite materials printer make him an oversized coat, a full-length trenchcoat in black leather with gold spikes and buttons, then slipped it over the armor. That was much better, very post-apocalyptic warlord when combined with the new pattern of body armor. Being a Reaver commander, he had appearances to maintain, so he placed the helmet in the flat space storage of his new watch, then had the replicator make a flask of rum and a bowl of assorted candies, placing them in the space along with his helmet. It was strange how things stayed exactly where he placed them, not settling to the bottom or being affected by his own movement, but it was certainly convenient. This way, he could keep the full armor suit with him at all times in case he happened to need it in a hurry. That gave him another great idea. If they could make dog tags with the flat space technology, every soldier could have backup storage for gear that they never needed to take off. Most pilots, himself included, hadn't taken them off since they entered the academy. There simply wasn't any reason to. When Max arrived at the bay, Nico was waiting, and the security team was on their way. They had 5 minutes until they docked at the Klux station, so he took the time to explain his idea about convenient storage inside dog tags to Nico, who was overseeing new product development. I don't see why not. They would need to be 0.5 centimeter thick since that's the best that we can do for miniaturization for now, but that isn't too excessive, and many of the pilots already put a rubber trim ring on them for decoration. Nico replied after a moment's thought. That was still fairly heavy and large for a tag, but hanging from a chain around your neck, under your uniform, seemed like the best place to keep a storage device, in Max's opinion. Terminus shuddered slightly as it came to a stop, the effect only noticeable because they were at the outer edge of the ship next to the bay door, which transmitted the vibration and noise directly to them. Docking successful. Atmosphere balanced. Station checks clean of communicable diseases. Preparing to open bay doors. Admiral Drake reported. The barrier over the door didn't lower when the doors opened, meaning that there would be no atmospheric mixing between the station and the ship, but the safety precautions were standard procedure, and a rapid change in pressure could cause significant damage to the human body. Commander Karras, Lady Tereth. My name is Joseph, first among equals here in Klux. It is a pleasure to receive you in our small system. The burly man on the station side of the barrier greeted them. The pleasure is all ours, Lord Joseph. Please do enter. The barrier will not stop you. Nico greeted him politely. The man seemed a bit shocked as he passed through the barrier, leaving behind a wisp of dust and dirt off his clothing as the barrier skimmed the contaminants off him the same as it would any vessel or other object that entered Terminus. His military uniform was rather plain but with the markings of a general, and the entourage behind him wore nearly identical uniforms but with less impressive hats. I am surprised that the Reavers thought of us for a trade alliance. As we all know, the Klux system doesn't export much of extreme value. We have been cut off from ship manufacturing for many years, so our access to repair parts for the asteroid mining facilities is limited, and our primary industry is farming. Lord Joseph said once his team was on board and then settled into one of the 2 luxurious recliners prepared for his team. It appeared that he didn't bring a second-in-command at all and simply came himself, as the planetary governor, to do the negotiations. That is part of what makes you perfect for an early entry into the Alliance. You lack the technology that we have, as well as access to open trade that would help your people increase productivity beyond subsistence. Klux is admittedly not a military power, but you are also not an aggressive force, and the cornerstone of our deal is a non-aggression and mutual defense agreement. The more humans that we can ally with, the more peaceful we can make our portion of space, with the goal to stop interstellar wars between humans. Nico explained. So, you want to create one nation? Lord Joseph asked dubiously. Not at all. That never works. We want to make one large trade alliance with thousands of member nations who don't fight each other. The Reavers have no intention of governing anyone. We just want everyone working together, so we can trade in peace and deal with outside threats in a unified manner. Nico informed him. So, it's not part of what the Cygnus Empire is up to now that the Kepler Empire has fallen? He asked. They intend to join the alliance once they have settled the situation with their neighbors. Obviously, they aren't qualified quite yet, given the current violence, but they have agreed in principle to join once their more violent neighbors are brought under control. That made sense to the leader, but he still had a lot more questions. Joining an alliance led by the species' most notorious rogue merchants wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision that he would make on behalf of his planet. Why don't we start by showing you the basic technologies that we intend to trade to every member of the alliance in order to improve their living conditions? Nico suggested. Every eye in the Klux team lit up at that suggestion. Being shown the highest level of technology during the very first hour of their meetings was a good sign that the Reavers really meant what they said and that they would not be withdrawing their offer due to the nation's low status or outside pressure. That would be a welcome diversion. I have heard that the Reavers are trading a materials printer technology to their proposed members. Do you have a sample here with you? Lord Joseph asked. More than a sample. We have units here to trade, and we may be able to offer you one as a signing bonus should you agree to the terms of the trade alliance. Chapter 434. Shocking. The Klux Max gestured to the security team, and they brought out one of the new pattern materials printers, then opened the bay doors to the next bay, where a large cargo shuttle in the same organic styling as Terminus and the cutters was waiting. The materials printer is something that we are offering to every nation in the alliance as the basis for their own advancement. With enough of them, there will no longer be a need to do all of your construction manually. You will be able to create advanced materials and components with the printer and then simply have your people assemble them. However, the cargo shuttle was made here aboard Terminus, especially for the people of Klux. It has a decent cargo capacity, but more importantly, it has an extremely strong gravity beam. It can easily drag asteroids too large for the station to process back to you for deconstruction. You lack shipbuilding technology, but the Reavers do not. So, we will offer this cargo shuttle to you as a sign of goodwill. It doesn't have a warp drive, but for work inside your system, there is no better technology available to humanity. Nico informed the Klux delegation proudly. Seriously, you will just give us one of your shuttles? Lord Joseph asked in amazement. Not one of ours. That one. Terminus is a colony ship adapted for the specific use of the Terminus Trading Company, which includes limited manufacturing facilities. It was designed and built right here on our vessel, specifically for you. Nico informed the planetary leader. The entire Klux delegation simply stared at her and Max in shock, unable to believe that the Reavers were so far ahead of them in technology that they could simply build a space vessel on the bleeding edge of technology aboard some random trade vessel, even if it were a former colony ship. May we examine it? One of the women in the delegation asked, taking out a simple scanning device. Of course. Would you like to pause the negotiations for a tour and explanation? This seems like the perfect time for it, Nico suggested. That would be greatly appreciated. By the way, what is that sitting beside the materials printer? I don't believe that we got to its description. Lord Joseph asked. Ah, the finest of our offerings for our new allies. The replicator. It has the ability to turn generic biomass, like bulk crops or even food scraps, into a variety of complete meals. It has become a staple of the kitchens aboard Terminus, as we can have it make anything on an entire menu in an instant out of hydroponically grown algae sludge. It is the fastest growing biomatter supply that we could find, but you can use anything your planet specializes in. That stopped the delegates who were moving toward the shuttle in their tracks. Such a device was beyond belief. The conditions on Klux were harsh, and even with extensive engineering of their crops, and the devotion of the majority of their revenue to farm technology, they still struggled to grow a surplus. But algae could be grown abundantly in any body of water, and it didn't need to be edible or appetizing if this device could make it into other food products. Why don't we check the ship first, and then we will make lunch with the replicator, and everyone can sample its output potential? Max suggested, speaking for the first time in this meeting. Yes, of course, Commander Karras. I look forward to trying the sort of ration pack that would appeal to a man of your stature. Lord Joseph agreed. His sycophantic tone annoyed Max, but that was unavoidable. Reaver commanders who controlled a colony ship were equally ranked with planetary governors on the social hierarchy, and some could generate revenue larger than a small planet's GDP by trading precious materials. More importantly, they also controlled a mecha force that could challenge systems like Klux without even calling for reinforcements. It was just a fact of life that weak nations would be walked over in negotiations, and Lord Joseph knew that very well. That was part of why the Reavers didn't have their commanders lead such meetings, even though they were present. A representative could be bargained with. The man with the biggest guns was much harder to deal with. Nico led the team to the shuttle, explaining the features as they walked, which impressed the scientists among the Klux team. Tell me, Lady Tareth, are you also interested in the fields of advanced technology? One of the representatives asked as Nico started getting into deeper details. Very much so. In fact, this particular ship is my own design. Klux produces mostly food crops, so the cargo hold was designed for bulk crops to be easily loaded and unloaded, including a rotational gravity control, which can pour out the entire contents of the bay without any human intervention. But the system lacks raw materials for manufacturing, as the planet itself is very low in metals, so I upgraded the gravity beam to bring asteroids to your station. Nico told him. The man was nearly in tears of joy at her thoughtfulness, and even Lord Joseph was staring open-mouthed at the little cyborg. You really did go all out to prepare for the meeting. It almost feels like we are negotiating on equal footing for the first time in my career. The Lord chuckled. That's how it is when you are dealing with Reavers. Every customer is important, and with the new alliance, soon many small systems will be on equal footing and share the same trade terms, so you won't have to worry about merchant vessels gouging you simply because they can. The trade minister, who had a beam scale pin on his uniform hat, looked startled. How do you propose that the Reavers will take over the trade routes? That's going to be the easy part. We have developed a new generation of trade ships. They are much smaller than Terminus here, but they are on par with the cutters that we carry, able to move 100,000 tons of bulk goods at warp 10. As warp factors are exponential, they can make the trip across the human-controlled territory in a matter of days instead of months. Who else could compete with that level of speed for long-distance trade? No more will you have to wait months to receive products you have ordered from farther-flung destinations, and with the time saved, the cargo rates will lower somewhat for long voyages, as you are only tying up the vessel for a few days, not for months. Nobody seemed to have a response to that. The thought that the Reavers would be able to move cargo at warp 10 was so far beyond reason and logic that the Klux delegation couldn't process the news at all. Why don't we put the tour off for a bit and have lunch? It seems that this is a lot to take in, and it will be easier to digest the news over a nice meal. We will bring in the wait staff now, and you can watch as they make your orders with the replicator. The menus are already on the table, Nico suggested, leading Lord Joseph to a table in the back of the cargo hold, which had been prepared for the purpose. Yes, that would be good. Do you perhaps have any rum? I think I need a drink. Chapter 435, This is Artificial. Lord Joseph's question made all of the staff from Terminus laugh. This is a Reaver ship. How could we not have rum? Putting aside the fact that we have replicators, just think of where you are. Of course we do, Max told him, taking the flask he had created out of the flat space and taking a sip before passing it over. The tradition was one of trust, showing your guest that the bottle wasn't poisoned, but from the look on the planetary leader's face, it wasn't necessary. He simply needed the drink as soon as possible in hopes that it would help his brain recover from the shock that he had received. Joseph finished the flask of rum in one long swallow, then accepted the staff's lead to his seat at the round table they had prepared for lunch. "That is a fine rum. Where did you get it?" he asked curiously, staring at the empty flask, which was made out of some sort of plastic he didn't recognize. "It is from the replicator, as is the flask. That is why it is plastic and not metal. The replicators only make organic matter, so plant-based polymers are the basis for all dishes and containers it creates. You can place your own in the machine and let it create food on top of them if you like. That is what our kitchens do because it saves on waste and energy usage. You can keep that flask if you like. The replicator can make more with only a few seconds wait," Max explained. "So, everything that you are serving at this meal is artificial?" one of the staffers from Clux asked. "Recombined, yes. Everything here was made on board Terminus, from the meal to the dishes and even the table that we are sitting at, which was created with the materials printer," Nico informed him. That startled the delegation, but a second later, the dishes started coming out. Nico had picked what she called a surf and turf dinner. Steak and lobster with an assortment of sides on a huge platter were placed in front of every dignitary seated at the table, filling the air with a delectable aroma that was making the Clux office's mouths water. Everything was in limited quantities on the planet, and there weren't many species of domestic animals that could survive the planet's conditions, so while they regularly ate fish, the steak was a rare delicacy. "Eat up, please. This is all from the replicator, so with moderate energy usage, you can make meals like this out of any sort of base biomatter that you can provide. I think that it will be a big hit on the planet, even if your first order is only enough for a few locations," Nico suggested. "Does it also make plain sorts of dishes? The tastes of most citizens of Clux tend toward the very basic, thanks to thousands of years of cultural development," one of the officers asked. "We could have made it a simple meatloaf and mashed potatoes with steamed vegetables if that is your preference. We even have a variation that uses oatmeal as a filler in the meatloaf because it reminded one of our technicians of the way his mother made it at home," Nico told him with a chuckle. That made all of the Clux officers smile. They did the same thing because the meat was expensive, and their government officials had an image to maintain. Luxurious meals, while the general population was on simple rations during lean years, wouldn't go over well with their egalitarian ideology. Max nodded to the staff, who made the 3 simple dishes they had planned to suggest for just this reason. Meatloaf, shepherd's pie, and a plate of samosas. The last one was a bit spicy but still simple enough to make an vegetarian, which the locals would more likely be used to. The corporal working as a waiter, placed them in the middle of the table, and Nico pointed with her fork. "Feel free to sample them. We can adjust the recipes if they aren't to your tastes." All of the units sold would have protective software in them that would prevent tampering and alterations so that Alliance members didn't start pumping out inferior knockoffs and damaging the reputation of the Reavers who had distributed the replicators. That did mean that they weren't easily user-serviceable, but the Reavers would be happy to honor the warranty and replace them should one of them malfunction. It didn't take them much to make them anyhow. Each of the dignitaries sampled the 3 new dishes on the table, looking pleased with the offering, and giving envious looks toward the replicator. "Can it do bulk orders? The tradition here is communal meals, so stew in 10-gallon pots would be more convenient than these lovely individual dishes," the Minister of Agriculture asked while he eyed the samosas with greed. "Yes, 10 gallons at a time isn't an issue. You can even use your existing pots. The replicator even has the advantage of creating the meal at temperature, so nothing will get cooked to the bottom of the pot, or you can use it to create raw ingredients for your staff to cook in the traditional manner if that is your preference." The minister nodded. "That will definitely help with acceptance. We can feed the machine ground grasses and algae, as you do, and have it produce whatever we are short on until we have generated the funds to make them more mainstream. Then we can slowly switch to using them for everything. But with the new shuttle and the materials printer, it shouldn't take us long to turn things around. No more than a year or 2 if we can get trade vessels here. I am glad you see things our way. You will find that the materials printer is very versatile, and as you can see, this one is industrial scale, capable of replacing an entire assembly line. We can offer you this one as a bonus, as well as the first replicator, and then we can sell you even more before we leave if you want to fully outfit the space station. That caught their attention. So, we could have an industrial station, on par with the first-tier nations, starting today. We could start selling the dishware that our planet was famous for on a large scale again. When we still got regular trading ships, it was the major export of the planet, and the hand-painted porcelain went for very good prices. Lord Joseph announced. Max looked up the dishware that they were talking about and found that it came in two varieties. One was a delicate porcelain with hand-painted designs on it, and the other was a meteoritic alloy version with an enameled surface, which was well known among the commoners of other planets as being virtually indestructible. Max waited while the ministers all shared appreciative nods about the proposal. It only took them a few minutes to come to a consensus before Lord Joseph turned to Nico with a smile on his face. Let's see that trade agreement. Klux would like to become a signatory to your alliance, even if it means we need to send men to war to keep the peace. Chapter 436. Signed and sealed. The Klux delegation had already been given time to go over the agreement before Terminus arrived. They weren't asking for any modifications, so this signing process was more of a formality than a negotiation. They weren't in a position of power to be demanding more and were honestly flattered that the Reavers would even consider letting them join such a trade alliance. The official document was placed on the table after the meticulously cleaned plates were gone. Lord Joseph didn't waste any time verifying that it was the same as the digital copy he had received, then signing. The document was then scanned and uploaded, letting all the Reavers know that Klux was now a member of the Trade Alliance, along with an attached note that they would soon have high-end and highly durable common-grade dishes for trade, as they had in the past. That got positive attention from both Cygnus and the Kepler Free Territory, both of whom had a lot of rebuilding to do inside their territories after the recent battles. Such common things as dishware might not seem like much, but when you were struggling for resources to rebuild critical infrastructure, being able to bring your citizens the necessities from a foreign location was a great benefit. Let's go over and show you the details of the materials printer. This one has been modified for the particular way that Klux prefers to do their manufacturing, with each process overseen by a separate human instead of having everything automated. Of course, that is still an option, but the 20-station quality control design is unique to the units we have made for your planet. Nico explained. Lord Joseph admired the machine from every possible angle, then looked at the small pile of meteoritic ore sitting nearby for the purposes of demonstrations. May I have the design plans for the hardened dishes, assuming that this unit is compatible with the Mark II constructor's files? He asked. That machine was obsolete by nearly 3,000 years, and wasn't even a materials printer. It was an automated forge, but the files were so simple that the materials printer could analyze and transform them in a matter of seconds. Please input them into the main console, and the machine will convert them into modern formats for materials printers, Nico said with a grand gesture while Max signaled for ore to be moved to the feed input side of the materials printer. As expected, the process was quick and simple, and the printer extrapolated the desired material from the raw ore that was provided. Unlike the old version, which was painted with hard enamel, the materials printer would simply color and coat the outer layer of these ones, leaving a surface no softer than steel. It could make a separate enamel coating to be applied on top, but it was simpler to save the step and form it at the same time. 15 seconds after the data was input, the machine began to glow with energy, and the safety railings blocked the area where the work would take place. A minute after that, thousands of sets of dishes sat neatly on the floor, waiting to be boxed for shipment. It seems that we forgot to input data to put them in boxes. But that's a small oversight. Check them out and let us know if you find any quality issues with our products. Nico shrugged, seeing the dishes sitting on the floor. A small issue is no issue at all. If they were boxed, we would have to take them out to quality check them before shipment. This way, we can box them on our own and ship them out. Is this the limit, or just the amount of material that you had on hand? Lord Joseph asked. Just the amount of available material. The materials printer can make entire armor pieces for super heavy mecha if it is programmed with the data, and they weigh dozens of tons each. Nico explained. That impressed the delegation enough that they didn't have any more questions, except about the actual dishes that it had created. They appeared to be exactly the same as the ones from the original plans, but the method of creation was so different that they had a hard time believing that it wasn't a trick. Eventually, they resorted to using an energy knife and cutting one of each dish apart to check the cross-section, finding that they did indeed meet quality control standards and weren't just an imitation that looked similar. At the price listed, we have enough spare funds to purchase 6 more units of the materials printers to complete the manufacturing lines of our space station, as well as 100 units of the replicators to go to the busiest locations in each city on the planet. How long will it take to have those delivered? Lord Joseph asked. That was a slightly larger order of replicators than Max had expected, since he had thought that they would be more resistant to the technology, given their very structured culture, but Nico was ready for the request. We have the printers ready now, and we can have the replicators ready tonight. If you would like to make the credit transfer, we can unload the materials printers now and load the replicators in your new shuttle when they are ready tonight. It is fully capable of repeated atmospheric entries without damage. Yes, that would be perfect. I will send a piloting crew here for instructions on the controls and navigation equipment, since ours is a bit antiquated, so their training might not be sufficient, and we will begin assembling the materials printers right away. That will take some time anyhow, as we need to disassemble the old production lines to install them, but we should be able to have it all ready in the morning for the first shift. The Lord was certainly ambitious. They had just signed the deal, and he was planning to have the factory online the next morning with entirely new technology. Max put that down to enthusiasm until Nico shared an incoming message to the planet with him. Cygnus had placed an order for over 1 million units to be sent to one of the planets that they had just taken under their wing. The damage to the planet must have been fairly severe, or the Cygnus lords were looking to make a closer tie with Klux, which was going to be near their new borders when everything was settled. Either way, it wasn't Max's problem. They had made their deal, and it was time to move on to the next system once the delivery was finished. Chapter 437. Holy Truth, I should return to the surface and give my people the good news. Being part of a trade alliance is a big deal to them, since it will increase our revenue for the planet's services. Even before we introduce them to the new technologies, this day is a cause for celebration on Klux. Lord Joseph declared, then stood up and straightened his uniform. I am certain that the revelations of the day have been hard on the Constitution. If you would like to return to the surface and inform your people, just leaving behind the trainees to learn to pilot the shuttle will be sufficient. We will make the delivery in the morning. Nico agreed, also rising to her feet to bid farewell to their new alliance members. Thank you for your hospitality then, and we will be looking forward to the arrival of the replicators. The first of them will go to the cafeteria of the government building so that all workers and petitioners can enjoy the benefits of our new alliance equally. I think they will be pleasantly surprised to find out the capabilities of the Reavers and the true benefits of joining with them. Lord Joseph announced. He was about to continue when a beeping noise from his watch interrupted him. Incoming vessel, Holy Truth warship, cruiser class. Lord Joseph sighed and looked sad for a second before standing a bit straighter and beginning to issue orders. We have a mole in the administration. Find them. Every member of the delegation will have their transmission logs checked, he announced, just as another announcement was broadcast throughout Terminus. Terminus Trading Company. This is Cardinal Red of the Holy Truth. You have violated the embargo of the Klux system. Please stand down and prepare to have your vessel boarded. Nico and Max both burst into laughter at that pompous declaration. The Holy Truth Nation might not know it yet, but they were the final system that Cygnus was intending to annex now that the Kepler defenses had eliminated their war fleet. Not only that, but Terminus carried 5 fully equipped cutters, which were more than a match for a single cruiser, even without deploying the mecha contained within. It looks like the trade alliance needs to earn its keep on the very first day. Don't worry about those idiots. They won't have a system by the end of the month. We just need to keep them busy until Cygnus shows up. You likely already know that most of their fleet went to fight in Kepler, but what you might not know is that the 2 most powerful mecha in the Kepler arsenal were activated by the defenders, and the foreign fleets that were attacking have been eliminated. None of their war vessels are coming back. They couldn't enforce a blockade even if they wanted to. Max explained to Lord Joseph, who was preparing his men for battle. So, you really will stand and fight for the trade alliance, even with a colony ship? Lord Joseph asked curiously. Terminus is much more than a colony ship these days. She carries an entire mecha regiment and has been renovated to be one of the finest cruise ships in the galaxy while keeping the majority of her cargo capacity. Max informed him with pride. The Lord seemed a bit confused about why they would have turned a Reaver vessel into a cruise ship, but the fact that they had a mecha regiment aboard was more than enough to calm his nerves. Klux might not have a mecha army, but if Terminus did, they wouldn't have any problems at all dealing with the Holy Truth cruiser. All hands to battle stations, hostile vessel incoming. Prepare to launch the cutters. Nico's voice over the intercom caused a wave of activity through the ship, and within 3 minutes, Max had received the first message that the cutters were loaded and ready to go. That just might be a new record for the regiment, but some of it was a coincidence since the majority of the ship had been on standby anyhow, in case the trade negotiations didn't go well. Launch the cutters, hold your fire until my command, Max ordered, then began a transmission to the Holy Truth cruiser. Cardinal read, "This is Commander Karras of the Terminus Trading Company. Cease your hostile actions at once, or prepare to face return fire. Klux has become a member of the Reaver Trade Alliance as of today and is entitled to invoke the mutual defense clauses within said agreement." The Holy Truth vessel did not take that well and began to fire on the Klux space station, which was unfortunately on the far side of Terminus itself. It was obvious that they were intending to disable the planet's ability to do any space-based trade by destroying the dilapidated station entirely, but the shields of the colony ship extended far enough from her hull that they absorbed the entire volley. This is an open broadcast. As of this moment, the Holy Truth has opened fire on the Terminus Trading Company and declared war on the Reavers. Nico sent out over the open airwaves with a hint of amusement in her voice. Open fire, Max ordered at the same time. 5 orbital lances from 5 cutters hit the cruiser's shields in the exact same instant, overloading the ship's power source and collapsing the shields. They had reduced the power enough that the ship wasn't outright destroyed, but one lance did get through the ship's armor plating and disabled their warp drives permanently. That was no accident. Even an outdated warship like the one the Holy Truth had sent was an extremely valuable commodity, which could be captured and repurposed by the Reavers using their new technology. They only had to clear the old crew out of it and call for a barge or other large ship to haul it back to Ray 5 for a refit. Lord Joseph, do you perhaps have a boarding vessel? We find ourselves short on infantry, and the aggressors need to be removed from the Terminus Trading Company's new cruiser. Alive would be more humane, and we do hope to avoid further damaging our new ship. Nico asked politely. Chapter 438, Night Shift. I certainly do have boarding vessels. Quite a few of them, in fact. We only lack interstellar capabilities due to the embargo and repeated attacks. If your cutters can deploy their light mecha to establish a breachhead, we can be there in 5 minutes. Lord Joseph announced. He had already called all of the defenders aboard the station to arms, and they could be aboard the shuttles used for hostile boarding maneuvers in under a minute. They weren't advanced, but they didn't have to be. Their only purpose was to ram an enemy ship, then use a circular laser array to cut a hole in the hull that would let their occupants board the enemy vessel. They were just as disposable as landers, and it was assumed that there would be losses every time they were deployed, so they weren't fancy vessels in any way. That said, Klux still lacked the facilities to efficiently replace them or had lacked them up until a few hours ago when the materials printers arrived, with the ability to build an entire boarding shuttle in under a day. 4th and 5th Battalions, you are up. Get us a bay door open on that cruiser and prepare a path for the landing parties from Klux. Max ordered. They could easily destroy the vessel with their firepower, but it was disabled and unlikely to get the power back online anytime soon, so it was much more beneficial to simply take the entire ship away from the Holy Truth force. The battalions spread out through space while the Inferno pattern Crusaders flew forward with their thruster packs. They used their disintegrators to blast out the outer doors of a dozen human-sized airlocks, which the boarding vessels would latch onto, saving them the time of cutting through the hull, and then one of the super-heavy mecha removed its ion bombard arrays to allow it to use its powerful hands to open a main bay door. A single blast from the defensive lasers was enough to cut handholds in the door, and the 20-meter-tall mecha forced the doors wide, revealing an empty hangar where the defensive mecha should have been stored. Colonel Klinger had been expecting heavy defensive fire the moment that he forced the door open, but instead, he found that they didn't even have the usual company of light mecha that every cruiser should be carrying. All forces be aware, no mecha were found in the hangars. They might have already been deployed throughout the vessel. The colonel informed his forces, then ordered the line mecha and corvettes forward to attack. They were the only ones that could possibly move through the hallways of a warship, and even that was a challenge for the older patterns. The new ones were more slender and agile, able to pass through the bulkhead doors that were designed to slow attacking mecha that wanted to use routes other than the main halls, which were larger to allow cargo to be transported throughout the vessel. Breaching crews are deploying now. Estimated casualties, under 20%. The Klux space station's intercom announced happily, causing all of the Reavers to give the Lord and his retinue a disturbed look. What? That's actually pretty good for a breaching crew. A lot of the time, We lose over half of them before they even make it to the vessel. He defended his military's calculations with a firm voice, but he had entirely missed the fact that the Reavers were disturbed by the fact that he still expected to lose a fifth of his troops, despite the enemy not having power aboard their ship, and a friendly mecha force being present to reinforce them. Even Kepler generals didn't view infantry as that expendable. The forcefully opened airlock doors were pulled closed again after the light mecha were aboard the cruiser, limiting the atmospheric loss so that the infantry supporting them wasn't killed by the change in pressure. Then the interior airlock doors between the empty hangar and the ship were opened, revealing a dark and cavernous main hall that ran the length of the ship. Normally, they would have expected to meet a large infantry defense force at this point, along with the defense mecha, but instead, they held their fire, illuminating the length of the vessel with their spotlights. "Sir, we have no hostile contact. The defense force is not in place," the leader of the light mecha squad announced with a hint of confusion. "Their primary job is to take and hold the half-dozen main corridors on the cruiser. If they don't find anyone, what did they even come here for? Search for traps and proceed." They might not have been expecting the hostile response. Colonel Klinger ordered. Max was reviewing the scans of the vessel, which showed plenty of life forms aboard, but no energy activity. The cruiser certainly had defenders, but for some reason, it had not sent them out. There was some hope that they would surrender without a fight, but that seemed a bit unrealistic to Max. Nobody ever surrendered without a fight. "Nico, send drones and see what you can find through the ports," Max ordered, wondering if the power outage was so severe that the ship had been unable to get orders relayed to the defense teams. If that were the case, they would realize that something was seriously wrong, other than the power outage, in a few minutes and would follow their training to organize and defend the vessel. "On it, boss," Nico agreed, and Max saw the video feeds of a pair of drones joining the data that was coming in from the mecha. This new watch was amazing. Even without his helmet on, the holographic display could make dozens of screens, showing him all the information that he needed and even emulating the screen layout inside his cockpit for ease of use. "Did I say to make these watches standard issue yet? If I didn't, do it as soon as you can produce them," Max whispered to Nico as he watched the drones begin searching through windows for signs of activity. "Found it. I know why they're not responding," Nico gloated, then sent a video feed to Max's display. It was the bridge of the cruiser, where a dozen people were just beginning to regain consciousness while floating in the dark. The power surge knocked out the gravity before the shields broke and stopped the ship. "I can see the blood stains on the window where someone's face hit it. I don't think they have taken many casualties, but they haven't given any orders to the defenders," Nico informed him, then relayed the report to the Klux breaching teams, who were using magnetic boots in place of fancy technology to keep their feet on the ground. "We understand. Special forces are on their way to secure the bridge now, and we are prepared for counterattacks," the breaching team's leader reported. "All main hallways are secure. Preparing for enemy engagement," the light mecha teams reported seconds later, having set up their full defensive coverage grid. There were still secondary ladders, but the main stairwells and the empty elevator tubes were all in the main hallways, giving them basic control of movement on the ship on all levels. It was only a matter of time before the Holy Truth crew realized that they had lost the vessel. Chapter 439, More Presence. While the mecha secured the hallways, the Klux breaching teams were not idle. They had stormed the staging areas for infantry, the crew bunks, and the engineering bay during the first wave, and the second was well on their way to sweeping the main floor that they had entered from. Sporadic screaming and the repeated flashing of laser rifles said that the breaching team might not be taking the directive to capture the enemy sailors very seriously, but they had brought multiple groups of prisoners to the mecha staging points for supervision within the first 10 minutes. That was a long time for a boarding action, in Max's opinion, but the top floor blast doors were still secure, and the command staff was securely locked on the bridge. Max didn't know enough about the design of their ship to be able to tell if they stood a chance of getting power back online from there, and the computer system had no schematics on the uniquely cathedral-shaped vessel, so the most he could do was wait. "This is taking too long. Request to manually extract the Holy Truth Command Squad," Nico asked Max very formally, with a professional smile not quite masking the bloodlust in her mechanical eyes. "Does this plan involve taking Shattered Pride and kicking in the windows of their command bridge to pull them out into the vacuum of space?" Max asked suspiciously. "I am glad we are on the same page, Commander. Can I take that as permission granted?" Max placed one hand on each of Nico's shoulders, then grabbed her and moved her back to a chair at the table. sit, stay. Don't space the command staff unless the Klux team fails to gain entry. I can see right here on the cameras that they don't have protective suits on, despite the situation. If you kick the windows out, you would just kill them all, and we can do that with a drone. Max informed her with a grin. Second Holy Truth cruiser incoming, Admiral Drake informed them, and Max sighed while Nico gave herself a congratulatory fist pump. All right, you can deploy. The cutters will disable the cruiser after they refuse to stand down, and then you can go to work. Max agreed. Nico looked a bit crestfallen at the news, and Max realized that she had intercepted the incoming cruiser's signals and was hoping to get free rein to mangle the incoming ship by virtue of proximity. Incoming Holy Truth vessel, be aware that your nation has attacked the Terminus Trading Company, and we are currently in the process of collecting reparations. Please stand down and leave the system to avoid further hostilities. Max informed the Holy Truth captain. This is Grand Deacon Blue of the cruiser Divine Truth. Firing upon a Holy Truth vessel is heresy, punishable by death. You have 30 seconds to lower your shields and submit to judgment. The cruiser's captain responded, Nico, don't break his ship too badly. This one is even fancier than the last one. I don't know if it can even be made useful, but I want it. Max ordered her before she could leave the cargo bay where the meetings were being held. In that case, I will just stay here. I have already sent the weapon modulation for a coordinated blast that will disable the ship with minimal damage, just like last time. We will have to scrap the engines anyhow. They're a Warp 2 relic made out of freeware schematics to begin with, and nobody would accept a commission to pilot such a vessel these days. Uncle Lou is going to absolutely love you for this, though. You sent him 2 flying cathedrals after denying him. Cathedral-themed Titan-class mecha. Once he has finished retrofitting them, they will likely be flagship-quality vessels, worthy of being the face of the Terminus Trading Company. Nico laughed. Moments later, the incoming signal came again. I repeat, this is Grand Deacon Blue aboard the cruiser Divine Truth. You have been convicted of heresy and are scheduled for execution. You have 10 seconds to lower your shields and stand down, or your punishment will be increased. They have a punishment worse than death. It's a shame they won't exist long enough to try to implement it. Nico told Lord Joseph, who was looking positively petrified by the announcement. All cutters, fire on the Divine Truth. Max ordered, and the orbital lances flashed again, leaving the second vessel in the same shape as the first, dead in space and drifting. Max checked his sensors to ensure that the vessel really was disabled, finding that half the warp drive was floating freely in space at the moment, but surprisingly the powerless ship was showing signs of activity. The rear bay doors on Target 2 are opening. Drones, get me a good look at what is happening. Cutters, prepare to fire. The drones raced over to see what was going on and sent back the strangest sight that Max had ever seen. Hundreds of men in spacesuits were lying down flat on a wheeled cart that 4 men were pushing into the bay of a standard Kepler-produced civilian cargo shuttle. Do you think that is their form of an attack squad? Or is it some sort of lifeboat? Max asked Lord Joseph. That is their version of the breaching ship. They have a strong EMP weapon that shorts out our doors, and they just push the cart out of the shuttle and storm our ships after the doors are unlocked. Lord Joseph informed him. Do you not have shields? Max asked, confused. No, all of our ships are repurposed mining ships. Why would they have shields? Lord Joseph answered. Max had to try very hard not to vent his frustrations on the incompetence of his new allies. Why wouldn't a mining ship have shields? They are exposed to constant debris and harsh conditions at every single orbital mine site in existence. They normally have even better shields than a military ship the same size because they don't need the power for a weapon system. Well, if they think that tactic will work on Terminus, they're about to have a very bad day, Max informed the leader of the Klux, then turned away to watch the parade of idiocy that was the Holy Truth attack plan. He would have to warn the Cygnus fleet not to take them seriously. These 2 planetary systems full of oddballs really did deserve each other. Max was about to issue another order to the drones to stop the shuttle with a gravity beam when Nico asked the most important question of the day. How did you let yourselves get embargoed by this group of imbeciles? For an instant, Lord Joseph looked outraged. Then the look turned to embarrassment. You see, the ships are powerful, and the threats are very impressive. How were we supposed to know that they were empty? We just assumed that since they had a mecha army, they had actually sent some to threaten us with. Most of the time, they even send out a few squads of line mecha as a reminder before they make their demands. He tried to deflect, but even to himself, the words rang hollow. Maybe it is a one-off, and they simply didn't have any to send after the failed invasion, and with Cygnus drawing close to their borders. I have already sent a message about this incident to the Cygnus fleet, which will be arriving in the Holy Truth's territory very soon. Nico offered, as a form of apology for her comments and a mollification for the Lord of the Clucks. Yes, hopefully, but your trading company has done very well for themselves today. You got a deal signed, and it seems you will have 2 cruisers to add to your fleet. Do we perhaps have any more rum? This deserves a celebratory sip. Chapter 440. Ants in the Dark. Of course, we have more rum. Don't forget that we have replicators here. I will get you a bottle right away to split with your team. Nico informed Lord Joseph. You won't be joining us? He asked, wondering if she was still planning to take her command mecha to attack the disabled ship. I will, but I am a full conversion cyborg. I can't get drunk, Nico explained, and all the Clucks officers did a double take. It was clear that she had mechanical eyes, but they had thought that was the extent of her modifications. Her non-Newtonian shell closely mimicked human flesh, and she was getting very good at an aloof version of normal facial features, so they hadn't noticed that she had been fully converted. Well, that was unexpected. I can see how rum would lose its appeal if you could only drink it for the taste. Especially the cheap stuff that most merchants live off of. Lord Joseph agreed. I can also get you an assortment of other liquors if you would like. Terminus has it good, not having to worry about running out of the good rum. Nico offered. In that case, can you get us a bottle of brandy? We make a version on Clucks, and I would like to see how the replicator's version stacks up against it. The agriculture minister requested. Their local version of the liquor was made from ice berries, and it had a minty cold aftertaste, which was completely different from a regular brandy, despite appropriating the name due to the similarities in composition. Drinking the generic version from the replicator could be a very enlightening experience for them, Max thought. Incoming projectile imminent. Size, 17 tons, velocity, 240 kilometers per hour. The automated defense warning was announced while Nico brought back a large bottle of replicated brandy. She set the bottle on the table and turned to watch Max, who was viewing the Holy Truth boarding attempt, only to find him staring slack-jawed at the hologram in front of him. Did they actually get through? I can send some forces to clean them up, Nico offered, scrolling through the data feeds with her mind to see where reinforcements were needed. Max brought the screen up over his shoulder level so that everyone behind him could see what he was looking at. Hundreds of small back objects had bounced off the shielding around Terminus and were slowly floating away from the ship as the thruster packs they were wearing struggled to slow their velocity. The shuttle just turned around and released them without even checking if we had our shields up. I mean, they should have known the answer was yes since we blocked the first attack with them, but they didn't even try. Max stammered, overcome by the sheer idiocy of the events taking place. Oh, free shuttle. Bonus points for me. Nico cheered, and Max watched as the gravity beam grabbed hold of the small vessel that was frantically powering up and down their engines, trying to break free from the overwhelming force. Holy Truth shuttle, please reduce power to your thrusters. I do not wish to see any harm come to my new shuttle. Nico announced over all channels short-range broadcast. Most of the Clucks dignitaries looked at her in confusion, wondering if she really assumed that they would follow her orders after she blatantly told them she was stealing their shuttle, but only a few seconds later, the engines powered down, and the small ship was safely brought into the bay next to them. One moment, gentlemen, I need to go see a guy about a thing. I will be right back, she explained as she walked through the open door separating the 2 bays and began to bang on the rear hatch door of the newly arrived shuttle. Don't make me come in there and get you, or I'm bringing an ass whooping with me, Nico shouted at them while Max facepalmed at her unique negotiating style. Surprisingly, the hatch opened, and 2 pilots stepped out with their hands in the air. We surrender. Please don't shoot. On behalf of the 17th Breaching Squadron, we surrender ourselves to your custody. Please save our disciples from the vacuum. When they saw Nico and realized that they were twice her size, they looked a bit startled, but they immediately scanned the room and realized that they were surrounded by Mecha with no way out in a disabled shuttle. Our shuttle suddenly shut down, and we couldn't even rescue our team from space. Please, save them. They don't deserve to die like that, the second pilot begged, dropping to his knees and kowtowing before Nico. Fine, I will collect the ants. Inform them that if they resist, I am throwing them right back out of the bay door. Nico informed the pleading pilots and then watched as the gravity beam she was controlling brought the rest of the team safely through the barrier. Once they were inside, the breaching team began to form up for an attack, but the pilots immediately began shouting at them in their local dialect, a language that wasn't recorded in the computer translation files that Max had obtained from the Kepler military, and wasn't one that he had heard before. With only a little convincing, the team threw down their weapons and removed their helmets, leaving them vulnerable if Nico really did follow through and throw them back into space for misbehavior. We have a lot of questions for you today, and since I am in a good mood, we will start with a simple question and no pain. Why are there no mecha and no actual soldiers on either of the ships you sent here to Klux? The question startled Max and made him focus on trying to read their minds. Much of it had to be done through imagery since he didn't understand the language they were thinking in or speaking to each other, a deliberate defense against Kepler's mental interrogation, but he got the basics fairly quickly. Cygnus was ahead of schedule. Their system was already under attack, and these two vessels had been in dry dock when the news came that Klux was signing a treaty with the Reavers. The Holy Truth Central Command believed that Cygnus would just punish them for their failure and then leave, so they mustered as many spare desk jockeys and retired naval staff as they could to intimidate the Klux into not signing an agreement. I request terms of surrender. The pilot announced resolutely, not answering Nico's question. By rights, they could surrender their vessel to the Reavers if they were the ranking officer, or his representative, and it would end the hostilities, but it would not give them safe passage back to their country. They would remain prisoners of the Reavers and would face charges for any crimes they had committed under Reaver law. In this case, that would be one shot fired against a Reaver vessel with no physical damage or loss of life. Even a harsh judge would only give the crew a few years of hard labor at the worst and triple that for the officers. Is that so? All right, I will send drones to communicate with your bridge staff and see if they agree with your request. Nico informed the pilot with a smile. This might just be the easiest acquisition of two cruisers in history. Chapter 441. Angry Mimes. Nico immediately sent the drones that were observing the bridge of the cruisers forward to place a vibration probe against the windows so that they could communicate directly. As long as there was enough of an atmosphere on the other side, the probe could use the window as a speaker and microphone to communicate with those inside, a very convenient feature during orbital rescue missions. Holy Truth Admiral, this is Tereth Nico of the Terminus Trading Company. We have a request from your boarding pilot to begin surrender negotiations. Should they be successful, your crew will be spared, and a trial will be held regarding restitution for the incident involving Holy Truth ships firing upon a Reaver vessel. Nico informed both ships at the same time. You bitch, do you know what you have done? None can survive the wrath of the Holy One. You will not be spared for this. The man known as Blue shouted at them. The cameras showed that his crew was all looking embarrassed, and the crew of the other ship, who were treated to his response, thanks to the linked drones, were all shaking their heads in annoyance. Heretic, are you listening to me? Return power to my vessel, or we will annihilate you and your pathetic trade alliance. Blue demanded. Yes, I hear your demands, and I have considered them very thoroughly. Nico responded in a calm monotone that Max knew very well. Well, I am waiting. Blue shouted. Power to bridge doors restored. Opening security locks. Nico replied as a pulse of energy passed between the drone and the blast doors, sealing the team in the bridge. The meter-thick doors silently slid open on their tracks, revealing an overjoyed Klux Special Forces team with pry bars in their hands. Cardinal Red, Mr. Blue has been taken into custody by the Klux Special Forces, as he declined the offer to surrender to the Reavers. You have been silent so far. What is the verdict of your crew? Nico asked. Max could see that the commander of the first vessel to arrive was looking in horror toward the other vessel, where 20 burly soldiers were viciously beating the command staff of the other cruiser. Lady Tereth, we request to discuss terms. As per Reaver law, we wish to ensure that our crew is not harmed until a council of captains has tried us. Cardinal Red requested. Max signaled to Lord Joseph, who sent the order for his men to capture the remaining crew on Cardinal Red's cruiser peacefully. With no power on the ship, they wouldn't know what was going on, so some would likely still fight, but being office staff, the chances were that most of them would not willingly get themselves shot. Mecha squadrons, what is the situation with the prisoners? Max asked the teams that were guarding the hallways on the cruisers. No problems to report, Commander. Once the shouting and shooting started, they became especially well behaved and even reported to our stations without requiring Klux forces to escort them. The leader of the first team reported. Same here, Commander. They did warn us that their leader was a stubborn and prideful sort that might not accept being captured though. The second team leader declared. Yes, we noticed. Nico unlocked the blast doors and let the special forces onto the bridge to give him an attitude adjustment. I think he will see things our way very soon. Max replied, then began scanning through the mecha cameras to verify the information that he had received. It seemed to be correct. Most of them didn't have any signs of rough handling on them, and they certainly weren't active duty soldiers. Those who weren't far too old to be on active combat duty could never have passed a physical examination. There also weren't many of them, barely enough to call it a skeleton crew. Only the second vessel had sent an attack team, and the numbers suggested that the first ship didn't even have the personnel. After a few minutes, Max saw the special forces bringing the command staff to the mecha checkpoint, dragging the ones that couldn't walk while the others applied white numbing cream from a first aid kit to their faces and ribs. Even as badly beaten as they were, they did not look at all repentant. In fact, the sight of their peacefully captured crew was only making them more upset, and Max suspected that they were in for a second round of attitude adjustment in only a few minutes at the rate they were going. Cardinal Red and his command staff had opened the blast doors and were being escorted to the mecha teams as well, ready to be taken off their vessels as prisoners of the Terminus Trading Company. Shuttles, please prepare to depart for the captured cruisers. The crew will be detained here aboard Terminus for the time being. Max informed the hangars. We will turn them over to the transporter that I have called to come to get the new ships. I have no intention of waiting here for a gathering of 5 captains to hold a council, so they can just go to Ray 5 instead. Max told Lord Joseph, who could only sigh in disappointment that he wouldn't get to deal with the crews under Cluck's law. You certainly have the space for them. I will give you that much. They would have looked good swinging from the courthouse gallows, though. The Justice Minister told Max with a resigned look on his face. They didn't win many of these encounters with their hostile neighbor, so it would have been a huge public relations victory for them. I would say that you'll get a chance next time, but I suspect that there will be no next time unless it is in the next few days. After that, you will have Cygnus as a neighbor, and it won't be long before they are also a trade alliance member, so you won't have to worry about these sorts of things again. Max consoled the minister, hoping to get this all done and over with smoothly. Chapter 442, Getting Answers. 4 shuttles managed to transfer the entire crew of the 2 vessels to a secure hangar aboard Terminus, where they were restrained and placed in the former produce cooler as a group holding cell. Max hadn't considered the need for a prison facility, so they didn't have any proper holding cell aboard the ship, an oversight he would have to rectify eventually, even if it was just for these sorts of rare incidents. The Reavers didn't usually try enemy crews in court or capture ships unless the crew couldn't afford to pay the ransom to make reparations. If they did, they would have more ramshackle ships than they did people by now. But these weren't pirates, they were proper military ships from a recognized nation, so it wouldn't be proper to treat them like pirates. The fact that their nation was about to fall didn't help the odds of them paying to get their ships back either. Once they were all aboard Terminus, Max decided it was time to say his goodbyes to Lord Joseph and let the planetary leader return to his business while they finished making his order and got ready to send it to the surface. Lord Joseph, it has been a pleasure working with you. My men report that there were no casualties among our combined force and no damages to our mecha at all. Your landing force did an exemplary job of dealing with the invaders. But, now it is time for me to begin interrogating them about their intentions and working on an official agreement for their surrender. Joseph gave him a pleased smile at the word, interrogating, and rose to his feet. He extended a hand for a formal handshake, then motioned for his entourage to head back to the station. Feel free to come by again. You are always welcome in Clux, and I suspect that you will receive a hero's welcome after the population gets a chance to sample the replicators. With that, he headed back to the station, and Max left for the hangar that the prisoners were being held in, which was on the far side of the ship, closest to the 2 cruisers. Nico was already over there, having personally escorted the landing crew who had bounced off the shielding of Terminus, and Max could sense from the Illithid's thoughts that he was there too and found her version of interrogation highly entertaining. She hadn't hit anyone yet or even tied them to a chair. Instead, she had begun by insulting and berating one of the officers until he cried and then began asking him questions in between threats. It was working far better than it had any right to, and even the Illithid was impressed by the efficiency. When Max arrived, she was leading her first victim back to the holding cell and looking for corroboration of what they had been told. All right, holy worms, who will volunteer next? Tweedle dumbass already told me what I want to know. Now I want one of you to tell me if he was lying. All you need to do is tell the truth, and it will only hurt a little bit," she announced, dragging the first man forward to rejoin his crew. The tear-soaked face really helped sell the story, and Max could sense that even if she had explained that she didn't hit him, nobody would believe her. "Lady Tareth, I will go with you on behalf of my crew," Cardinal Red announced, looking grim as if he was facing execution. Max followed the two into the room across the hall and took a seat beside Nico across the table from Cardinal Red. The Holy Truth leader was the first to speak, and he looked very sincere and contrite already, despite no pressure being applied. "Lady Tareth, I apologize on behalf of my crew member. If I had known that he would try something so outrageous, I would have personally had the men searched for weapons." Max watched the replay of the incident in the Cardinal's mind and saw that the crewman, affectionately known as Tweedle Dumbass, had attempted to stab Nico as she walked through the crowd to pick out the first person to be interrogated. She had kicked the feet out from under him and caught him by the hair before he even hit the ground, so she could swiftly drag him out of the room while the others tried to process what happened. Once they were in the room, Nico tossed him into a corner and began shouting at him. It seemed a bit too effective though, so Max looked deeper into her thoughts and found that she had electrified her hands so that the metallic walls would work as a taser, shocking the subject as she shouted at him. It wasn't as gentle as Max had first thought, but it was surprisingly humane, considering the source. "Apology accepted. How about we start with the easy questions? What would you do at home if we released you now that the Cygnus fleet has arrived on your homeworld with no intentions to leave?" Nico asked. Max checked the communications log quickly and saw that they had intercepted a message only a few minutes ago while he was walking to the holding cells from the Cygnus fleet, announcing that the Holy Truth Nation was now under their control. Nico replayed the message for the Cardinal, then a second message informing all Holy Truth vessels that they were to return to the planet for the transfer of assets. That was even faster than he had expected. Max had thought they would at least put up a few days' resistance, but it appeared that they folded within 30 minutes of the Cygnus fleet announcing their terms. "Holy light has fallen to Cygnus." "No, that can't be right. It has only been a few hours since we left," Cardinal Red replied, confused. Nico replayed the message, and a stream of horrified thoughts passed through the Cardinal's mind before Max saw a hypnotic suggestion take effect, and the man reached into his robes. "None of that. Hands on the table," Max shouted, moving to grab him before he could do anything and pinning his arms to the metal table. He had a small vial in his palm, which Nico took away, opened, and carefully sniffed, then analyzed with a scanner from her pocket. Dragon fire root poison, potent enough to cause his cells to combust if he drank it. The Holy Truth clergy must have some sort of suicide pact, Nico informed Max. Chapter 443. Sadly predictable. Max watched as the hope faded from the Cardinal's eyes, only to be replaced by horror at the action that the hypnotic suggestion was going to have him do. In his mind, the vial contained a divine will elixir that would keep the secrets of the Holy Truth safe from interrogators, but once he had heard the name of the poison, the suggestion was broken, and he realized that his superiors had brainwashed him into committing suicide if he was asked questions about the security of the Holy Truth. This revelation was helped along by the Illithid, who had noticed the mental interference almost immediately, despite not being in the room with them. Their species was very sensitive to such things, and the thoughts of others were like background noise in a room to them. The dissonant noises of interference were immediately clear, like fingernails down a chalkboard or a bad remix of a familiar song. The thought caused a revelation in Max's mind, and for the first time in a while, he received a message from the system. Innate talent mind reading has evolved. Innate talent active telepathy is active. System compatibility rank increased to rank S. Recalculating abilities. That startled Max so much that he forgot he was in the middle of an interrogation. Fortunately, his hands didn't move, and Nico relieved the Cardinal of the poison before forcibly relieving him of his clothing to make sure he had no more hidden tricks. Impressive resolve. Now tell me why you came here with 2 empty vessels, she demanded. It was all we had. The Holy Truth ignored the will of the Oracle and sent their entire army to Kepler in the name of greed and wealth. Taxes and tributes from the nations we sanction make up the majority of our revenue. Even in the face of such a crisis, we couldn't allow Klux to make an alliance with a powerful force like the Reavers. They might not generate much, but even 1% of a planet's revenue is an enormous sum. The Cardinal barely whispered, as if compelled by the pair of red cybernetic eyes staring deeply into his own. "You know what, I believe you. And not just because I hacked the mainframe of both your ships to read all of the communications logs," Nico informed the Cardinal, who looked so pale with fright that he might have already had a heart attack. As she interrogated the man about what she had found in the logs in the other nations that they had under sanctions, Max's new innate talent began to settle into his mind, bringing to him the thoughts of everyone aboard the ship, all at various volumes, depending on the intensity of the determination or emotion behind them, and their distance from him. The thoughts of the prisoners felt weaker than those of the Illithid or the Kepler forces, while the thoughts of the Innu were somewhat muted but made an annoyingly happy bubble in the lab area. How they could be so happy all the time was beyond him. From their thoughts, they were in the middle of trying to redesign their ancient yacht to accommodate a higher speed warp drive. It wasn't groundbreaking work, they were studying it from better equipped models by the same manufacturer, not designing an entirely new hull, but the level of happiness that they were emitting was incredible. The Innu have very intense emotions. That is part of why their culture developed the tech nomads. They become obsessed with the things that they like and can't let go of them or even function in a role that doesn't involve their passion, the Innu explained, and Max could sense its curiosity at the changes he was undergoing. Max considered that for a moment. It made sense that they would become obsessive if this were the level of joy that they felt about even the simple things in life and ones that involved a large amount of physical labor at that. "I will show you a trick to filter the thoughts around you." The Illithid offered and began to focus on a form of meditation technique that the Illithid could do with only a small portion of their thoughts, which would let them focus on the things they wanted to hear, or the people closest to them. It wasn't hard, and with his enhanced perception skill, Max managed to activate it in only a few minutes, focusing on Nico and the Cardinal, who had just finished spilling everything that he knew about the politics and military strength of the Holy Truth. Max looked at the destroyed clothing on the floor with regret and called for someone to bring a prisoner's orange jumpsuit to the interrogation room so that the old man didn't have to sit around naked now that they were finished with their questions. Nico had learned everything that they needed to know and that the first prisoner she interrogated wasn't lying to her, so they could safely assume that the interrogation process was finished. "Commander Karras, might this humble prisoner make a request?" the Cardinal asked after getting dressed in the gaudy orange coveralls. "Certainly, though I can't guarantee that I will grant it," Max agreed. "If the Holy Truth has really fallen to the Cygnus fleet, can you relocate us to another planet when our sentence is over? Returning home would be too painful for the crew, and it would be a small mercy not to have to think too much about the horrors that have befallen their loved ones with barbarians in charge of the Holy Land." Despite the phrasing, the request was somewhat reasonable. Many prisoners wished to be released into a new life when they finished their sentences. "I will transfer you to the freighter that is taking the vessels back to Ray 5, a Reaver-controlled system. You will be tried there, and once you have served your sentence, you may remain there and join the ranks of released convicts working on the planet. Reavers are a forgiving sort, you might even get a spot back on another vessel with the navigational experience that you have, or you could work in one of the businesses on the planet. Ex-convicts might start at lower rates than those who are seen as more trustworthy, but it isn't too hard for them to find jobs." Max agreed. Chapter 444, Bon Voyage. Wait, I have an idea. Since the attack was on Terminus, I will request for the Terrath captains to hold the trial. It is one of their freighters coming here anyhow, and they can transfer the convicts to a mining colony for work release. Serve the time there, and you can directly join the staff. In fact, everyone on the colony started out the same way, with some crimes being larger than others. Nico suggested. The Cardinal looked at her with veiled amusement. "Do you think that an old man like me would survive a mining colony?" Nico tilted her head in a motion that reminded Max of a confused puppy, then answered directly. "It is an entire colony. There are more jobs than breaking rocks in the mines. They need someone to do paperwork, medics, nurses, equipment operators, and every other job that any other colony needs. Don't you have skills other than being a cardinal? In fact, I am a very skilled surgeon. I was the chief medical officer of a destroyer-class ship before being elevated into the clergy. Cardinals in the Holy Truth are a political position, and I am also the Minister of Health. Or I was until this morning." Nico nodded happily. "See, no need to work you to death in the mines. You can stay in a nice sterile room and make sure that nobody else is worked to death." The Reavers were actually much more kind to their prisoners than most nations were, but openly saying that would come across as a lie, or a slight against their fierce reputation, so it was left unsaid for prisoners to discover once they were put to work. Only those who were a danger to others were imprisoned constantly. Everyone else who committed a crime was either sentenced to unpaid work or a monetary fine based on a percentage of their wealth, with a minimum limit, so that crimes couldn't be shuffled off to the poorest among a group. Now, we will inform the rest of the group of their fate, and you are coming with us to do it, Max announced, helping the old man to his feet. He marched the cardinal back into the holding cell while Nico had the maintenance staff make and send over a full set of prisoner coveralls for the Holy Truth crew. They had all been brought in now, and the Mecha were all back aboard Terminus, except for 2 squads of Infernus pattern fast attack crusaders, which were keeping an eye on the disabled ships while they waited for the transporter to be ready. Sir, the transport vessel is ready, and Mary Tereth is requesting that we open a portal for them to come directly to us. The target coordinates have been verified as safe. Admiral Drake informed Max, who was overseeing the change of attire for the Holy Truth prisoners. Tell her to send a prison shuttle as well. Nico will inform her of the details. Max replied, then input his authorization code so that the portal could be activated. The shimmering energy in the air formed a perfect circle that showed them the distant site of the Ray 5 moon base and the planet itself. It looked like the ships would be going directly to Uncle Lou for a refit and not into storage around the 5th planet in the system, where many other disabled and obsolete vessels were currently in orbit awaiting refit or scrapping. Also, send a message to Uncle Lou, telling him that we were thinking of him when we saw these particular ships. He will know what I am talking about. Max added, the transporter wasn't a large ship, more like a tugboat with an immensely powerful engine and little else except basic structure, so it had no problem entering the portal and dragging the 2 ships into position with its gravity beam. Normally 2 such transporters would be needed, 1 per cruiser, but since they didn't need to go to warp, a single one would suffice today, sitting in between its 2 pieces of cargo and maneuvering them carefully on course for the moon base. The prisoner transport showed up a few minutes later, and Max realized that they had forgotten to tell Mary that the ships only had a skeleton crew aboard them. The immense orange vessel, the same color as the coveralls the prisoners wore, could move 10,000 prisoners at once, enough for even the largest of captured vessels, but they didn't even have 200 captives to give it. Dock with Bay Door B8, and we will transfer the captives directly to your hold. Max informed them as the ship turned to glide into position. A double file of prison guards marched out as soon as the ship docked, and Nico began to giggle. What is so funny, little sister? The lead guard asked. Don't call me sister. My mom is way cooler than yours. Cousin Daryl, meet Commander Karras. Commander, meet Tereth Daryl, one of my many cousins and the unfortunate son of the Tereth family. As the only member of the immediate family with a Gamma-ranked system, he was given command of a prison ship and not a Reaver trading vessel. Nico introduced the pair. She makes it sound like such a disgrace, but it's an easy job, and I get to beat annoying people. It's not so bad, really. But Miss Nico here was always a genius, and her disrespect knows no boundaries of age or distance. The prison ship captain responded politely. You get used to her. Unfortunately, you have sent more guards than we have prisoners today. The 2 cruisers barely had enough people aboard them to keep them running, and a single boarding crew between the 2 of them is the closest thing they had to defenses. No need to go too hard on them. They only fired a single shot that we blocked with our shields so that it wouldn't hit the Klux station. A bit of time in the mines and a fresh start outside their home system, which has already fallen to the Cygnus fleet since they left this morning, is just what they need, I think. Max explained, ensuring that the prison ship was in on their plans. We can do that. There are a lot of new mining colonies going up to provide supplies for the Mecha and ship factories. You should come to visit again after your mission. There are 8 facilities now, all run by an alliance of companies, that are making Warp 10 capable cargo ships of the Cutter class. It is quite a sight in orbit around the planets these days. Tereth Daryl suggested. We will, for sure. But first, we are going to head all the way to the end of Death Wind territory and arrange deliveries. We have the portal now, so we can send for supplies as soon as we finish our deals from anywhere in the galaxy. Max agreed. The Reavers will love you for it. It also looks like we have a cargo ship coming for the Klux already. They just sent me a message asking how long the cruisers would be blocking the portal. Daryl laughed. Chapter 445. Trade resumed. The transporters are always careful when maneuvering, aren't they? But I am not sure if the Klux even have their order started. We are still making half of their initial shipment of replicators, and they only brought the factory online with the new materials printers half a day ago. Max explained. They can wait. The customer is far enough away that the difference in speed will make a huge difference, even without you opening a portal to them. Daryl dismissed the crawling pace of the transports as nothing to be concerned about, since a one-ship wait for the portal was still much better than spending days making their way here in the traditional manner. Sir, the replicators are finished, and the shuttle is loaded. We can send it to the surface at any time. The maintenance lab, which was in charge of making the customer's orders, informed Max. If the crew is trained enough to safely pilot the shuttle to the surface and back, let them go. Just give them some training materials so that they can learn what the ship is capable of. Max replied, glad to be finished with their side of the trade deal. Once the cruisers were safely through and clear of the portal, a brand new Tereth Reaver family trade vessel made its way through the portal, requesting clearance to dock with the station. It was slightly larger than the cutters but clearly based on the same design. It was sleek, with flowing lines and no hard edges, and wider in the back for extra cargo space, keeping the triangular top profile. This was one of the cargo-specific Warp 10 vessels that the Moon Base shipyards had just finished. Commander Karras, Miss Rage, it is a pleasure to see you again. This is Tereth Damond of the Reaver vessel Blood Mist. The other captain greeted them. Did you just place the portal right beside the Tereth family station so they would get the first chance at everything? Max asked Nico before responding to the other captain. I'm hurt. I wouldn't do something so underhanded. I put it right next to the moonbase, and we just so happen to control the region around the main planet. Nico replied with false dignity. It is indeed a pleasure, Captain. Congratulations on the fine new vessel. She looks like a real money maker. Max replied. He had to search his memories to recall who the man was. He had only met him once at the general's wedding, and at that point, the man had been without a vessel of his own due to damages in the preceding battles. The ship was impressively armed, though Max knew it only carried a single wing of Mecha as a defensive force. Any more would cut into their cargo capacity. The ship sported an orbital Lance-grade front disruptor, accompanied by 16 ion bombard arrays mounted along the hull for 360-degree coverage. Not many vessels would dare to take on such a monstrous attack craft, which sported more firepower than even the cruisers of most nations. If anyone thought that the new Reaver trade ships would be traditional, lightly armed targets, they were in for an unpleasant shock. Assuming that they could catch one to attack it, that was. The newly built Klux factory lines had been busy since they were assembled, and the moment that the Blood Mist docked, they began loading crates into the hold. They didn't have enough stockpiled to load it with the large cranes and were using forklifts to bring in the crates as they came off the line, but it was more efficient than some of the poorly organized facilities where the captain had loaded before. At the very least, they had started loading as soon as he arrived instead of needing most of a day to organize the effort to get the cargo to his ship after his arrival. Do you need us to open a secondary portal for you to the customer? Max asked once the portal to Ray 5 was closed, and their business was officially completed. No worries, they will still be a day or two to finish loading the entire hold at this rate. It would be great to have a portal of our own, but nothing smaller than a colony ship has the output to make that even remotely feasible. Captain Damond told him with a hint of greed in his voice. That was understandable. What merchant wouldn't want a vessel with 50 times as much cargo capacity and the ability to instantly move between star systems? Max had considered moving between potential allies that way but had decided that the chance to intercept signals along the way and pull in unexpected allies was more important while they were traveling through these more populated areas of space. None of the systems should be unaware of what was going on in the region, and the chance that some of them might change their mind when they saw the mighty colony ship moving near their borders was too good to pass up. The goal was to pull as much of humanity as possible into this alliance after all. Klux Station, Terminus will be departing in 5 minutes. Thank you for being so cooperative, and we wish you better days ahead. Max informed their new allies. It was a pleasure doing business with you, Terminus. Good luck on your journey. Lord Joseph answered, and Max could see that the signal originated from the new shuttle, which was on its first journey to the system's asteroid belt, looking for suitable source material for their production. That wasn't normally a job for a planetary leader, but Klux was an odd place, to begin with. Right on schedule, Admiral Drake maneuvered Terminus away from the station, flashing their exterior lights in a farewell to their fellow Reavers, before taking the ship to Warp 5 and heading toward the edge of the Deathwind territory. Their first obstacle would be the border nations, which had kept the Death Wind territory under sanctions for millennia. The Reavers intended to bypass them for now, but Max was hoping to make a deal along the way, so he wasn't willing to portal past their territory just yet. Chapter 446. Maximum gains. 2 days after they left Klux, Max was in the gym, working on consolidating his strength after the changes in his system compatibility, when a message that every human hoped for but never expected to see appeared in his vision. Safety threshold reached, increase cancelled, maximum modifier achieved. Max quickly checked his status to see what level he had reached that would be as good as his physical body could handle. Charis Max compatibility determined, rank S primary attribute, STR 2.5x modifier, secondary bonuses, Dex 2x, SPD 2x, 0 diminishing returns STR, 3 plus 200% cap Dex, 3 plus 104% SPD, 3 plus 106% innate talent active telepathy, additional function unit optimization, additional function multi-point targeting, additional function split fire, additional function perception 3, additional function unified force with a base strength of 3 points, plus a 200% bonus, he would be at 9 times the human standard, which seemed to be the maximum that his body could handle without risking damage to his own bones and muscles, which had reached the limit of what they could be modified to accomplish with his system. 9 times the standard for a full-grown man was no laughing matter. Max could bench press nearly 2 tons and easily jump on the roof of a Crusader-class mecha. By the logic of most species and any unaugmented human, he was practically a superhero, but it seemed that this was as far as the system would take his strength. I guess I need to work on agility and speed, then. Max sighed to himself as he saw the data. If he couldn't increase strength, he could still work on the other aspects. He briefly wondered how many people in history had actually managed to cap out an S-ranked system, but it didn't seem to be any different than the cap for rank A since he was only a few points away even before he gained active telepathy. That meant that the limit was most likely based on his bone and muscle structure being incompatible with any more upgrades since he gained an upgraded innate talent with the last upgrade and not a durability rework of his entire body. Nico, I don't suppose you have a way to increase the body's durability without replacing anything, do you? I have hit my strength cap. Max asked telepathically. There is a max in my head. Oh, this is going to be fun. When did you upgrade your skill? Nico responded. Just a few days ago. Now, do you know a way to improve my durability, or am I stuck at this level for a while? Max tried again. I have an idea, but we haven't started human trials yet. The Valkyria are incredibly durable, and I think we can convince that their bone structure is an acceptable upgrade for human beings. We are somewhat limited by the sensibilities of the system, as it won't accept modifications that it deems inhuman, as they are incompatible with its goals of improving humanity. A slight change in bone composition should be enough to let you gain a bit more strength, but why do you need it? Seriously, I'm not that heavy. Nico's thoughts were interspersed with scenes of combat, grappling, in a more intimate sense. She had a point, he didn't actually need to keep increasing his strength, but he wanted to. It was the principle of it. He was still a young man. Reaching his limits so soon would be a real shame. Alright, we can start on that later. What else has your team come up with? Max asked. We improved the suits a little bit. We now have a version 2 pilot suit, which still has half the augmentic increase, but no added armor plating. Some of the testers had expressed concerns about the fact that it is so form-fitting, so we added a standby mode, where it would hang loosely like a standard suit unless extreme gravitational forces were applied or the pilot chose to activate it. You could have just added a bit of bulge to the design at the groin, and they would have stopped complaining. Max pointed out. False advertising. We don't pad the chests for the ladies. Alright, get back to work. I am still waiting to see what you were trying to do with your own modifications. Max told her, then focused on his workout again, heading to the agility trainers. He didn't spend much time on them, only making them an incidental part of his workout, but today he split his time evenly between agility and speed training, which shocked the others in the gym. Commander, are you preparing for a marathon or something? Where are the weights? One of the pilots, a fellow gym rat that was affectionately known as Beefcake by his battalion, asked with great confusion. I capped out my strength. The system says I can't go over the equivalent of 9 basis points without risk of physical damage that exceeds safety thresholds. Max told him, not holding back on taunting the man who had put immense effort into increasing his strength. How is that even possible? I have 150 bonus points and a 2-point strength base. 9 points total is a monster, not a human. Beefcake complained, flexing his biceps with a rueful look. 5 times the human standard was already impressive. Compared to those without a system, Beefcake was a walking disaster, and it hadn't occurred to him that anyone could be so far ahead of him. A lucky upgrade brought me to a 3-point base, Max explained, and the big man nodded in understanding. Fate truly favors you, Commander. Not only are you strong, but I have seen that you're also pretty fast since you can pretty much keep up with Major Nico. It's like the two of you stole all the bonuses for an entire planet. Beefcake chuckled. You aren't wrong. Most planets in old Kepler couldn't keep up the systems of those who were born on Kepler Terminus, to begin with, and we both lucked out with great innate talents. Max agreed. What is her innate talent anyhow? Something to do with combat perception, right? One of the other pilots in the gym asked. No, she can innately control technology. Max's response made everyone look at him with shock. I thought she was just smart and loved to hack computers. You're saying that is her innate talent, and the combat ability is just her own skill? Or does she have combat system functions? Her system skills are mecha repair related. Originally, Central Command wanted to put her in charge of the regiment's maintenance corps. It was only because the Thunder Pattern super heavy units got to have a technician that she wasn't your maintenance chief. Max told them. Beefcake frowned, with a hint of terror in his mind. Can you imagine getting reamed out by her as maintenance chief? Not only is she scary in person, she knows everything. Like, everything, even the things you don't know about your own performance. He wasn't wrong. The amount of performance data that she could compile from a combat record was terrifying. See, I'm not the only one with good luck. You all got lucky as well. Max told them, then returned to his workout. Chapter 447. Emergency call. A few days later, just before they were set to approach the border nations, Terminus received a message from an Alliance vessel in the outer reaches of Deathwind territory. An unexpected failure of their warp drive had caused an explosion and thrown them off course. They knew where they were, and they knew that access to this galaxy was supposed to be restricted due to high danger, so they sent a message for immediate retrieval. As the only Alliance vessel in the galaxy, Terminus was responsible for going to help them out. The vessel was the exploration vessel Gaia, a cutter-class scientific ship from the far side of the Alliance. According to the data that had come with the message, they were over 100 Alliance standard units from home, putting their home galaxy out of humanity's observed universe. Now that they knew where it was, they might be able to search for and find it, but until this point, it was not a star listed on any Kepler map. The only data that Terminus had about it came from the Alliance. Exploration vessel Gaia, this is the human vessel Terminus, we are on our way to your location. We will open a portal in 10 minutes. Max informed them, then began planning a new route through the galaxy and back toward Ray 5 from the outer ring inward. The portal took shape 6 minutes later, and Admiral Drake led the ship through to the location indicated by the Alliance ship, only to find that they weren't the first ones there. A group of pirates had just dropped out of warp and began firing on the disabled ship, hoping to capture it and plunder the technology, bringing them to the peak of human development. Or so they thought. Cutters, launch now, rescue the Gaia, and eliminate the pirates. Max ordered. Seconds later, the cutters were flying out the bay doors, their secondary weapons already firing. The impacts were making the shields on the pirate ships flicker, and both vessels immediately turned to flee. 2 blinding flashes lit up the vacuum of space, followed by a field of debris as the pirate vessels exploded under the force of the disruptors. Sorry about that, Gaia. As I am sure the Alliance warned everyone, there are still pirates and other hostile forces active in this galaxy. Terminus has certified status as a trusted force, verified by the Valkia and Giants. You are safe with us. Max greeted the vessel which had sent the distress call. A video link opened between the two vessels, and Max found himself in the odd position of looking at a forest without anyone visible in the scene. We cannot thank you enough, Terminus. We are the Shin, a flora-type species, as you can see. Like the Illithid aboard your ship, our communications are primarily mental, but we also have a well-developed physical language that might be difficult for you to learn and impossible for you to replicate without hundreds more limbs. They were speaking the Alliance standard language, which Max was well used to after dealing with the Illithid for so long, so understanding them was no problem when they were speaking telepathically. You can call me Commander Karis. I am also capable of a limited version of the mental communication that the Illithid use, though that is very rare among our people. Most will answer you verbally if you can understand that, or through technology if you cannot. We will bring your vessel aboard ours for repairs, and you are welcome to enjoy the facilities we have available. How is your mobility? We have gravity control technology, so we can be quite agile for flora-type species. Do you have hydroponic facilities? Perhaps even something as luxurious as real dirt gardens? The Shin leader asked. We have both. We also have shared water features that the Innu and similar species enjoy. Do you require oversized accommodations? Max asked, not having any data on their size. Our species is under 2 meters tall. The sizing of your accommodations should be fine, though we prefer to be in communal areas to rest. Separation from others is stressful for our root systems. Max considered a moment and had the cruise ship maintenance crews add a large portion of dirt flower beds to the public walkways in the central column, the open area at the core of the cruise ship area. That should meet the Shin's needs for communal activities. Terminus pulled the disabled vessel aboard with a gravity beam, revealing the extensive structural damage to the hull from the explosion of the warp drives, though the pirates hadn't managed to breach their shielding, despite the damaged state of the vessel. Once they were in place inside the hangar, a group of 10 small coniferous trees came out to greet Max, looking a lot like bonsai trees but with various colors of needles. Welcome to the cruise ship portion of the colony ship Terminus, a human trading vessel. If you would like to accompany me, one of our technicians can work with your engineer to help repair your vessel. We have extensive refit facilities here and can work as a dry dock facility for smaller vessels such as your own. Max explained. Who would have thought that we could find a dry dock out here in the middle of nowhere? The alliance really has spread out recently. Thank you for your hospitality, and we are looking forward to seeing what an isolated species of mammals have created for the first flora species that they are recorded to have met. The captain responded. They floated behind Max as he walked, their bodies mostly motionless, but Max could see the rustling of their branches, indicating that they were speaking to each other in their silent language. How they perceived each other or the world around them was a mystery to Max since they had no eyes, but they didn't seem to have any difficulty navigating the hallways or interpreting the motions of their neighbors. I believe that we can start here. We have created gardens on all 20 levels in the central common areas. The gaps in between the walkways can be used to traverse the ship with gravity-controlled flight if you like. Only common courtesy limits flight in the cruise ship area. At this kiosk is a map of the facilities, and we have prepared a large meeting room for your group, as you stated that you preferred to be together. Max led the way to the meeting room on the main level, where the floors had been reformed to bare concrete and covered in thick black loam, with clusters of various plants placed around the room to make it less barren. There were watering spouts hanging from the roof, almost reaching the soil, which could be touch-activated, but none of the staff really knew what these new arrivals would like. We honestly had no idea what you would prefer in your accommodation, so we can reform the room if it isn't suitable, Max informed them politely. No, this is amazing. So many species don't have soil floors available. They grow entirely by hydroponics, so real soil is a true luxury. Even on our ship, only one room has soil, and it isn't nearly this rich. The captain, a bonsai tree with immaculately manicured branches and blue needles, informed Max. Chapter 448. Repair plans. We used species of flora that are foodstuffs or visually pleasing to the humans, which you can relocate if you don't like them. We can also bring more if you like. There are gardens like this, with the same plants and soil in the common areas in the center of the ship. The other species enjoy the scent and sight of flowers, so we put a large number of them aboard the ship. One of the Shin darted forward and snuggled its roots deep into the soil, finding that it was only half a meter thick, then reached a root up to tap the hanging hose, making it spray water over the area. Look, water sprinklers. Do you think we can raise them, so I can make it rain on my canopy? That would be amazing, they asked. Just control the panel at the door. It is in Alliance Common at the moment. You can adjust the height of all the hoses as you prefer. Max informed the happy plants. One after another, they settled into the soil, and Max could have sworn he heard a sigh from their branches. Though the noise might have been mental. We will explore later. For now, resting here is perfect. We will take good care of your plants. The captain informed Max, then stretched out a branch to tap the controls and lift the sprinklers to make a gentle rainfall in the room. The drains would take care of the moisture. It wasn't hard for the staff to remodel Terminus on short order, as long as it was only a few rooms, so the water shouldn't be an issue, even in the long term. What do you need for nutrition? I can create whatever you require. Max asked. We are a slow-growing species. The nutrients in this soil are enough for us to stay here for a decade. I don't think we will need that long to repair our vessel, though it might take that long to convince the crew to leave this room. The joke was clear in the captain's tone, so Max gave a polite bow and left them to their own devices. He had heard before that humans and similar species were uncommon and much more active than most species, so he wouldn't rush their guests around at a human pace. Max walked back to the hangar where they docked so he could talk to the engineer and see what they needed for their repairs. Nico and the Innu were already there, discussing the incident with the engineer, whose thoughts seemed rather starstruck. It seemed that he watched the live streams from their particular group of tech nomads long before they landed here on Terminus. He hadn't expected to ever see them in person since they were only passing by the region on their way between Alliance galaxies. When the accident occurred, they had no choice but to divert here, as it was the closest star system. The tech nomad video channels were very popular in the Alliance, even if this particular group only got tens of millions of views per video out of trillions of watchers. Thinking about the potential of increasing market share on a scale as large as the Alliance was a mind-boggling concept to Max. If even a single % of the viewers were fans of your channels, you could earn enough to straight purchase and terraform your own planet after only a year or two of streams. Of course, here in this galaxy, there were so many undeveloped regions that they could simply claim and terraform one with the technology and resources at their current disposal, but it was much different when it was one in an already inhabited system or close to one. How bad is it? Max asked as he approached the damaged exploration vessel. A few damaged main spars, some hull sections are scrap, and the warp drive is totally destroyed. At best guess, it will take us at least a month just to do the work, and I'm not sure if Terminus has the materials we will need. One of the Innu replied absently as she examined the forward sections of the main structure, which seemed to be intact to Max. Let me know what you need, and we will get it if we don't already have it. We have a pretty good selection of shipbuilding materials, at least for our own vessels. That got the Innu excited. You mean we could use your military-grade materials to rebuild the exploration vessel? Don't you guard those really closely? We can always stop and get more ore from any random system, and our technology is good enough to make it into usable alloys. It might not be the peak of Alliance technology, but it is enough that we can repair anything that we own. Nico explained. This is going to get so many views. I mean, it will expose your alloys to the Alliance members, if that's alright, but other than that, it shouldn't be an issue. The Innu technician cheered. The alloys are nothing special since the exploration vessel doesn't need armor, just structural components and hull plating. Every ship in the Alliance has equivalent materials, so it shouldn't be a big shock even if ours are a different composition. Nico dismissed her concerns. The alloys for ship frames were quite basic since the Kepler design philosophy used ablative armor plating that could be replaced when it was damaged without compromising the hull. The structural material for Warp 10 capable vessels was a new alloy for humanity, just developed for their new generation of high-speed vessels, but it was still no better than what they were working with on the Shin exploration vessel, which was a state-of-the-art civilian exploration vessel and only recently completed. You can input their alloys into the materials printers as well and rebuild it just as it was the first time. I don't know what you will do with the warp drive though unless you have the schematics or you are going to replace it with one of our designs. Max told the excited group of tech nerds. We will use a new hybrid drive. Compiling what we know of human warp technology and the new designs that we have been working on, we can make one custom fit to this hull. The Innu told Max, so excited that she was practically vibrating. Well then, have fun with that. I will try not to distract you too much since this is paid work, as well as material for your video stream. I will only need to pull you away if a new trade partner requires something custom made. Max told them and then retreated from the onslaught of hyper-excited thoughts. Chapter 449, Deathwind Territory. With the rescue mission complete, Max turned his attention to the trade deals that needed to be made in the outer reaches of the Deathwind Territory. Normally, these would be among the last to join the Alliance, but many of them were already on good terms with the Reavers since they were the only group willing to run the embargo placed around the mercenary-run territory and bring them essential supplies. The closest base to them belonged to the Black Wolves, a mercenary company with long-term ties to the Laudian clan, a Reaver family like the Tereth family. They were trusted allies of the Reavers and were on the shortlist for the Alliance, so Max sent a message to their homeworld immediately. Black Wolves Command, this is Commander Karis of the Terminus Trading Company, here to discuss the terms of a potential trade agreement with the Reavers. Max's simple message was enough to get the point across, and the fact that it was sure to be intercepted by other mercenary groups meant that it was best to avoid any chance of misunderstanding. The Terminus Trading Company, how did you get all the way out here to the fringes of the galaxy? The Black Wolves replied, not trusting a random message, even with the appropriate codes, given the strange situation. We had a mission to do for the Alliance, and we came here by portal. Max told them. That brought long minutes of radio silence before the Black Wolves replied with a simple set of coordinates for their space station. Terminus set out for the indicated location as soon as the message was received, not wanting to attract more attention from pirates after they destroyed 2 vessels and took what they would view as their rightful prize, the disabled Alliance vessel. 2 cruisers met them at the border of Black Wolf's home star system and guided them in, as the station was hidden behind a complex array of shields and traps. Even knowing where it was would not guarantee that you could get to it safely without an escort. Max realized along the way that the sensors on Terminus could see through most of the tricks and signal jamming technologies, which made the journey much less perilous for them, but out of courtesy, they closely followed their guide toward the final destination, an immense space station surrounding the moon of an inner planet. The close proximity to the star was used to harness solar energy for their purposes since it was very difficult to get a hold of specialty parts for other forms of reactors, a result of the concerted effort to destroy any mercenary company which managed to obtain manufacturing technology that wasn't approved by the powers closer to the center of the galaxy. That would normally pose a problem for Max's plan to spread the materials printers and replicators, but they already had the crystal matrix power plants used for the warp drives and the organic power packs, so Max was sure that he could have the staff create something to provide them sufficient output to keep replicators running. The solar array was quite impressive, though, and being so close to the star, they would be harvesting an immense amount of energy, so it might not be necessary at all. Their ships could power the replicators without issue. It was only the space station or any planetary settlement that they were in charge of that Max was concerned about. Welcome to the Black Wolves' home, Commander Karras. Please dock at the closest available pier, and we will send a team to welcome you. The station greeted them. The station fully encircled a small moon, and Max wondered if they had built it themselves or if a failed colonization attempt had left it behind. Many outer arm stars had been colonized and abandoned in the past due to violent fighting between colonies or various crises. Admiral Drake docked them at the station, using a bay that was almost perfectly fitted to their cargo doors, a small luxury that anyone moving goods between the two would appreciate. Then, they waited. The mercenaries knew where they were, but getting here from the far side of the moon, or wherever they were currently, could take some time. That time ended up being less than 30 minutes, so they must have been led to a point close to where the staff was already waiting for them. The Black Wolves sent a 10-person team, including one man who bore the badge of a mercenary company captain, indicating that he either controlled a ship of their fleet, or the station itself, an honor that Max hadn't expected, given the short notice. So, it is true that your colony ship can open portals across the galaxy. We heard it from the informants, but we truly didn't believe it until we got confirmation that you had just been in Klux and sent back 2 Holy Truth cruisers mere days ago. Here you are. So what is it that the Reavers are proposing? A set fee to run the blockade. The man was completely practical and was speaking for himself instead of letting his second-in-command do it, so Max had to answer instead of leaving the annoying part to Nico this time. We propose a free trade agreement among all members and a mutual defense pact, with terms of non-aggression. You can infight all you want, but the agreement states that no member will be the aggressor between nations and that they will assist allies if another nation does move against them. Max explained, then sent them the official agreement for them to look over. Have a seat and take your time to read through it. We have time, Max offered, gesturing to the same round table that they used for the last negotiation. The decorations in the room had been replaced, as the last set of equipment had been transferred on Klux, but there was a new materials printer and a replicator in the room, as well as one of the more heavily armed shuttles that Nico had developed for moving infantry teams around. The mercenaries would love those. They frequently entered hostile environments on foot to search for treasures and valuable materials, as well as the frequently requested bodyguard duties and boarding actions that mercenaries were famous for. Chapter 450. But will it kill? The mercenaries all looked at the staff with great interest when they produced rum and snacks from the replicator and placed them in the middle of the table. Max was the first to move, pouring a dozen glasses of rum, which emptied the bottle, and then taking a cream puff from the tray and popping it into his mouth. There's just something about the taste of replicated whipped cream, you know. It's not the same as the reconstituted powder stuff that we used to keep in our pantry. Max told them between sips of his drink. We use the replicator for almost all our meals now. It's just better than keeping a full pantry, but we do grow some of our own fresh food aboard the ship. The rum, though, that is the best part. Max laughed as the mercenaries were still looking nervous about the offering. If you want to call for a cyborg, we can wait, Nico suggested. Bah, the Reavers wouldn't kill someone like me with poison in the first place. One of the guards laughed, then downed the rum and popped a pastry in his mouth. His eyes immediately began to water, and he let out a soft wheeze and tapped the table. His allies all began to reach for weapons before he waved them off with a growing smile on his face. Damn, I forgot what good rum is like. We make ale here on the station, and it might as well be water in comparison, he explained. And here I thought you were just confident in your drinking ability. Max chuckled, realizing what had happened. Now that the initial test was out of the way, everyone else gave the food a sample, with most going for the sweets but a few going for the meat and crackers. It tastes fresh, like we are in an agricultural world, and picked it all up at the market. That's incredible. We don't have an inhabitable world of our own, the company isn't large enough to defend one all the way out here, but with this, we can live like kings. The mercenary captain sighed. What do you have to input to make things like this? The first man to drink asked, looking at the replicator in the corner of the room. Any form of biomass will work. We use algae from our hydroponic labs, but you could use anything you have in abundance. Hell, you could use chopped up clem if you were brave enough. Max told them with a smile. They all shuddered at the thought, and Nico rolled her eyes. It's recombined. I don't get why everyone treats it like eating bugs. A young woman from the mercenary team laughed at her expression, then did a double take as she realized that Nico was a full conversion and not just a reaver with artificial eyes. You might have forgotten about the necessity of food, and I don't know how long it has been since you were fully human, but even the thought of Clem inside me is enough to be repulsive. The man sitting next to her smirked at that and decided to taunt his teammate. Like a bit of cooked Clem would be the most disgusting thing you've had inside you. The young woman slapped him directly off his chair to the uproarious laughter of the rest of her team, as well as the Reavers, who were close enough to hear his comment. It's good to see a team that gets along so well. The last group we visited was a bit uptight and rigid. The last two, if you count the idiots of the Holy Truth. Nico laughed. You get used to them. We are the station crew, so we don't get out much. We just sort and repair some more. We've got more mechanics on the station than anything else, and some days it's still not enough to keep things running as smoothly as I would like. The captain, who seemed to be the base commander, answered. Well, we've got top-class materials printers for everyone who signs the treaty, a Reaver-developed technology that every trade group member will have access to. It should make life easier for your staff if they can toss the damaged part into the printer and have it repaired. The replicator is mostly a quality of life improvement, and it has been pretty popular, but the materials printers are more practical. Max told them, you aren't afraid of the embargo? Max shook his head at that. They will either join the trade group, or they will be wiped out the first time they attack a member. There won't be an embargo for long, and the Reavers are hoping that this part of space can be developed to a higher state than it is now, so we don't have patches of humanity living in the technological dark ages while others are already pushing warp 10 trade vessels and unconcerned about food supplies. Then what do you need the mercenary companies for? We're not national powers, the station commander pointed out. You're not, but you are skilled fighters in trade groups. You might deal in the gray market, but with some new vessels and an agreement that will eliminate competition with the Reavers, you can take trade missions all over the human territory. They spent a long time thinking about that and talking among themselves while the staff brought out more bottles of rum and, eventually, a full meal. Max could read in their thoughts that they were in contact with the mercenary company's real bosses, so he didn't interrupt their quiet conversations. Each of them was linked to a ship captain of the fleet, and they were discussing it on behalf of their representative faction. Everyone has seen and read the agreement, but we are waiting for 2 more captains who can't be contacted right now. The Black Wolf rules say that all alliances must be unanimous, and without the last 2 votes, we can't make a decision right away. The station captain explained. That's fine. We have both time and patience. Would you like to spend the evening on the cruise ship portion of Terminus? All we ask is that you behave and don't harass the alien guests. Max offered. You have aliens aboard? The captain asked. As customers, guests and employees, yes. All of them are from the Alliance, the so-called ghost ships, as many of the mercenaries call them. Nico replied before Max could and then called in one of the Inu technicians. Well, I'll be damned. You really do. It is a pleasure to meet you, miss. The captain greeted the technician. Do you bring new things? Or do you need old things fixed? The technician asked, not aware of why she was called in. They are going to go to the cruise ship, and we didn't want to startle them too much, Nico explained. Oh, so you don't need me to recalibrate his laser pistol. It's down over 30% in output due to the damaged reflector. The technician asked sadly, not today, but we can offer him a new one if it makes you feel better. Please do. Poorly maintained equipment hurts the soul. The slender woman with pink skin agreed, her hair tentacles wiggling in frustration. The Inu can commune with technology. She meant it when she said it was mentally painful to see a piece of gear in poor repair. It annoys them as much as if you were wearing your coat one button out of even. Nico explained as the technician left the room in frustration. The station captain was rendered nearly speechless. Oh, I see.